Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the SumerSports live draft show. I'm your host, Sam Brookhouse. We did a lot yesterday. We broke it down. You can check that out, if you want to catch up with round 1. But today for round 2 and round 3, we are joined by data scientist here at SumerSports, Quinn McLean. Quinn, a lot of really interesting stuff going on yesterday. It wasn't as chaotic as I thought it was going to be, even though there was some chaos with the selections. What was the top thing that stood out to you in day 1 of the draft?
I think these GMs are really getting good at smokescreens pre-draft. I think there was a lot of discussion of people moving up, moving down. I think it was pretty chalky early on with the starting some movement towards the back end of the draft. And so that was exciting to see some actual movement and some trades, albeit we saw the big move between Jacksonville and Cleveland early. But other than that, I think everything was kind of moving towards consensus.
Yeah, so let's start off with the Jacksonville trade, because I'm going to be honest, Quinn, I thought I was going to have a panic attack when I thought they were trading up for Ashton Genty. That would have been a crazy move. They end up trading for Travis Hunter at a steep premium. The Browns do the analytical thing, which they are ripe to do, and trade back, get a lot of value. But now, they sit there, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have Travis Hunter, and they have a lot of other good options here going into day 2. What were your thoughts on the trade up from James Gladstone, the first-time GM?
Yeah, he's really falling into this mold of less need of like the picks are what they are. Like the draft value curve is not really as important. Just go get your guy and find that impact player on the roster, and that's what Les Snead has done for years, to trade first-round picks to get impact players. We've seen on the NFL side to fill out the roster, and so you're going to see probably more big swings out of Jacksonville. It was kind of funny falling into the draft day movie a bit of a Cleveland GM kind of tapping into a rookie Jacksonville GM like we saw in the movie. But I think, from Jacksonville, they probably feel solidified that they have a generational talent that they can kind of market behind and don't have to give the expectation of wide receiver 1, because we saw Brian Thomas Jr. play really well the first year. And if you're Jacksonville, you're hoping for a bounce back year from Trevor Lawrence. But Cleveland just does the smart thing, accumulates capital, hopefully try to build towards 2026 and still get a premium player in Mason Graham.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting because they go up and get the guy in this draft, as far as I'm concerned. However, the realities are the realities. It's a position player, and you're asking that position player, in essence, in order to recoup the value properly, to be an all-pro level player at 2 positions, which I don't think really has ever been done at the NFL. It seems as if they're going to prioritize him on offense, but they are drafting him to be a 2-way player. Quinn, what do you think the percentage of defensive snaps, like as a percentage of the total defensive snaps, just to be clear, abundantly clear, that Travis Hunter ends up playing next year will be?
My guess is probably 20-30%. He's more of a rotational slot guy. I think and we've seen like Jacksonville, I think, needs some help in the secondary, and they have been trying to build up that secondary for a few years. If he's a guy they can go in and, on a obvious passing situation, be a slot corner, that based on our draft guide on SumerSports.com, he excels in a lot of different areas, zone coverage, man coverage, etc. I think you can slot him in a lot of different unique opportunities, and he could still fit the mold of being a 2-way guy.
Certainly. And I think, is that a lot to ask of someone? Yes, but you're asking it of a guy who has done it at the college level and done it so well that he won the Heisman. Like, no one's really ever done that either. They're definitely going to need it, though. They were the 31st defense last year. Like, it's tough to take that they didn't address the defense if it is the offense. There's just so many questions that arise out of this draft pick. But I want to hit on something else that you mentioned. You mentioned Les Snead as being the guy who doesn't believe in the draft curve per se, but then he also probably hit on what was the trade of round 1, which was the Falcons coming up to get James Pierce, doubling up at the edge rushing position, and the Rams taking out a value of a first-round pick next year, where it seems like alongside the Browns, they're in real contention to try to get a quarterback next year. What was your view of that Pierce for a first-round pick, basically, and a couple picks down the line trade with the Rams?
It's probably the first time, at least from a watcher's perspective, like this late into the first round that someone was willing to give up a first round into the future. And the Rams were able to like run that to the podium as soon as they got that trade opportunity headed their way. And I think it's interesting with how the Rams being the top 3 youngest roster in the NFL, you still have Matthew Stafford to run it back for another year. And now you enter into 2026, which we've said is an already better quarterback class than this year. I think you're kind of planning to grow the guys, the young kind of stalwarts in you, and plan for 2026. I think a lot of is said within the analytics community of like building off of making sure that the surrounding roster is good, and then insert the rookie quarterback onto the Super Bowl run. I don't know if we necessarily studied the inverse of like having an experienced quarterback that can kind of still win games, but having a very young nucleus around you to grow and develop with you to kind of maintain the ship forward. And I think the Rams are kind of proving that out a little bit.
Talking about building out with quarterbacks, Cam Ward goes number 1, and then the New York Giants trade for substantially less than that Falcons trade that we just discussed right before the Rams to grab Jackson Dart. Such a fascinating trade. I want to just take it at the highest level, though. The Giants trade up for a quarterback. What was your evaluation of the compensation? What's your evaluation of grabbing a quarterback rather than a position player? And how do you think this factors into the evaluation of the entirety of that trade?
Yeah, I think it was a really good trade from the Giants' perspective. And I think there's a few details in there that is especially important to look at. One, if you start to look at the surplus value of this pick, right, and we'll compare it to where Jackson Dart was originally mocked at, number 55 overall, right? Like you're getting a $36 million surplus at 36 or 55 overall. Going up to 25 is a $46 million surplus. So you're gaining about $10 million in value. And as we know, Sam, as analytics community, when you're going to trade up, it's going to go for a quarterback. Now, that gives you kind of a net surplus of $10 million kind of trading up, right? Now look at the deal going back to the Texans. They gave up the 34th overall pick, early second round. They gave up probably a 70th pick, like the future third round pick in 2026. And they gave up the 99th pick at this year's draft. The 99th pick is very interesting to me because they basically got that pick for free for letting Xavier McKinney walk in free agency last year because it's a comp pick, right? So if you factor that in, like they only really gave up $12 million in cost of picks to go and acquire Jackson Dart, already giving that $10 million surplus. So they're only in the hole about $2.6 million when you start to net that out. And I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there, but I think the key distinction there is that 99th pick that they give in comp pick. And we've seen very smart analytical organizations go and acquire as many comp picks as possible so they can make these maneuvers and go get guys and operate off of free money. And I think you're seeing that kind of in fashion here, that the Giants played that out smartly.
As I've been thinking about it more, there's just a lot of pros to this move. Number one, as you mentioned, the compensation was not crazy. And then number two, the comp pick does make a difference. Like this was not one of their slated picks. This was a comp that they received as a result of the collective bargaining agreement. And then the third element, obviously, and the biggest element is they decide to ride the quarterback Ferris wheel and figure out where to go from there. Do I disagree perhaps with the history of where people sit on the consensus big board with reaching for a guy basically 30 slots above where he is on the consensus big board? I realize drafting is a little bit different, but this year actually turned out to be a year where, in essence, the consensus big board was probably followed really closely. Yeah, I do disagree with it. I don't think that's like the soundest process, but I do understand why they did it if they believe, like most of us believe, that it's really hard to predict quarterbacks, so you might as well pick the one that you're most comfortable with. And it seems like there's a lot of items between, the coaching staff, between the people who are at Ole Miss, and between Jackson Dart that they believe they can put him in a position to be successful. Quinn, you are an absolute college guru.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on Jackson Dart as a quarterback, and what will he project to be moving forward?
So he ran a very RPO heavy play action scheme at Ole Miss. And I think the tea leaves for the Giants is getting Russell Wilson, right? Like he runs kind of this RPO play action scheme at the NFL level. And if the Giants were smart, and I think Daboll is kind of like this offensive guru that we say, I think they're going to design this Giants offense around Russell Wilson in year one and get Jackson Dart up to speed, knowing that this offense is intentionally created for Jackson Dart in year two, being more of this RPO play action scheme, right? And I think Dart can learn Russell Wilson's how he's playing in this scheme from that RPO play action and kind of give him the building blocks to take over the keys in the future. And hopefully this is a multi-year planning cycle that Russell Wilson gives you that bridge quarterback gap to give over to Jackson Dart in the future. The other thing is Jackson Dart is the youngest quarterback in this draft, right? So with moving up into the first round, you get that extra fifth-year option, and so you have a longer time horizon to develop a guy. And so if he is the guy by year three, you're extending him. If not, and you need a little bit more, you at least have till year 5 to start to make that decision.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of great statistics. You look at the SumerSports draft guide, which Quinn, you and I put together with great thought, and we really sat down and you really spearheaded this effort and thought about what matters about these quarterbacks. And I think we did a fantastic job of outlining what these quarterbacks do in when they drop back, and more importantly, what they do when they're pressured, because that's what you can expect them to continue doing in the NFL. And I think it's interesting that Dart comps his game to Jalen Hurts, because Jalen Hurts is a guy that is very similar. He wants to hit his first read, and then he has the ability to scramble afterward. And so I think in an offense with Malik Neighbors, in an offense headed up by Brian Daboll, I think his strengths will be maximized, and then they'll figure out some of the other stuff. I do want to ask you one more question about yesterday, because I think it's a really interesting thing. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Green Bay Packers, I guess quadrupled down is the correct word on the wide receiver position. And then sidebar, the Panthers spend another top pick on the wide receiver position as well. Do you think this is going to continue to be a trend of people trying to fix what Eric Eager once pinned as the third receiver problem? And I suspect the Packers and the Buccaneers are trying to solve the fourth receiver problem. How do you see this progressing in future years?
Yeah, I think you can look to the Cincinnati Bengals. They've had the wide receiver trio for a few years now and have able to have like offensive success for a few years. I think the problem with the third wide receiver issue is what happens when they're all good. Then you got to start to figure out how to pay both of them. If you're the Bengals, you just pay your top 2 receivers. But if I think like you start to get onto the strength from the Buccaneers standpoint, you do have an aging Mike Evans. Chris Godwin's getting up there in years. So maybe this is more of a contingency planning in terms of their aging development that they might drop off in a few years. I think you start to build that depth and keep drafting for an area of strength, if you will. And I think that's a strategy that the Buccaneers and the Packers are just kind of throwing bodies and hoping that you're hitting at a high rate just by drafting these guys.
Yeah, and I do think it's interesting because, if you're wanting to use like a chatbot interface to query some of the great data that we have about wide receivers on our website, you could check out Sumer Brain. And so like a question that I would want to ask Sumer Brain is, what is the subset of these wide receivers and where do they rank? I'm talking about Mike Evans. I'm talking about Chris Godwin with the Buccaneers. And then I'm talking about the Packers. I'm talking about, guys like Dontavion Wicks, some of these young guys that they have. I want to understand where they rank. And frankly, if they're not ranking or in the terms of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, I think they rank high. They have injuries. If they're not ranking in the top 10, top 15, it's going to be difficult to have an excellent passing game. You think of the teams that have really been successful, and even when injuries occur, are able to still win games. Those are the CeeDee Lambs of the world, the Jamar Chases of the world, the Justin Jeffersons. And I think that it's starting to become kind of like the quarterback or the mini quarterback, the quarterback light, where you got to have a good wide receiver, got to have a good pass catcher in order to have a good offense. So let's move into day 2, Quinn. Let's look at some of these best available prospects. There's a lot of needs out there that are still out there. I've talked to people at the Titans who are highlighting multiple needs. Obviously, quarterback is still on the brain. In the first couple of picks in the second round, who do you expect off of this list to be off the board?
I think Luther Burden goes pretty early here. I think he's we mocked him in the first round for a while, and I feel like he was a late faller within the draft process. Probably because he's more of a positional fit in terms of what scheme he has to go to. At Missouri, they had Theo Weiss kind of on the outside, and they put him more as a slot receiver. I think limiting him to being more of a slot receiver limits his options in the NFL, as we've seen more prominent slot receivers play pretty well in the last few years coming out of college. So I think that's more or less he has to find a proper scheme fit in the future. Nick Eamon-Worry is a very interesting one. Obviously, he's an athletic specimen, and I think there's some question marks on his production at a college level if he can go to the appropriate system. I actually thought he was probably going to be, when there was that trade with the Eagles happening last night, I thought they were probably going to go up to get Nick Eamon-Worry to round out that secondary a bit, just given how athletic he is. But, I mean, they went and got the other athletic specimen in Jihad Campbell, so an embarrassment of riches for the Eagles. So I think those are two ones that stand out to me that I'm interested to see where they go early.
Great analysis. Quinn, the Cleveland Browns are now on the clock. The clock is ticking down. 6:28 currently until they make a pick. I'm really questioning if it should be a quarterback. I'm looking at Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry staring into the camera here. Kevin Stefanski's never had his own quarterback from the draft, and it seems as if they're going to do the thing that is best for them. A lot of people did not expect them to trade off of Travis Hunter, and they went ahead and did the best. It seems like Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski feel strongly about their job security, and frankly, they have pretty good process, so I'm okay with that. They've just had a couple things go wrong, and so, we'll see what Cleveland does here. But thank you, everyone, for watching. Again, we do have a giveaway out there to win 2 free tickets to your favorite football team. So what do you need to do to get these 2 free tickets? Here's the following to enter the sweepstakes. Retweet our official draft show post on X, like our official draft stream post, reply to our official draft stream post with the rookie that you think will make the biggest impact. Now, let's today filter it down a little bit. Let's talk about round 2. So text us via the reply button. Who do you think the best round 2 selection will be that will have the most impact? Yesterday, Quinn, we were having people already excited about Jalen Noel. We were having guys already excited about some of these round 2 guys, but let's focus on the Browns here. The Browns last year, pretty good defense. Offense really struggled. Deshaun Watson is not the answer. They're sitting there with 2 quarterbacks on the roster. Do you think that they actually just pull the trigger here and take Shedeur Sanders or take another quarterback, or do you think another trade down or a different position group is in order?
Well, they do have 2 of the first 4 picks, so I think one of these would be interesting to start to – maybe the second pick is more likely, as if they don't pick Shedeur here, I can imagine some team kind of coming up to go and get Shedeur. So they do have that opportunity to kind of put out there. I think they go, they kind of have an older offensive line, so I think there's some opportunities to plug in there. We've kind of seen the offensive tackle portion of this draft. The quality tends to drop off after these top few guys, so there becomes a scarcity issue with some of these players. And wide receiver, I mean, Cedric Tillman kind of had a breakout year a little bit last year, but as we just touched on the third wide receiver issue, the more you can kind of add to the fold of wide receivers, I think this is an interesting spot to start to add someone to the roster. With the 2 first-round picks next year, that does give them insurance to, as we touched on the quarterback, that could be the year that they end up going in and getting a quarterback.
Here's a question I got for you, Quinn. A lot of people want the Browns, as the pick is now in, to go with the running back here. Is it still too much of a premium pick to go with running back here? Or are you okay once we get out of the first round?
I think you have to wait probably 2 rounds, probably in the 3rd or 4th rounds before you start to look at it. The surplus value starts to drop a little bit in the draft curve at the third round, where it becomes a little bit more flatter overall, where the surplus value isn't really like as important there. But I think the 2nd round, there's still a premium because historically there's guys that just fall out of the 1st round for other issues that end up performing it well at the top of the end of the 2nd round. So I think the running back may be still early here from an analytics perspective.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with you. I came in guns a-blazing, pick 6, hyped up after that pick, and looking at what the Raiders ended up doing and getting Ashton Jeanty, I just didn't know if it made a ton of sense. The weird thing about the running back position is it always makes sense for these teams football-wise. But does it make sense realistically or historically or in value perspective? Not really. So it's such a tough thing, especially in this draft where there's so many good running backs here. Who are some of your favorite running backs in this class?
Travion Henderson has that kind of home run ability. I think that he might be an interesting one if we're thinking that the Browns would be selecting here. there's a logjam of running backs when you get into the third, fourth round that I think
Yeah.
start to become a little bit more interesting. Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech, he ran in the 4.3s of the combine. In my article on SumerSports.com, where I talk about like translation of schemes from college to pro, he was a guy that really stood out of his yards after contact. And for a fast guy like him, he primarily runs inside, so I think that's super attractive from a scheme fit standpoint. Cam Scatabo, I think, is an interesting guy from like the film watching and the analytics really like him. There's testing concerns there, but I think he can overcome that in the NFL. Yeah, they think like there's a lot of different running backs here, and especially given the talent of this running back, I think also puts into question the need to draft JT and Hampton early on.
So Quinn, the pick is in. We're talking about non-premium positions. It's a non-premium position, but it is an analytics darling. The Cleveland Browns have selected linebacker Carson Swessinger out of UCLA. And speaking of linebackers, we have a series coming out with Jonathan Casillas. Here's a guy who overcame a lot. Carson Swessinger, a second-round pick, going to have to overcome a lot. We're going to be talking about Jonathan Casillas premiering next week from undrafted to unforgettable. Me and super producer Matthew Stopsky headed over to Jersey. We talked about his background. We talked about him overcoming things, how he became someone who was undrafted, who had to overcome injury and expectation from the college level to the pro level, then became a Super Bowl champion, and moreover, a starter on some of those excellent Saints teams, which, I really appreciate, Quinn. And he gave us some really great insights. And so from undrafted to unforgettable, an excellent piece put together by our team. You can catch that Monday, April 28th, 2025. We're going to put it out. It's going to be a beautiful documentary story of Jonathan Casillas. So let's talk about this linebacker position. Carson Swessinger. What can you tell me about him, Quinn?
2024, you just had a breakout year. Former walk-on player, similar to Jonathan Casillas, like he just is an absolute like freak in the sense that he has like pure speed. He's actually really great in coverage. If you look at their draft guide on SumerSports.com, he's what we'd consider an elite level there. 112 solo tackles last year, 149 total tackles for a UCLA defense that was kind of on the field all the time. He was able to kind of showcase that. I think he's an athletic specimen. And I think the Browns are smart here in terms of finding a linebacker with coverage value. You start to add his overall value than just being a pure run defender. So I actually really like this pick. It might be a little bit earlier than I would expected for a linebacker in terms of positional value, but like you add the coverage game, I think it kind of makes sense for them.
Yeah, man. Blue chip coverage rate, blue chip missed tackle rate. This is an old school linebacker. Worried about the value here. I am a little shocked that they went with linebacker at this selection, especially given, like you said, they have two picks right here. I guess it seems 36. Maybe they'll take an offensive player, but doubling down on defense as the Texans pick is now in. I do want to say we have some excellent resources out there. Go check out Sumer Brain. You can ask it all kinds of questions about the Cleveland Browns defense last year and why they are bolstering it. It seems like they want to build through defense and they want to be great. Go ask the Cleveland Browns just drafted Carson Swessinger. How could that impact their defense? What did their defense look like last year? Sumer Brain will give you some of our proprietary data that you couldn't get in a great answer at other AI chatbots. Pick is in for the Texans, a guy that I absolutely love, Quinn, Jaden Higgins, Iowa State. I know that you love these Iowa State guys. You really watched them closely all year. I thought he was going to make it a little further. I loved him as a fit for like the Bills or some of these teams. But it seems like we get another weapon for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, when you look at the Iowa State offense last year, Higgins, Noel was a little bit more of the burner, kind of the deep threat. Higgins is a little bit more of your pure route runner. And I think that's what, when you have Stephon Diggs exiting the roster this year, I think that's what you're backfilling a little bit with Jaden Higgins. He is kind of this like 50-50 go ball guy. And I think that's a really interesting pick for them to pair along with Nico Collins, who's been more and more your vertical threat guy.
Well said. Yards per route run, blue chip. Team target share, blue chip. It seems like a lot of times these teams are going and hunting after these big target share guys. He was a part of a two-man game with Jalen Noel at Iowa State, as you mentioned. And I think he's going to fit in well with Nico Collins, who I think, frankly, Quinn, is like one of the better guys. So we're in the heat of it now, Quinn. We got picks flying. Pick 35, the Seahawks. Was that a trade up, Stopsky, or did they have this pick to begin with?
Titans had this pick originally.
Huh. So the bullets have began to fly, it seems. Interesting. I was on Titans radio with Jarrett Stillham. They really wanted to go with Luther Burden here. Interesting side note though here. Luther Burden now is going to be, several picks. Jaden Higgins jumps up in the consensus. Do you feel like this is a draft where the consensus just rankings is not exactly exhibitant, I guess, of the rate? Do you think there's more of a cluster of wide receivers in the second round, or do you think there is a linearity to it, Quinn?
Yeah, I think there's at some of these positions, there's key cluster drop-offs. I mentioned offensive tackle, like the top three guys there. Then there's a huge drop-off to the next tier of that. And I think wide receiver is another one of those that you start to see.
So real quick here, guys. Seahawks trade 52 and 82 to move up to 35. So that is the trade. Pretty basic, pretty quick. And back to you guys.
Appreciate it. So 2 more picks for the Titans. I like how they're approaching this draft. Very analytical in nature, which gets me excited. Seahawks are moving up. Who do you think, or what position do you think the Seahawks may be moving up to get here?
Wide receiver. Given that they have JSN and Cooper Kupp, they probably need, another slot receiver. Might not help them, but maybe more of a traditional downfield guy. I'd be curious to see if this is a Jack Beck selection or Kyle Williams, another Washington person staying home. That would be an interesting one for them. Luther Burden, as I mentioned, is a little more slot receiver, but given that their offense, they might be able to move some of these guys around where Burden might make sense.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where this is going to go. I think they have to build up that offense. I think they're going to run the ball a lot. I think the rush rate over expected is going to be a massive number this year with new offense coordinator Clint Kubiak going in. They go ahead and draft Gray Zabel in the first round. It's interesting to note. I don't know. Do you think there's any chance that they are backstopping and perhaps going with another offensive lineman? I know guys like Jonas Savanier are still out there. There's all kinds of people that could be tackles. Ariante Ursary is another one that comes to mind. Do you think this is just a continuation of the buildup of the offensive line, or do you think that their defense may need a little help here?
Yeah, I think they want to build the trenches. We've seen Mike McDonald do a lot with the interior defensive lines over the year. I think he's trying to build that up a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go defensive tackle with how deep this class is. That kind of makes sense for them. The offensive line becomes a little bit more scarce here. I think you can grab some of these guys at later rounds, but defensive tackle, I wouldn't be surprised if they go Nick Emanwuri here too. I think they like the Cam Chancellor nature of Nick Emanwuri to backfill into Seattle there. So that might be a surprise pick there, but looks like the pick is in.
That's a good one because a name that comes up just due to the size about Emanwuri is Kyle Hamilton. And when Mike McDonald was there with the Ravens, they added Kyle Hamilton, turned him into an all-pro player. Interesting note about Emanwuri, really is more of a coverage guy than his size would indicate. And thinking again about Emanwuri, thinking again against Kyle Hamilton. Hamilton ended up being a single drop safety this year. For most of the year, they started switching around their defense. I do think Emanwuri has the ability to do that. I think he does have the ability to move around as well. I think that could be an interesting pick, especially because, as you said, the safeties are kind of like a two guy draft this year, where it's Starks and Emanwuri and then everyone else. And so they're really milking this pick. There's like 21. I don't know. Quinn, do you know if the clock resets when they trade? I don't think so. Or maybe so. I don't know.
That I do not know. But I think if you're trading up, you probably have a player in mind.
Yeah.
To send the pick in. But
good point. I like how the NFL does it anyway, because in the NBA, it gets so weird with the trades because you're getting information from Shams and Woj, and then Adam Silver comes out and announces it like way later. Obviously, I think the NFL does it a little cleaner. We got Richard Sherman out here talking it up. We got the people of Green Bay getting excited.
You mentioned it last night, like the feed for the NFL feed of the players being picked in, and as you progress to the draft, as we've known, we've seen like the data come in for picks and stuff. Yeah. And the mismatch between that and TV as you get later into the rounds is pretty jarring, I think, was my big realization going through that.
Yeah, it's a great point. I remember when Spencer Rattler got selected for my Saints in the 5th round. Nick Emenwari, baby. Okay, I like this pick. So this is another addition to the Mike Macdonald defense. That is a plug and play type player. I think they're going to utilize his positional versatility. What are your thoughts more generally? I don't know if you've seen like the videos or the deep dives into the Mike Macdonald defense about like how they're changing kind of how they teach defensive football. What are your thoughts about that, Quinn?
Yeah, the 3-code system where they teach 3 different levels. They give a code and they can make infinite amount of plays out of that. I think is a very cool process, especially for a guy like Nick Emenwari, who I think is still developing, even though he has the athleticism, can come in and still make an impact. I think for him, what I really liked is the positional versatility, which is what our draft guide highlights. He's a 93rd percentile, plays really well in cover 1, cover 2. Doesn't have as much experience in the slot, and I think that's fine given the Mike Macdonald offense that you can kind of move around. And given his elite experience in terms of zone coverage and man coverage, I think this makes a really awesome fit for their defense.
Yeah, he has that shadow badge as well, indicating that he's pretty good in man coverage. He wasn't great in anything, which is why I think he's an excellent 2nd round pick, for example. He wasn't a blue chip top 25 player in a ton of things, but he was solid in coverage. He wasn't terrible in run defense. I think he makes out for a pretty good player in this defense. I'm just excited to see what the Seahawks are going to look like, Quinn, because I think as you add in this more zone style approach to offense, it's going to be a pretty radical difference from Ryan Grubb. You continue to build that defense. I think if everything falls correctly for them, they could have a pretty good year. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think Mike Macdonald does a really good job of disguising a lot of these coverages to where they get a lot of coverage sacks. So they don't necessarily need to like build out the trenches with a lot of, athletic guys as they need to, because the scheme can kind of carry them a little bit further. And with Devin Witherspoon, Rick Woolen, now Nick Emenwari, I think that now they can probably go and build out the trenches a little bit more just to hit at like a higher rate on some of these guys, and knowing that depth exists in later rounds too.
So, guys, as the Browns make this pick here, you guys want to announce the pick first, Sam?
All right, the Browns have gone linebacker and running back.
So, I do have a question for you guys. For a player like Sanders, right, who slides to the 2nd round, usually we would see teams fighting to trade up to around these spots to take a player of his caliber, quarterback his caliber.
Yeah.
The fact that the Browns, who are a very quarterback needy team, decided to go linebacker, running back. They didn't have to trade up. They could have just taken him. Did not. What is that saying about how long he might last into day 2?
I had him, if he didn't get picked within the first 15 picks of day 2, he's starting to fall a little bit more. Because otherwise, not forecasting any trades or anything, when you start to look at some of these back half 15 teams, I had the LA Rams as targeted one. I think that he would be a good scheme fit there, given that he has high completion percentages and doesn't necessarily need to throw the deep ball. If he gets past that point, then I think he slides a lot.
Yeah, I think this is fascinating. And I personally like to apply every good analytical decision onto the Browns just because they're rated as the most analytical organization. Clearly, that's not exactly the approach they're taking here, just in terms of positional value at those premium 2nd picks. I'm shocked that the trade back didn't happen. I wonder if they were looking to get Nick Emenwari, which still wouldn't have been a premium position. But I do think this is an interesting approach that they're taking. I tend to agree with Quinn, but the question then becomes, as you're moving into the 2nd round, we've seen the Philadelphia Eagles do it time after time. We've seen other teams do it. At this point, like, the value is getting pretty good to just select a quarterback who is the 20th best player. Like, the historical starts sounding really great. If you have a really set coaching change, the Raiders, my dad has highlighted many, many times and has called me deep into the night saying that the Raiders are going to select Shedeur Sanders and that Pete Carroll is a perfect fit for a guy like him. that would be a backup. They'd be going from one extremely high completion percentage over expected player in Geno Smith to Shador long term. I think this is a spot that they can go. But I think basically what you have to start betting on is the pool, as Quinn mentioned with the Rams, of teams that might want to select a quarterback getting bigger. And so the availability as a result, and I know Quinn has worked on availability models when we were doing it last year, the availability starts to get a little fuzzy as you keep going down. Quinn, I do want to ask a question because Quinn also worked on our like aging models and on our prediction models last year. How far away from consensus do you think people can have their quarterback like lineup at this point? Like, do you think people will have Shuck 2? I can understand, I guess, Milrow if you really, really want a great rushing quarterback at 2. But like, if you're really building a projection model, how off the beaten path do you think it could realistically get?
Yeah, I think age becomes more of a factor than consensus. I don't know if Shuck necessarily makes sense there, given that he's already 25. The first round pick, 5th-year option for a quarterback, like makes more of a sense to get more of a raw guy that's still developing because you have that extra year of control. When you get into the 2nd and 3rd round, then, you know, you can start to look at some of these guys that are a bit more older, developed. I think Will Levis was, you know, drafted early in the 2nd round a few years ago, and he was older coming out of college. And so he was more of a ready-made quarterback now.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Real quick with the trade here. Dolphins trading up to the 37th pick, giving off a 5th-round pick. So they receive a 5th-round pick and a 2nd-round pick, so 143 and 37, and they give up pick 48, pick 98, and pick 135 to the Raiders. So the Raiders, Sam, the team that your dad thought might take Shador in the 1st round, had a chance again at 37 and traded out.
Interesting.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So here the Dolphins are selecting. This feels like it's going to be offensive line to me.
Is that Al Kingold? Oh, he's the man.
Yeah.
I worked with him a few times at SiriusXM. He's a really good dude.
Legendary fullback. Jonas Savaiinaea, sure enough. Offensive line help.
Great pick.
Yeah. So Savaiinaea is an interesting player from Arizona. They're showing him on ESPN as a guard. I know there's discussion of could he swing? Where could he swing? There's that seems like the discussion with all these guys. Quinn, what are your thoughts on Savaiinaea?
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me is for some of these guys that are able to swing is what is their pressures allowed when they see blitz or stunts, because that I think you have to be able to kind of be on a swivel, and those guys that are able to swing to different spots, able to pick up those blitz and stunts a little bit better. So I think that's an interesting pick for him, especially we've noted that Miami Dolphins need offensive line help.
I love when they show these highlights because some of these highlights are just outrageous. Like they just showed him on a swing pass, just taking out like an FCS cornerback. And the cornerback like legit went from the red line to the sidelines with Savaiinaea, like just killing him. And so like I really like can't wait until we pull like some of our absolutely groundbreaking software out for the public, because we're going to be able to show like the real AI metrics and like some of the good plays and the bad plays in a way that they don't necessarily do on the draft. But obviously we got to keep those behind the curtains for a little bit longer and let them cook for a little bit longer. But some of these highlights are cracking me up.
Oh, dude, my favorite is when a team posts a highlight of like a player they drafted, like especially like for edge rusher, and it's actually a loss. Like he gets like stonewalled for 7 seconds, but like it's like a cleanup sack, and he's like, "Oh, win!" It's like,
the Commanders were showing Josh Connolly taking a snap yesterday in a run first situation as the new starting offensive tackle for the Commanders.
and I mean, like the Connolly thing, I was hurt personally by the amount of people just once again retweeting the Mike Green lighting him up like a Christmas tree for one-on-one rep in the Senior Bowl, completely neglecting that the players and the coaches and the scouts there voted him the best offensive lineman at the Senior Bowl, which is just like so funny. But I will note, having been there, I did like jump out of my chair and be like, "Oh, not good."
No, jeez, dude, it's those things at the Senior Bowl are always so hard because you're like, it just one rep can just like ruin a full week of work in like the public's eyes. Oh, that's the wrong one. I had to change out our new best available with Omanwari gone.
So Dan is chiming in. Day 2 is the best day of the draft. Dan, you know what? Don't really agree. Think day 1 is still the best day of the draft.
No,
but I love watching
disagree. Disagree. But
hard
from my
disagree from
experience,
you, Stofsky.
Oh yeah, dude. This is the best one. Like when you can like just hang out and watch the draft, which is kind of like what day 2 is. It's just, you're it's also like it's the less political part of the draft. Like, you have a lot of ownership intake in day 1. You have a lot of like, positional value picks in day 1. Like, and you get day 2, like you're just getting good players. Like you're just getting guys you think are just good. And like that's fun for me. Obviously not always the biggest names in day 2, but like this is like where you're getting some truly important pieces to your team.
Yeah, I think expectation setting for day 2 is like you're not getting blue chip guys, but if you get a starter at a day 2, you hit on him. And if you get a rotational guy at a day 2, I think that's kind of the median expectation that we're looking for. I think a lot of times we focus on blue chipped players coming out of like past the first round, but most of the time these are the players that are filling the holes for many years.
Yeah, I agree. And like I'm just looking at it, right? 'Cause like I forgot exactly where it's like what's the average contract value for these guys? We're talking about like $2 million a year now. Like we're in like that 2.7 area of like average over year.
In terms of like pick cost or like the pick
the salary of these players that are now going to get picked.
Oh, yeah.
Like, because we're talking like, the first pick is getting like $10 million a year. Like at 2.7, like, like Quinn said, you're getting a starter for $2.7 million a year. Like that's a win. Like that is very much a win.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like the value you're getting is still like pretty good, which is why Belichick and Howie Roseman over the years have been able to kill in the second round. Cooper DeJean as an example. But Quinn, you were saying?
So Judkin's value at 36, he's getting paid $8 million in guaranteed money over his rookie contract. From a value expectation, we think he's probably worth $23 million in that spot. So still $15 million of surplus, but like the surplus of what you could get out of other positions is still substantially greater than picking a non-running back in that spot.
Oh, absolutely. But like, kind of like we're talking about with when Genti got picked yesterday, where Sam was like, if he's not the best running back today in the league, his value isn't there. Now, like you can just be a good back and still make your value back.
He's a top three guaranteed running back paid already without taking a snap in the NFL. And so that's a lot to live up to going into your first 4 years of the NFL.
Is that a high expectation?
It's tough.
Can you be the best thing right now ever?
We have a good chime in. We're gonna hit James. We'll get to your question here in a second as the Patriots pick comes in. We got Goodell. We got some folks from the Special Olympics. Awesome organization. Always enjoyed volunteering with them.
Did you?
Patriots kind of need everything. It's funny with like these top picks in the second round until someone trades up, because it's like, yeah, you still kind of need everything. We're not a good team last year. So
that is true.
Yeah. I think Vrabel is like going to have his fingerprints all over this draft, though, which I think is the way that they probably prefer it up there in New England, just given the years and years of Belichick. Tough to say. Quinn, it was so funny, but especially like the second pick, the Jaguars pick, like literally 10 minutes of them discussing what the pick was going to be, and then like completely separate man of the year ceremony going on. We're like, hey, everyone's watching us to see if Travis Hunter's going to get picked. Like, love that Eric Armstead was the man of the year, and I appreciate his contributions to society. But like, tell us that Travis Hunter is still in there, and then we can do all that. Another running back, bang. So it's begun. The running back craze has begun. We now have Trevion Henderson off the board. We have Quinshon Judkins off the board. Seems like Chicago 39 could potentially go running back as well. It feels like the running back is starting early today, Quinn. What are your thoughts on the value? I know you briefly discussed it a second ago, but let's dive deeper into it.
Yeah, I think there's still surplus value at the running back position in the second round, but it's not nearly as much as what you'd get with other premium positions. And so from a cost saving standpoint, you'd want to see an edge rusher. I thought Donovan Azuruku from Boston College would have been the selection here, given that he's in the area and they still need an edge rusher up in New England. But, Trevion Henderson is this kind of like dynamic, explosive runner. We saw what he did in the national championship and in the playoff run where they just threw screens to him and he would break it open for 80-yard runs. And I think this gives you a little bit of a safety blanket, if you will, for Drake May, that is always kind of needed in that offense as they're rebuilding that offensive line. They got Will Campbell in the first round. I think there could be some value for Drake May as he's getting more accustomed into the offense.
It's just tough. I did so many of these mock drafts and these team mock drafts, and you have Trevion Henderson on the board, and maybe you take him. I did this notoriously with Cam Scatabo and the Jets in the third round, and it's like you get to round 4 and you're like, man, that guy's pretty good. You get to round 5 and you're like, there's 3 guys that seem to catch my eye, and like catching your eye is biased. Especially when we're talking about all these players. Like I always call people who popped up in our ratings. I found them catching my eye. Wyatt Millum is the one who would always catch my eye in the 3rd or 4th round, for example. And then Brashard Smith. I know you love Brashard Smith. He was another guy who would catch my eye. So obviously there's bias there, but it just feels like you can get a running back deep in this draft. And when people prop up, there's 5 great running backs and you're going to have to go so high to get them, I just feel like that's probably not true. Stopsky, you're back in. What's going on?
No, I'm just enjoying the conversation. I'm just loving it. I agree with you though with the running back thing. It's just, but I'm still sitting here though. We're at pick 39 now, and Will Johnson and Mike Green and Shadur Sanders, who 3 days ago were all consensus first round picks, are still here.
Yeah.
So the thing about Will Johnson, obviously, there's the conversation about the medicals and whether his knee can hold up post the 2024 season. What our draft guide, I think, does a really good job of highlighting is he has to be a scheme fit since he primarily ran zone coverage in college. And so I think if you're a corner or team of need that needs a corner, that does limit your option a bit if a guy's only used to running a primary zone coverage in college.
Yeah, and I think that's the case with a lot of these Texas dudes too, Quinn, of sometimes the schemes are weird. I kind of like to stay out of that briar patch because it's so difficult to note what these guys can and can't do and what was correct for that team.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's tough to say. Quinn, I want to ask a little bit about NIL here because they're showing this great graphic of Ohio State selections and there's already 6 guys selected. This was known as the most, quote, valuable in terms of NIL team in the history of the NCAA. I know you've done a lot of great work on NIL, which you can catch on SumerSports.com. Quinn has pinned some awesome articles. Do you think this is just the way it's going to go? Big schools like Ohio State are going to pay a lot. They're all going to get drafted really high. Or do you think this is an anomaly for Ohio State?
No, I think these large schools have the luxury of letting other schools do the scouting for them. Ohio State had an influx of transfers from other schools. They had Will Howard come in as one, and then a few other Caleb Downs coming from Alabama. Obviously, the coaching changed there, but the trend it feels like with these schools is if you are a premier school like Ohio State, which if you look at their NCAA revenue, they're one of the top schools in the country in the ability to get money for their sports program. And that is able to trickle down appropriately to all their different programs. With that, you probably have the luxury of being able to jump in the last minute to offer whoever you want to without necessarily needing to do the scouting that smaller schools have to do.
Yeah, it's a great point. We've had some running back conversation. I just asked Sumer Brain, which you can go sign up for right now on SumerSports.com. Is running back a premium position? Here's some notes from Sumer Brain. Running back is not considered a premium position in today's NFL. Here's why. If you look at the draft, typically mock drafted later. You look at the premium position hierarchy with contracts. Quarterback is the franchise cornerstone. Edge rusher, offensive tackle. Very important wide receiver and cornerback. It's a passing game. Why running backs aren't premium, according to SumerBrain: shorter career spans, typically 3 to 5 productive years, higher injury rates, replaceability, which we've been talking about a lot in the concept of this draft, and the emphasis on passing in the modern game. Thanks, SumerBrain, for breaking that down for us. Luther Burden III, baby. The Bears add yet another offensive piece. This is, look, I've been talking about Luther Burden as a guy who potentially could be the best wide receiver in this draft. Quinn, the college football geeks saw what happened last year, and the college football geeks saw what Brady Cook did to this offense this year. Much to my chagrin. Give us a breakdown of the Miss Missouri offense, and do you think that this year was, a little bit of a facade for what Luther Burden could actually be long term?
Yeah, if you watch the film of Missouri, there's a lot of overthrown balls that I think was out of the hands of Luther Burden, and I think it was tough for him to get up to. That's going to affect your production in some ways. I like Luther Burden a lot because he has this wide receiver, as that picture on NFL Network kind of shows. The one thing I think is fun about him is mouthpiece never in on him. It's always out. You can always see him on the field. It's always dangling. I think that's wide receiver one energy. And for Chicago, with Keenan Allen not coming back, you need a little bit more of a crafty route runner, and I think Luther Burden can start to fit into that mold with Rome Odunze too. I think that's a very interesting offense with Ben Johnson coming in.
And going back to our conversation about value, right? So you talk about Luther Burden possibly being the best receiver in this draft, which he very well might be. Yeah. If he's a $10 million a year player, you're getting a $10 million a year player for $2 million a year right now. This is incredible value if he actually ends up being what you think he could be. So that's a player that we knew had first round talent with some, especially from his 2023 season. Very interested in what he can become in the next level. This could be the steal of the draft. Although that brings me to my next question for you guys. Something that Eric Eager would always talk about is that if a player falls to a certain point to where it looks like he is a steal, in actuality, he's probably not. There's something that the consensus big board is not picking up. How do you feel about that as data scientists, both of you guys? And then kind of also, how does that link into the Shooter Sanders conversation? Is the consensus big board sometimes not the most predictive for certain things? And then also with, again, kind of tying in Sanders here, the consensus big board is all from media people, right? It's not from teams. And there is, Sam, as you and I were talking in the Uber back home at 1 o'clock in the morning, there is a sense of anxiety as a media person. How far can I put this person down my big board before it feels like I am just hating on this kid? And if you have enough people, or at least enough people at certain levels of influence where the big board's going to skew in their favor, does that kind of skew the data a little bit for one or two players?
So I want to address the first thing. The consensus big board is not the best forecaster because there's no good forecasters, I'll say. The reason I stick to the consensus so much is because it's the only thing we have history of. Thanks, Arif Hassan, for your diligent hard work going back to 2014, doing an excellent job. And it's the only thing that's public to a certain degree, and the only thing that really encapsulates a large sample, or at least as large as we can get of a sample, of people in the knows thoughts. I'll push back a little bit on the idea that it's not necessarily tied to teams, because a lot of these people do get a lot of their information with teams, or do consult with teams, or are working with the players that the teams are drafting. Brandon Thorne comes to example. He's scouting coordinator for O-line masterminds. A lot of the data that teams are getting on their offensive lineman is probably from O-line masterminds, and he's working directly with those players and probably has more information than even the teams have as a result on some of those players. So I do kind of think the information outside of injury and character, which I think affects Burden the most, just given the articles that I've read, again, don't really know. Quinn, I'm interested in your thoughts, because you've actually dug deep into the modeling of this. Typically I focus more on how well does the consensus big board track to the future, which is typically slightly better than any given one team's grades. What are your thoughts on what it actually tells us?
I think the consensus big board is more predictive of production at the NFL level than it is predictive of where a guy is going to be drafted into the NFL draft, which I think is a little bit harder to do. where I've noticed, maybe more anecdotally, is like there is a lot more mocks out there, and so it's gotten a little bit more convoluted that you have to kind of rank some of these mocks. I'll stop there. I didn't see the pick
Oh my
list.
God, Quinn. I am so sorry, dude. Great data, great information. But like, if we're talking about the consensus big board here, like, man, God is testing me right now.
Do you want to announce the pick, Sam?
Yeah,
for your
so
New Orleans
Tyler
Saints?
Shuck is now a New Orleans Saint. Look, Tyler Shuck had a great profile this year. He scared the bejesus out of me as an ACC quarterback that was playing against great ACC teams. He is also my age, so that's a big thing. And Quinn, I want to like deep dive into it a little deeper. You mentioned age as a predictor. There's a little bit of selection bias there because obviously the guys that do come out of the draft are younger because they're good, and then the better guys like come out younger typically. What are your thoughts on Shuck just with regards to age? And he also, played some games at Oregon, so you had a first look at him.
Yeah, the transfer portal really is kind of put into question age a little bit for quarterbacks because guys are bouncing around a little bit and giving more experience. I think from a physical profile, Shuck fits that. 6'5", 219, I think is the prototypical build that you want from a quarterback. I think there are flashes, to put it lightly, of him having arm strength and everything. I think the issue with him is just consistency on down-to-down basis and being on the field. He has like injury history for the last 4 years, multiple programs. With Louisville, the one thing when we talk about scheme adjustment, they ran a lot of RPOs and quick passes that I think when you look at his pressure to sack ratio, he's considered elite in that area because they get those quick passes out there. There is a lot of scheme to make him look good in that offense. I think with the new offensive coordinator of Nussmeier in New Orleans, I think there's some interesting use case with Tyler Shuck, and you have Spencer Rattler. So it's an interesting pick. I think he has to show consistency on a down-to-down basis. But between him and Rattler, I think that he may be the more consistent one on a down-to-down basis in New Orleans, to put it nicely.
It's a good point. And look, I think that Tyler Shuck does have a platform to be good. Obviously, if you're a person who believes, and this is more of a thing in basketball, but if you're a person who believes that you kind of stick with certain elements of their high school view, I think it's a really interesting, as you mentioned, like was a highly touted recruit, and it was just injuries that really held him back until he ended up being at Louisville. So that's really something to consider as well. You look at some of his analytics, highly accurate, the 22nd most accurate passer, was able to make big throws, medium accuracy. And again, like throughout the season, he really scared me watching ACC games. So like there's a lot of good stuff there. I do want to highlight sack avoidance is a big thing for him. Like that's a key. And if you watched a lot of those Saints games last year, there were a lot of negative plays, man. And it is very interesting to me that the Saints decided to go this direction. I thought they were going to want a little bit more of a mobile quarterback. You go ahead and go look at Tyler Shuck on our draft guide, and he's a red grade scramble rate guy. He's jobbing back and he's throwing the ball. Quinn, I saw a hand up. What are your thoughts?
So the last thing I'll say on him, and this goes into the scheme fit a little bit, is Aiden O'Connell tore it up in that Purdue system under Jeff Brom. And then Jeff Brom went to Louisville in the same system that Tyler Shuck ended up tearing it up as well. And so I think when you're trying to forecast a little bit does that scheme production translate into the NFL? I think is the big question with him, because he does in some flashes have tools to translate, but I think you have to take away the scheme for him to really get to the crux of that question.
And by the way, this draft guide's on your screen right now. Totally free. SumerSports.com. Totally free draft guide. That honestly, I think one of the best, if not the best, draft guides available right now, and for free. So go to SumerSports.com. Take a look at the draft guide. It's mobile friendly. Honestly, like this is the best draft guide I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of a lot of draft guides. So this is truly incredible work by really you two guys on the screen right here. Not from me. I didn't do anything important.
A lot of hard work from everyone. Got to give kudos in particular to our data engineering team, DJ Data Science, Eric Hall out there. Go follow him on Twitter. Did a lot of great work. Matt Coffey, Vladimir, the whole team. Everyone did an excellent job. This was a team. This was a team effort with tens and dozens of people coming together to put this together in 1 month. And like you said, Stopsky, this is probably the highest level design and data collaboration that you can get in football right now. And these are college stats that you can't find anywhere else. And here's a stat for you. And look, this is why the shock was on my face. Tyler Shuck, 90th consensus Big Bird player. And so when you're ordering these quarterbacks, I think Shador obviously may have been propped up for certain reasons, but once you start getting out of the top 50, there's questions that start to be asked. I think we talk about pressure to sack ratio as a sticky stat. I think that's something that's in his pocket. And then I think his ability to be accurate is also another thing. And so I'll never criticize a quarterback pick, especially with a premium pick. It just is quite a reach. And, that's quarterback 5 that you're selecting there. So clearly there was demand for him. Clearly there is a much different list among the 32 teams than we would expect. And then Tyler Shuck is a New Orleans Saint, and we'll see if he can beat out Spencer Rattler.
Real quick, while we were talking about Tyler Shuck, there was another trade. The Bills move up. So the Bills trade 56, 62, and 109 to the Bears for 41, 72, and 240.
This has to be defense, I think, or perhaps a wide receiver. Quinn, what are your thoughts?
I think they need to get younger on the defensive line. That would be my guess.
Oh, there you go. Knocked it down. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina.
Great.
Any thoughts on TJ Sanders' team?
He is, in terms of our draft guide, he's just elite at any defensive technique he's lined up at. A gap, B gap, C gap, T gap. He's just a guy that can able to generate pressure. I think the only question I have is South Carolina had an excellent defensive line last year, is if he can get that production without the other great names on that defensive line.
I love all the South Carolina guys that are in this draft, and Lenore Sellers is going to be a guy who we talk about. I just think they have a level of athlete now that really can, translate to the next level. And there's going to be, Knight linebacker is going to come off the board at some point. And I really like what Beamer has done whilst at South Carolina. Stopsky, I have a question for you. And this is kind of a broader question for all of us, especially given, the bullets are starting to fly. We are all, data-oriented guys. Stopsky, I know you watch a lot of the film as well, as do me and Quinn, but me and Quinn are more data scientists. I like to kind of stay away from having a board of my own at any given point in time, because I think that you stick on your guys, and everyone sticks on their guys. I picked up Travis Hunter and Will Campbell as guys that I really liked in this draft. But at what point do you try to get away from that and stick to the data to a certain degree? Or at what point do you, allow other people's boards to, govern theirs? A little bit of a vague question, but what's, I guess, the variance or the distribution of your board at any given point in time?
So I can tell you what I do. I can't tell you what everyone does. But so for me, when I'm creating my board, I allow other boards to influence it immediately, right? I think there is, not saying not entirely, right, but I do think you need to know what the consensus is to help with, because there are things that you're just not going to see, right? And also something that I was always very weary of as I kind of was going through the draft process for the last 10 years is you don't want to fall in love with somebody that's never gonna take a snap. Right, well, you see that all the time. There's oh, this is my favorite D tackle. He's undrafted, son. He is going to play in the UFL. It doesn't matter how much you love him, how high you think his ceiling is. The 32 teams that control his fate do not, and that's just it. So there is a good thing about consensus. Also, from where a player gets drafted, how many shots of success he's going to have. Right, if you feel let's say 2 quarterbacks, right? You feel quarterback A and quarterback B are pretty even, but what quarterback A is the 20th pick and quarterback B is 70. That if they both play at the same level, quarterback B is probably a backup in a year, and quarterback A will at least get his rookie contract to play. So it's good to have that. And in terms of the data, like I used to be someone that would not look at data until after my film watching was done. Now it's reverse. I get the data stuff done first, and then I watch the film to confirm the data. And that's how I go about it. Because we were talking about it last night in the Sirius XM studios after we were all breaking down. It's like the data sees every snap of every game. I might watch 3 games or 6 games. It doesn't matter how many games I watch unless I watch every play. So the data is very important. And when you're just one person like me, watching 500 players while also doing the 7 jobs I have at Sumer is just like not possible. so as I've gotten older and have gotten deeper in my career where I have less free time, also like a dad, the data has become more and more important and I think it's actually helped me become a better scout because because again, when you're watching film, like how you grade a guy on film has a lot to do with your mood of the moment, right? Like if you're watching a decent dude, right, but you just came off Myles Garrett, anything that player does is going to look a lot worse than if you came off watching some scrub, right? Like, oh wow, like this guy can at least like shed a block, like first round grade. And if you're also like just not, and I used to read these articles, man, about like these guys that would grind through 20 hours a day on a team to like grade players. It's like, man, by hour 6, your eyes are done. Like you're burnt. Like any grade after hour 6, like probably even after hour 4, like those grades have to be redone with fresh eyes. So I guess that was kind of a long-winded answer there, but like in my opinion, data is the most important part of this job now.
Yeah, I think a key thing you isolated there is I think production kind of informs trait discovery, if you will. You see a guy that's high performing in a conference or at a level, and you're like, okay, Mike Green's a good example of that, right? Like, hey, he's got high production at the G5 level, but does he have the traits that translate to the next level? And so he's a starting point because he has high pressures and sacks at a lower level, and then you see, okay, he's a freak off the edge, and I think that's where the data to yours is more of an efficiency gain of like how to watch the film from what you're seeing in terms of like a starting point production.
Yeah, exactly. And like, we got a question in there, like, how do I watch players, like, best to worst or whatever? Honestly, because I'm a producer and a PR person, like I need to know the players going first. So it's really just like based on like the consensus mocks. Like I need to know for my job as a producer, like I need to know the guys are going in the first 100 picks. So I'll make sure I get those guys done because again, if I might find some really cool player in like pick 160, but if I don't know the 32nd player off the board, like I kind of failed at my job. So I make sure to get those guys done first. So I go in the not consensus big board ranking, but really in the consensus mock ranking, which is a very different thing.
Yeah, I think that's something that me and Lindsay Rhodes of the SumerSports Show talked about a lot, was the difference between the mocks and the consensus big boards. And I typically like the blend a little bit more because you get a sense for the positional value. And particularly as you get into, the second, third, fourth rounds, there's a lot of folks that, could potentially go undrafted and they're fitting into big boards, but maybe they're not fitting into mock drafts. And there's all kinds of other stuff in there. And so I like the blending sometimes, but the blending can confound stuff. And we're seeing the blending confounding right now, in particular, the valuation of Shedeur Sanders. As the Jets go ahead and select, they get a tight end. They get Mason Taylor out of LSU. This draft seems like it's going right according to the plan for what the Jets want, Quinn and Stopsky. It seemed like they wanted to get pass catchers, offensive linemen, tough guys, and they add Mason Taylor and they add Armand Membu, 2 supreme athletes and 2 excellent players as well.
Yeah, they need a tight end too. They didn't have much there. Was it Stone Smart and Jerry Ruckert really the only ones for the Jets? So Mason Taylor, a guy who was productive tight end. Harold Fannin, though, still available. And obviously, he played at Bowling Green, so it's not like the same kind of love, but like very, very productive tight end. Still available, but I can see why they went Mason Taylor there with the 42nd pick. I do want to address a question that James brought up. The guard becoming more desirable, and I want to ask you guys because to me, this feels very much in line of it's just the yin to the yang of defensive linemen, interior defensive linemen becoming more valuable. So like if you're going to put more resources and the D tackles are getting better, the people facing said D tackles also have to have more investment, right? When you're looking at all these Super Bowl teams, you're seeing Chris Jones and Aaron Donald and Jalen Carter being these absolute, offense wreckers. You need guards to play against these guys. What have you guys seen in terms of the not really switch of value, but like the increase in value from the exterior parts of the offensive line to the interior parts of the offensive defensive line?
I've heard Thomas talk about this quite a bit. It was a drafting strategy for him in Atlanta. Thomas Dimitrov, our president of football operations, is like, it's one thing to have pressure on the outside and kind of navigate out to the other parts of the pocket. It's really difficult to have pressure up the middle and try to find an open receiving lane for it. And I think teams are starting to realize that. And the fact that the franchise tag and transition tag are still just offensive line as a whole, we're starting to see a little bit more blend of the value of the offensive tackle into guards and to offensive centers. And I think the other trend this draft especially highlights is that we're starting to see more swing offensive linemen coming out of college to where they are going to be plugged into whatever gap in the offensive line that is needed at that time.
I think, as Quinn highlighted, it's a little different in free agency than it is in the draft. In free agency, I think you will always be able to get good guards. You will have to pay for them, though. And I think because people are recognizing that, the demand for guards in free agency is increasing. And obviously, that will end up providing more surplus value as a result in the draft. But I do think that it's a kind of a revolving door a little bit more than it is at the tackle position. I think the main difference is just a legitimate like rules-based difference to a certain degree, is that like you can only have so many men on the line of scrimmage. As a result, you want 5 offensive linemen in front of the quarterback. And the fastest way to get to the quarterback, or excuse me, like Ace is saying here, defensive tackle is the fastest way to the path to the quarterback. They certainly have the shortest path. I don't know if they have the fastest path because you have to go through the sludge of 2 to 3 guys. And I think it's just going to continue that the most elite defensive tackles, that Aaron Donalds, are going to get schemed into one-on-ones. But for the most part, you want defensive tackles that can take up 2 and 3 blocks in the run game. And as a result, you get your edge guys that are going to get one-on-ones that are perhaps they'll get chipped. But for the most part, you get kind of a track to the quarterback with one man stopping you, and then the tackle has to be the one man to stop you. And I think that's why the edge tackle relationship is the way it is. I think it's just more of a rules-based thing than necessarily an analytics-based thing, even though all analytics are based on the rules, obviously. That's my general thought about the interior position. I still think it's probably secondary, but I do think, as Quinn said, particularly given we're going to have a lot more transfers in NCAA, we're going to see a lot more swing offensive linemen. And I think those swing offensive linemen in the draft are, in fact, valuable long-term.
So I know it's obviously we're talking about small sample size here, but you look at the teams that are in the last game of the season every year. You're seeing like the best defensive linemen, D tackles, on either one of those teams each and every year. You're not always seeing the best edge rushers, right? You're seeing like some. Usually they're good, like they're usually plus value guys. How do you explain that? Obviously, again, very small sample size there.
Here's what I'll say. I think that let's just narrow it down to the Chiefs and the Eagles. I think that both of those teams were helped a lot by scheme. So I wonder if the defense coordinator, Vic Fangio put a scheme in that was then immensely helpful over what they performed at last year. And then Steve Spagnuolo obviously is scheming his guys up to get great plays. We saw that at the end of the Bills game, the conference championship. So I think that's one note to have. I think the difference is like the amount of defensive tackles that can win a game all by themselves is few and far between. Like, I don't know if Chris Jones can win a game all by himself. I think the closest was probably the first Ravens game, like the first week of the year, in which he was getting pressure every time, but still Lamar was able to do things. Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett won games all by themselves last year. Like Myles Garrett basically won a Steelers game all by himself. And as soon as Michael Parsons was back in that Cowboys lineups, all of a sudden they were a good defense. And I think that's something that the defensive tackle position, unless you're like an Aaron Donald, doesn't really like. It's just difficult to get to that level because you legitimately have 3 guys to go through at any given point in time. It's like truly just a numbers game. Quinn, do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, the one thing I'll add to this is, like, as an analytics community, we've kind of devalued sacks as being important, which is kind of inferred or implied like the edge rusher to offensive tackle relationship. And we've more focused on pressures, which has probably highlighted the need for more internal protection off of that. So I think that's, as an analytics community, we've probably had a byproduct of this discussion by showing the less stickiness of sacks on a year-to-year basis.
So the Cowboys pick is in, and they've gone with Donovan Ezeraku out of Boston College. And I think this brings up something that this group in particular is uniquely inclined to talk about. And I want to take 2 approaches. The first is I want to take the analytical approach with you, Quinn, because Donovan Ezeraku was immensely productive last year. And then I have a kind of follow-up question about what you've learned working at the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl, Stopsky. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Quinn, before I ask a more specific question to Stopsky. Tell us about Ezeraku's production profile and how he projects to be at the next level.
Yeah, he's a guy that's really an up-end pass rusher. He's never really kind of in the dirt as a 3-point stance pass rusher. One thing that really translates from college to pro is an early down pass rusher, because a lot of guys that are brought in on 3rd and long situation, that's more of a manufactured kind of pressure situation, and guys that are able to get pressure without blitz or extra support. And I think that's where Ezeraku is kind of that guy. And we see that his pressure rate, even being at Boston College, is against quality offenses. He's able to kind of disrupt and slow down the flow of these quality offenses. So yeah, I think he's a great production profile. And he kind of has the mold of what you'd want for opposite of the edge. Maybe this is a contingency plan for Micah Parsons. That would be a very lofty goal for Dallas, but you can kind of see how they're building that together.
So just to put a cap on that, we're really strict about our badges on the draft guide, which you can find for free on SumerSports.com. Excellent information out there. We were really strict. We only took the top 25 because, the AP poll only takes 25. You just got to draw a line somewhere. But Donovan Ezeraku just missed out on both a pass rush badge and a run defense all-in-one badge. 29th in our pass rushing Sumer score and 34th in our run defense Sumer score. So immensely productive. Stopsky, I want to ask you a deeper question about the Cowboys, because what I've learned, particularly from talking to all these people in the industry, from talking to people with the Cowboys, is like the Cowboys scouting staff is kind of venerated. They've been there for years. They've been with Jerry. They've picked guys like CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Michael Parsons, like these excellent guys. And that they're really venerated as a team that's doing it right in the scouting world. When you were working at the Senior Bowl and in the Shrine Bowl, what did you learn about how the Cowboys approach their drafts, and why have they been able to draft so many good players?
I think it's just they work so well together, and they are, like you said, very well respected. And they've been around for a minute. And this kind of goes back to what Thomas talks about, like his biggest problem with young scouts is that they don't have like the archive of guys they've previously watched to pull from, right? So these guys at the Cowboys have watched 20 years of drafts. Like they know how good a player is by in comparison to historical references, just because of their time on being a part of the scouting staff. So I think that's really where it comes from. Like when you're an older scout, like when you have that just history to pull from, like when you're watching a player and be like, yeah, he would be like the 90th best player of the 1800 I've watched this position, versus a young scout is like, oh, this is like the 5th best player of like the 100 dudes I've watched this position. It's very different. So I think they have a really good idea of how they're getting stuff done. Also, like they're just, and this has nothing to do with how good they are. They're just like really nice dudes. Like the Cowboys are like, which grew up a New York Giant fan, working for the New York Giants. Like I was kind of hoping the Cowboys guys would be kind of schmucks, but they're all like really nice. They're like really, really good dudes. And I remember I asked one of them once, I was like, how is it working with Jerry Jones? Like, because, from the media perspective, the outside perspective, it very much seems like that Jerry Jones has his like finger on the scale of how these are getting done. And they said, kind of to the contrary, like, Jerry Jones listens to them immensely and like does not overrule them on certain things. Like, so if they feel strongly about a player, Jerry's going to go ahead and take their advice. So I think a lot of it comes down to also like, give some props to Jerry Jones for hiring people and then listening to those people.
Yeah.
Now the whole contract stuff afterwards, they could probably fix that part. But the scouting part of it, yeah, they're killing it. Ezraku's a really good player. They needed someone next to Micah Parsons. I think it was, not who they have left on that team. They had like Dante Fowler Jr. and Sam Williams. Like, that's not striking fear into me, but Ezraku's a really good complimentary piece. If this is their contingency plan for Micah Parsons, it's not a good one. Micah Parsons, Ezraku is like a good player. Micah Parsons is like the best player, like top 3 edge rushers in the league. The chances that Ezraku, even though I think he's good, is going to be a top 3 player position in the league is probably stretching it. So I hope, as a Giants fan, as someone who works for the Giants, I hope this is their contingency plan, but I don't think it. I think this doesn't say anything about the Parsons situation outside of like, we just need to add more players to the defense.
Yeah, I think that this Cowboys draft is an identity draft. When the Cowboys have been good, they are punishing running the ball. And they kind of, according to the consensus big board again, reached for Tyler Booker in the first round. But Lindsey Rhodes spoke of how the investigations that she did, the people that she asked, of what they thought about Tyler Booker. And they were like, this guy's Cowboys offensive lineman. Like, he's a grit grinder. He's going to be a guy who, as in his own words, makes people hate playing football. And then we've seen the defense have much success when they have excellent edge rushers. We saw during the DQ years, Dorrance Armstrong becomes a guy who can really rush the passer. They had Parsons and Lawrence for years and years and years. And now they're just continuing to hone in on what their identity is, which is excellent pass rushing and pounding the ball. Next off the board for the Colts was JT Tuimoloau. JT2. I'm looking at Dane Brugler's right now. Moloa. JT Tuimoloau. There we go. It took me 1 or 2 times.
I just call him JTT.
JTT. There we go. Yeah, Princely U is my go-to for Ole Miss. Man, I thought I was gonna hit it too. I thought I was gonna nail it. I've been practicing because I knew he was gonna go. And Lindsay always makes fun of me for this because I'm like always like on the pronunciations, and I screwed it up. But that's all right.
That's a tough back-to-back selection of Donovan, Isaiah Ruku, and JTT.
I will say that Dane Brugler with like an all-time answer to you when you're like, man, where do you get these names? Like, I asked them. I was like,
all right, dude, if you're making 450 calls, that's on you. But I'm very glad you do it, brother. Here's what's interesting to me, Quinn. Colts go with Leitu last year, and they go here with Tuimoloau. What does that signal anything? Like, are they just taking the best player available, which I'm fine with? They grabbed the tight end in the first round, which I think I'm a little stricter on the tight end position than most at this point. I'm hanging on to the data a little bit as the game changes, but I just think that's the reality of the situation. Anything to glean from this about how the Colts are moving forward with your boy JTT getting selected?
They're trying to get younger. Look at this interior defensive line. You've got Grover Stewart, 32, DeForest Buckner, 31, Kwity Paye, 26, Samsung Ebukam is 30, right? Like, these are guys, and in terms of an aging curve perspective, like, are starting to hit the decline in their careers. And that's no disrespect to Grover Stewart or DeForest Buckner. And they're still great, defensive lineman players. So I think this is more signal that they're trying to build depth and get younger on this defensive line more than anything.
So I've noticed a weird trend here. I'm watching the ESPN cast right now. And if I'm not mistaken, Lee Evans from the Bills is an LSU guy, right? Am I wrong on that? Oh, no, just radically off from Ohio. Anyway, Michael Brockers, who is definitely an LSU guy, is announcing this selection for the Rams. Has a really cool jacket on. I'm holding the Rams could do a lot here. The Rams have rebuilt an entire defense in a year. It seems like they want to rebuild the offense in a year, Terrence Ferguson. I'm just going to let you have the floor, Quinn, on Terrence Ferguson. He's a guy who stands out when you watch the TV copies. I can tell you that. What have you learned as the primo Oregon fan of the group?
He's just in a security blanket. He runs really good rate routes. I think he's polished his route running ability over his collegiate career. He's a big dude, 6'5", 247. And I think he's really improved on his blocking ability, both as an inline blocker and a slot blocker. This past year, I think he showed more of his ability to run after the catch, which I think is something that he's had to improve on in his entire career. But he's a hard dude to get down. There's been many times where I've watched him on film where he's taken 1 or 2 blows and still like is gaining 3-4 yards out of it. So I'm excited about him. He was used in a lot of different cases at the Oregon, out of Oregon. You can see kind of his route tree that Sam's kind of scrolling on there. There was a lot of different alignments from him, and I think that makes it pretty attractive for Sean McVay at the next level.
I love how the Rams are in like an airplane hangar. You know, if you're that make the draft fun, especially when you're a team like the Rams who like doesn't send anybody to anything. Like make your own draft a celebration of all the hard work that has been done. The Rams just do the draft right. I mean, we were talking about the Cowboys. The Rams just do the draft right.
Can we
about it?
Can we copy that for next year? So Thomas walks into the control room yesterday when he's taking a break. He goes, yo, where the fuck is snacks, guys? so he's like, no, next time we gotta get more food in here. Which I know we brought in pizza, and like the last like 20 minutes of that show, he was eyeing those pizzas up like they were a defense. He's like, I need this. So maybe we should take a page from the Rams book next year and just let's get Thomas and Bobby DePaul and John Isaac and like get some brews and some pizza, man. Just like hang out in the new Nova Center that's being built, and that's where we should do the draft next year and just chill. I'll throw some wireless mics on.
Have the position scout pull up a guy after he's get drafted to do a 1-minute breakdown in between picks. I think that would be awesome.
No, I want Thomas sipping his $50,000 wine, telling us why a dude sucks. That's what I need in my life. But there he is.
Yeah,
Break
fellas.
down, Sammy.
Arizona has picked Will Johnson. Will Johnson had a tough last year, hampered by injury. He kind of showed up in the data pretty starkly, but before that, this dude was considered a lock to be a top 5 pick. Frankly, he was considered to be a lock to be a top 10 pick until like yesterday. So, he drops to 46. There's clearly things in that medical that make him a risk. The Cardinals decide to go ahead and select him. And it seems like this could be a real victory for them if it worked out. But one of the best things that is stuck in my mind that Thomas said yesterday, Quinn, was number one, that the teams cross-reference when it comes to medicals. Like you're getting multiple opinions. And second, that he felt that in his career, there was never a guy who he wrote off that he really wrote off due to injury that he really regretted. Like he felt more like if he was jumping on a guy because of injury, the probability was higher that they were actually going to be, pretty injured and not be able to play. So this is a really interesting move from the Cardinals. I think it is good value as far as we can look at it in the data. The question is, I think the only question is he healthy? What are your thoughts on this, Quinn?
Austin Fort is on a bit of a heater here. He's been drafting really well for the last few years. If you look at Max Melton, he got in the 2nd round last year. He's been an everyday contributor for them. And Garrett Williams the year before. He's drafting kind of these like defensive backs that are gamers, if you will, that can contribute to them. And so if you throw Will Johnson in that mix with these guys still developing, I think that's a high ceiling selection for them. So I like the pick for that standpoint. And I think that given the Jonathan Gannon scheme coming from the Eagles, I think this bodes really well for them because they do like to rotate defensive backs in that system.
By the way, just real quick, the Texans have traded to the Raiders spot. So the Texans are now on the clock at 48. Raiders get 58 and 99.
Wait, so the Raiders traded back again?
Again. They're playing the availability game for Shedeur Sanders. That's what
No, well, no, it's just funny because they draft a running back at 6. And now, okay, to be completely fair, I was doing some research on this like way back when, and maybe this is a tad off, but my understanding was that like when Pete Carroll was the coach, of the Seahawks, they did a lot of trading back. And so, this isn't a shock to per se. And also, their general manager comes from that Tampa Bay tree. Tampa Bay and Chris Light have traded back before. So this isn't like per se a shock, but it is interesting that they're like recouping a lot of value after they went ahead. And you can't always have a uniform strategy. Even the most analytical of us don't. You got to trust your scouts. You got to trust your coaches. There's a lot of hens in the hen house. And, at the end of the day, the general manager is the man who will be evaluated based on the draft picks, but it is a team effort altogether. So the Texans coming back in, have the Texans gone with an offensive lineman yet? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I will check for you.
They traded out of the first round, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they've selected anyone there. But Sam, you brought up a really good point that like we as from the public, we look at the consensus big board and we're like, if we know that the consensus big board is more predictive, draft towards that. I think what the draft does a really good job of highlighting is how important that player is on that internal board and how they graded him. And I think sometimes positional need informs the priority of what they're grading in some sense.
Yeah. So Jaden Higgins is the only Texan selection thus far.
We do know who it is. I think we're a little bit ahead of the broadcast here.
Okay.
It's going to be Ursary.
That's
who it's going to be. So the offensive lineman is taken here by the Houston Texans.
So this asks a real question. And Quinn, piggybacking off your board comment, is it possible that they just thought Ursary was the best guy, and as a result, we're just waiting to select him?
I think that shows a little bit of their process. They might have had Ursary as maybe their offensive tackle 2 or 3 on the board if you take Will Campbell and some others out of it. That, hey, we can accumulate draft capital in our current spot and still get the guy we want and plan for the future. And I think you're kind of seeing that in real time here.
I got to say,
I'm sorry, Sam, go ahead.
Just real quick, Stopsky, if you want to watch a game, and like, if I'm sure the Minnesota versus Penn State game is one to watch. Like, Ursary did an excellent job in that game against Abdul Carter, who was looked at as a pretty good player. And he really used his size, which is massive, 6'6", like 330, 340, to dominate. All you, Stopsky.
So I was going to ask you guys, like, what do you guys feel about, or how do you feel about Ursary? Do you feel he's a tackle? Do you feel he's a guard? If you're the Texans, does it matter? Because they can kind of need help all across the line there. What do you guys feel about him?
So the Texans primarily run like an outside zone scheme. And so an athletic guy like him, I think, is probably a scheme fit in that sense. He ran a lot of man blocking in college, but I think he also performed well in zone blocking too. So you get a guy that can really hit both of that and is overall pretty athletic. I think, again, our swing offensive line comment, he probably fits a few different roles on that offensive line.
Yeah, I think you look at the size and the skill and the production. Like, again, as I said, he's not per se elite in pass blocking. He was not last year, but he is solidly in the top 25%. He was elite in run blocking, and he just missed out on the top 25, just missed out on getting one of those bulldozer badges. But I think you got to have him at tackle, especially if you are the Houston Texans and this is a value pick for you. You trade off of Laramie Tunsil. You had a very difficult year at offensive line next year. I think especially you draft him at tackle, you play him at tackle. If you have to move him inside, you have to move him inside. But I really like this selection. I'm on board with the idea that, it's tough to predict any item. They clearly have prioritized getting draft capital. They trade away Laramie Tunsil. Now they have extra draft capital there. Now they trade back out of the first round, and now they go ahead and get a tackle that very well they may have thought was the level of a Josh Connerly or a Josh Simmons at a later selection, the 48th selection. I like this. I feel good. I am moved by this pick. I think it's always difficult to say it's going to turn out correctly, but like the spirit is inside of me on this one. I like it. Brought a smile to my face.
No, I like it too, and I'm unsure if he is a tackle, but yeah, I think for the Texans it doesn't matter. Like I don't think it matters at all whether he's right tackle, left tackle, guard. They could really just use help everywhere. And I also don't think it's a bad thing if he starts at guard and moves a tackle. Like we've seen success in that as well over the course of this. So I think for the Texans, this is just like, hey, we like this lineman. I think he's really good, and we have 5 spots to fill. So why not? Let's just put him out there. And I think this is a good pick by them. This is good.
Yeah, and a thing that I want to note as well is that if I remember correctly, the Texans really struggled to get the run game off the ground. And frankly, Bobby Slovik's commitment to the run game is probably why they decided to move on from him. Arianta Ursary does have several years of excellent run blocking production. And I think that's probably why they went ahead and went with this pick. Before they announced the Bengals pick, just quick piece that I want to nail on with Quinn. Quinn, the Bengals typically pick big school guys, and they typically stick at the consensus. You think that's a good approach from them?
Yeah, they definitely. I think they could use a safety here. So if we think about the big school safeties here, Xavier Watts might be an interesting selection here for them. They've spent a lot on the offense, so they're going to need to continue to draft through the defense. So I think this will be a defensive selection.
So I said that, and they went with the big school guy, Demetrius Knight, linebacker, 79th on the big board. So not super tight to the big board, but they do go with a big school guy as they are ripe to do, a very athletic guy. Rebuilding the defense. Now they have Shamar Stewart and Demetrius Knight, 2 pretty good athletes.
Yep.
It seems like we know what they want to do. Al Golden has 2 pieces to play with now.
Demetrius Light, he came into college as a quarterback, transferred to or changed positions into linebacker and transferred back out. So I think if you are a person reading the offense, you probably have to know the position, especially at a collegiate level. I think this is a very interesting pick. And the Bengals have kind of tipped their hand a little bit with Armarius Mims last year and Shadir Stewart this year, that they like to get these raw athletic freaks that are still developing, that they can feel that they can bring them in house and teach them a little bit more of the system and et cetera. And so, yeah, I think that's an interesting fit for them.
What I'm noting here, and you can catch this on the draft guide, is he has a very low in-box rate for a linebacker. And that's pretty fascinating to me. I'm thinking about how Al Golden ran that defense. And I'm thinking about guys, and Marcus Freeman more generally, thinking of guys like Maris Liafu, who now plays for the Cowboys. And he was kind of all over the field at all times. I wonder if he doesn't slot into a role like that. Stopsky, what are your thoughts? He was a Shrine Bowl. Was he a Shrine Bowl guy, or was he a Senior Bowl guy? I remember there were 2 linebackers. There was a linebacker at each from South Carolina.
That's a good question. I have since forgotten. I was currently updating the best available list as we were talking about this. And as we were looking, I was like, oh, wow, we are in the point where now it's all defense. Like that is outside of Shadur Sanders from Colorado. The best players available are all defense right now. So does that say anything to you guys just in terms of like how the draft has gone so far? Like all the offensive players that we thought would be, like all the offensive guys that we liked are gone, essentially, at least in the terms of consensus big board outside of quarterback. And now it's all defense. Does that say anything to you guys, or this is how this draft is falling?
I think Sam kind of highlighted it well earlier that like the offensive side has a clear positional tier to it. And you're going to see a little bit more trade up to get the offensive guy, which we just saw with Irsay. Defensive guys are a little bit more stacked, especially in the interior, that you can kind of draft the next available person off of that and still build depth and get younger at that position.
I like that.
Yeah, I agree. Once you start getting in the 50s, I thought that you could get in this zone where we don't have any of them up here, but like there's a zone where the Trey Harrises of the world, Higgins is already off the board. Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, who was a big combine riser. There's like this zone of where wide receivers are valuable. But yeah, I mean, like we're looking at a bunch of good guys. Nick Scourton is a guy that I really loved all year and was a guy that people thought would be extremely highly rated coming into the year. Savon Ravel is another guy who I like. And Trey Amos. It just feels like it's a different. I don't know what the best way to say it is, but like these guys feel like good value at 50 is what I'll say. And obviously, as you mentioned, very well, Stopsky, like the good value can only go so far, especially once you start getting in the second or third rounds, because there's a clear question mark at that point, which the clear question mark is like, with Shador, I guess is what happened in those interviews, man, or is there other things that we don't know about that the media was just way off on? But I feels like some of these defense players are actually have a great resume here, and because of the way there were so many edge rushers that have gone off the board, it's just kind of a line or stack up of some of these players. The cornerbacks are the ones that I'm most interested in.
Well, with corner, it's so hard, right? Because it's just it's so dependent on the scheme that these teams run. So there's probably players that are seen as early second round dudes that other teams have as fourth rounders because of the different height, weight, speed, and scheme that these guys play. I will say though, just looking at Mike Green here, Charlie Campbell, who does mock drafts for Walter Football, I was talking to him earlier in the week, and I saw he had Mike Green in the third round. And I was like, if Mike Green falls out of the first, how surprised you? He goes, not at all. So we are now at pick 50. He's still available as of this moment for the Seahawks. So this has been interesting watching Green and Sanders fall this much. It definitely highlights some things that I think we kind of saw later in the mock draft process, where Sanders went from 2 to 21 to 26 to out pretty late. There were some mock drafts, some credible mock drafts by Wednesday and Thursday that had Sanders out of the first, and there was a bunch that had Mike Green out of the first as well.
I will note that with regards to the quarterbacks, this is a really unique scenario in which there's 8 to 9 teams that have ongoing evaluations of their quarterbacks because they're on their rookie contracts. And I think that's because, the last 2 drafts were really quarterback heavy. We're talking about Anthony Richardson. We're talking about Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Jaden Daniels. I think this is kind of like a perfect storm of, Denver, who is, I thought they were going to be on the clock, but now it appears that Carolina's on the clock. Denver, is evaluating Bo Nix. Minnesota evaluating JJ McCarthy. And I think it's a perfect storm of teams. Basically, the only team that doesn't have a certified starting quarterback at this point is still the Browns and still the Steelers. And it seems like they'll wait it out and they'll see what they can get long term. So kind of a perfect storm here with Shador Sanders. Obviously shocking that some of the people down the board went so high. But as you mentioned, it clearly signals that other things are at play than what we know.
So one quick story on the Seahawks here. When I was working for the Shrine game, Steve Hutchinson was helping them out with stuff, former all-pro guard. And he was interviewing, I think it was a Cordell Volson or one of the we had that year. And I had to pull a player away from Steve Hutchinson. And let me tell you, I've never been so close to pissing my pants in public. Then pulling someone away from Steve Hutchinson, the look of fear, the death look I got. I'm like, oh man, how did anyone play D tackle against this guy? This dude is frightening.
And they went ahead and selected Elijah Arroyo. What is that, the 4th or 5th tight end off the board, Quinn? Clearly there's a different value for tight end in this draft.
Yeah, I think I kind of predicted as we were going into this round, the strengths of the draft would start to show themselves a little bit more. We saw a run on running backs. We're now starting to see a run on tight ends. We're seeing a run on defensive tackles. I think teams are falling in love with the top player in that portion of it that they want to go ahead and get before that run kind of dries up itself.
So the Panthers, I believe, traded up. Stavsky, you can check me on that one. And then like clockwork, we love our guy Eric Eager sitting there with Dan Morgan and Brant Tillis making these selections. I say, Nick Scourton is a great prospect, and I think people are probably higher than him on consensus. He was 80 plus percentile pass rusher. He just missed out on a badge, 26 in run defense, and then guess who takes him? The Carolina Panthers. Love this pick from the Panthers. I think they're putting together a really great draft, and here comes the defensive rebuild. I think it's very possible that muddled edge group in the first round, any given team may have probably included Scourton. Quinn, you're the transfer portal expert. This was a transfer portal guy. What are your thoughts on Scourton?
Yeah, he transferred to Texas A&M, but I don't think he was a great fit on their defensive line. They asked him to do a lot of things that he wasn't used to. And so if you're a scout, you're probably digging back into his Purdue tape because his Purdue tape was awesome. And I think if you're digging into him a little bit, you find value looking at him, knowing that he went to the A&M scheme and just didn't fit well. So I think this shows the Panthers did their homework a bit on him. And, given his size and his frame, I think he's an interesting pick for them.
Quinn and Stopsky, I want to ask you something. Let's start with Quinn. It's so funny because there were 3 defensive lines in this draft that had a lot of guys. And it's funny because when you look at Ole Miss and when you look at Michigan, people are like, oh, yeah, they were super productive because they were on that line. Josiah Stewart comes to mind. Mason Graham comes to mind. Kenneth Grant even. But in Texas A&M was like, oh, no, they weren't productive because there were so many good guys on that line and they were so conservative. Quinn, what are your thoughts on that evaluation of A&M as compared to Ole Miss and Michigan?
That's a good question. I think the one pass I might give with A&M is maybe the first year of Elko in some sense, to install, and they had a lot of turnover in their program with that famous recruiting class that kind of transferred out a bit. So I think A&M might be the outlier there with so many revolving doors. But yeah, I think Ole Miss is probably the one I'll probably point to the most, that they had so many stacked guys that I think it's hard for them to differentiate talent.
So Stopsky, do you put any credence in the fact that a guy could be productive just because he's getting the easy assignments, or is production?
Yeah, no. So you do have to bake in a little bit, right? Like if like he's playing, if he's like just toasting some like no name tackle because the other, like everyone else is focused on somebody else, like it has to go into it. But I think when you look at a person's entire career, it kind of comes out in the wash, right? Like there are some metrics that like you just kind of have to win in to show that you're going to be productive in the NFL. So I think it's like, because I actually asked Eric about this once. I was like, no, like, what are you looking at? Like, when you get this player's profile, like are you looking at like, his best year, his worst year? Like, are you? It's like, no, it's like it's his full career in college. And when you're looking at someone's entire career in college, I think that kind of takes a lot of that out of it. It's like, all right, you're going to see how a guy does over his 3 to 4 years of like substantial playing time. And so like if I see a dude for 4 years and he didn't do anything, I don't think it's the environment he was in. Like he just is not that good. Like these guys are going from being rotational. Like again, let's say like, it's whatever it is that you're playing for Michigan, and you play for 4 years in Michigan, and you end up with like 6.2 grades or 6.3 grades throughout your time at Michigan. Why would I think that you would all of a sudden step on the Bengals field and become like an 8-0 player, right? It's like, yeah, you're not going to have any less talent around you playing the NFL. It's like, why do I think you would pop off there if you couldn't pop off, surrounded by college players who a bunch of them will probably be, undrafted dudes or just guys that don't impact the NFL. So I think that's, again, kind of double edged there. But yeah, if a guy goes his entire career without doing anything, that would, to me, says he's probably not worth it.
It's a great point.
We saw from Scouting, though, he did. That's a good player.
Yeah.
It's a great point. And speaking of guys who didn't do anything for 4 years, let's talk about guys who did do things over the course of their year. And that's Jonathan Casillas. He really was an excellent prospect, but injuries just held him back. As a result, he went undrafted. But then he became a guy who has multiple rings on his fingers, started in the face of guys that had a lot more experience than him, played with some of the best coaches of all times. He gave us some of those insights. Me and Stopsky drove over there to Jersey with our boy Dom, and our boy Dom set it up real nice. We got it edited all up, and we're coming out with our first item from the Measure Up series, Jonathan Casillas, from undrafted to unforgettable. You can catch that on Monday, April 28th, 2025. We will be dropping it, and it is going to be great. The trailers, man. The trailers bring a tear to the eye and an extra beat to the heart. So, there's a bunch of guys here. I want to throw it to Sumer Brain, too, because the Buccaneers are on the clock. What does the Buccaneers EPA allowed per rush last year? Tell us about who they should draft on day 2. A significant vulnerability, says Sumer Brain. Thank you, Sumer Brain. This was something that I highlighted all year of a question mark about them. The defense performed a little better last year, but a significant vulnerability. It seems like there's a little bit of an edge run here. They say, perhaps interior defensive linemen, you can never have too many of them. They have Vita Vea, Elijah Cansey. I'm looking at a guy like Darius Alexander. Perhaps they build a real great rotation of penetrating interior defensive linemen. Are there any other defensive items that could shore up that defensive line and defense altogether that Sumer Brain highlighted as having some significant vulnerabilities in the run game?
Dude, Sumer Brain is insane. That's like, I remember when that came out, presented to us, at least to me. I know you guys have seen it way longer than I have. To see what that's become from just February to now is like super impressive. Like that, it's honestly, I use it a lot during the evaluation process this year. So like, I think I know we're about to enter into beta phase, right? So that's going to be, you can enter in the beta phase pretty soon. So if you honestly go there, sign up for it, get ready for the beta phase and ready to try it. We're releasing some pretty cool stuff. And then we also got the draft guide for free, which you should absolutely go ahead and do. And Sammy, we got a giveaway. You want to talk about the giveaway? So you can
yeah, let's talk about this giveaway. So win 2 free tickets. If you're a Bucks fan, guess what? You get to go to Raymond James Stadium with a buddy, a pal, a girlfriend, a significant other, your sister, your brother, perhaps your dad or mom. But sign up, giveaway, win 2 free tickets. Here's what you need to do. Retweet our official draft show post on X, then like it, then reply to it and tell us who you think is going to be an impact player in round 2 or 3. And then you can go ahead and perhaps watch Benjamin Morrison, who may be in the pewter and crimson for the Buccaneers. Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame. Here's another guy who is a, injury question mark faller in this draft. If he wasn't injured, he probably would have been one of the higher selections in this draft, at least as the consensus is concerned. Quinn, this was a guy who was a major part of this defense, part of one of the better defensive backfields in the NCAA, struggled with injury. Tell us what you know about Benjamin Morrison.
Notre Dame, number 1 EPA per play pass defense allowed this past season. They have a lot of guys in that secondary who can perform, but he was kind of the key corner in this defense. Xavier Watts, obviously at the top end, but he's a guy that excels mainly in press coverage, which I think is an interesting thing that the Buccaneers can throw out there, put him in the slot, put him out on the side there. I think with Jamel Dean getting a little bit older, this might be more of an insurance pick that hopefully Bench Morrison can kind of come back from his injury and slot back in there in the future.
I think it's a good point. And we asked Sumer Brain about their run defense, which is right around average vulnerability there. And they're also pretty vulnerable in the passing game as well. It seems as if they're just stacking guys. They want to be good in the passing game and they want to be good against the passing game. Stavsky, what are your thoughts about this Bucs pick?
I think that's a great pick. I really do. I think Morrison, who probably would have gone much higher if he wasn't injured. Getting a guy like that, getting guys who have who fell for injury like in the second round, especially like in the 53rd pick, I think is a great value because if they hit, that's immense value for someone you're paying like $2 million a year to. So I'm all about it. This is where you take those swings on the injury red flags is in the day 2, day 3. So I actually that's kind of a question back to you guys because I know we were talking about injury concerns earlier. When you are in a position of value, which is day 2, day 3, I know Thomas was talking about how he never worry about crossing a dude off for injury. But when you're this late into it now and you're like, well, I have a dude that might be like an impact player, but he was injured, or I can get this dude that I know will just never be an impact player, but he won't get injured. What would you guys rather take at this point? Would you like that swing at a guy that, either he's going to be an impact player or injuries might kill his career, or a dude that his ceiling is just well underneath that?
Sammy, you can take this one.
I think it's tough to say. As a guy who has had a awful injury and had scholarships pulled due to the awful injury, obviously I can be sympathetic to it, but I think you just have to stick with your doctors. And ideally you build up a subset of your doctors and you try to get as many measurements as possible and you try to get an idea of how that will project out to probably frankly, just like snaps played or availability when those guys are on rosters. And so I think that's probably the way that you approach it. But I think you got to trust your team. We talked about trusting your scouts or trusting your analysts and making the draft a team effort. I think it's the same way with the medical staff. So I could definitely understand the push and pull at certain degrees, but if you have your doctors telling you that, this is a significant liability and you're really worried about him never playing again, then obviously I think you got to cross him off. I don't know if that was really the case with Benjamin Morrison. I think that's why he's still a second-round pick. The Packers have an interesting selection here. They go Anthony Belton, offensive tackle. I thought they were just going to go offensive line in the first round. They end up going with Matthew Golden. Anthony Belton out of NC State. Quinn, how do you think this bolsters the Packers' attack?
Anthony Belton's an interesting guy because I think going into the 2024 season, the consensus big board had him as like a top 10 pick, and he just needed to gain the production going into this past season, and I don't think he was able to live up to it. He kind of struggles in some sense against speed rushers, but I think he's somewhere that the Green Bay offensive line trying to get younger is he could be an interesting fit in that offense.
In our AI grades, he performed pretty well, which is good. Like you said, though, it's always interesting with these guys, like from NC State, from like these mid-tier ACC schools or mid-tier Big 12 schools, for example, because it's like the competition is not the Big 10 or the SEC, but at the same time, like you are facing great competition, but it's not a G5 school, but they're performing really well. I've always wondered about how teams approach that. Sopsky, do you have any level adjustments that you do when you're evaluating these players, or you just take them at face value?
No, well, I think that I take the data at face value. When I'm adjusting to a degree, yes. Like when I forgot who we were talking about the other day. It was like we were like, oh yeah, but he's killed in the Big 12. Mike, the Big 12 without Texas and Oklahoma is essentially like a G5 in my mind, right? When you're talking about evaluation,
that is wild.
Well, think about okay. When you think about evaluation, right? Not in terms of like competitiveness in college, which is two very different things, right? Because when I'm looking at a school, I'm looking at number of players they send from college to pro, which is not the same as how good a college team is in terms of like strength, like when you're playing against them, right? There are plenty of great college teams that are great competition at the college level that do not send a ton of guys to the pros. And while that's in college season and Quinn's breaking down college matchups, like, yeah, like that team, it could be any team from Big 12. I'd be like, oh, like they're really good. But when I'm watching players and I'm like, oh, he's playing against these guys in the Big 12, and I'm looking around like there's no one here that's above a top 200 pick that he's playing in the secondary. Like that's very different than looking at a guy who's playing against Alabama, who I know every single one of these guys is going day 1 and 2. Like it's just that's happening. So it's not so much that I discount it so much, but like you do keep in the back of your mind a little bit. But yeah, but I do think with this, which is why when I watch games, I watch games against teams that send the most players to the league, not so much the highest ranked opponent during their times in college. Because I'd be watching a lot of UCF games, which is just not how it is, right? Like I'd rather watch a guy play against Florida or South Carolina over like, the top Big 12 team.
Stopsky, a lot of shots taken. Take a shot at UCF, who I played against all 4 years. Then you take a shot at the state of Texas. I think the people of Florida and Texas, notoriously, very normal and not people that'll do a bunch of random scary stuff. Taking shots at people I don't like to take shots at, Stopsky. But
just
who
watch
the Chargers.
Watch the Big 12 put 4 guys or 4 teams into the playoff this upcoming season. Show Stopsky who the real conference is. That's
fine, bro. Ain't them getting drafted in the top 200, Quinn? That's really what I care about. Like, this is great. Like, again, no crack at Cincinnati, right? Because I have friends that work for Cincinnati, and like Cincinnati's a great team. Like back when it was Desmond Ridder, like they were a team when Desmond Ridder's team was like a like high level Cincinnati team. Like no one was watching them. Like as a quality like NFL team.
What are you talking about, dude? They sent
What do you mean?
Alec Pierce. They sent Ivan Pace. They sent Sauce Gardner, Kobe Bryant,
All
and
right, so
Jerome Ford, all from the same team.
the Sauce Gardner one is a little different. That's true.
What are you
That's
talking?
true.
I just named 6
Cincinnati
NFL starters.
Cincinnati has a
That's
guy,
not a lot,
their
though.
defensive tackle for next year,
Like-
and his
like-
nickname is
like-
the Godfather. You will be
like
watching tape of the Godfather
six-
come next 2026.
6 NFL players is like Utah on a regular year, and like Utah's good. Like, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't compare against Alabama and Florida.
This is
Like, it's just not the same. It's just not the same when you're comparing to guys that have like 60 or 70 active players in the league versus someone that has like 10. It's just not the same.
No, you're right, but the statement was that I used to watch. I didn't used to watch the Luke Fickell teams when Desmond Ridder was there because they weren't sending guys to the league, and they sent like half of their starters to the league.
I'm saying
and like half of those guys have started games in the league.
I meant more in terms like if you had to like if your options were like they played Cincinnati or they played LSU or they played Florida, like you're gonna watch those other games over like watching the Cincinnati games.
It's an excellent point. And you know what else is an excellent point? That
Yeah.
Trey Harris, wide receiver, is now a Charger. All the people that were calling for the Chargers to select a wide receiver finally get one. Trey Harris, Louisiana boy, Como High School, shout out 337 baby. Was a high school quarterback throwing to Malik Neighbors. I believe Como High School ran the veer, which, you know, a lot of people in Louisiana run. Not super proud of that, but an absolutely elite.
Wait, why are you taking shots at the veer, man?
Not my fave. Not my fave. But here's why I'm taking shots at the veer, because I had to play Travis Etienne my whole life, and they ran the veer, and he got 52 carries a game and would put up 436 yards. That's not really fun to play against. But here's what I will say. In terms of our AI Sumer score, like Trey Harris was the maximum. And we talked about this Ole Miss defense and people looking at the Ole Miss defense and being like, okay, well, yeah, you had to block Princely I can't remember the other edge's name. But anyway, and then Pegues and Nolan, and of course somebody's going to get the victor there. That was even more the case on the offense. It's really a shame this team didn't make the playoff, man. But Trey Harris, an excellent year last year. Quinn, what are your thoughts on his projection, especially given he's now had multiple years where he was an immensely productive player, even going all the way back to 2021 when he was at Louisiana Tech?
Yeah, I think like now you have Lad McConkey over the middle, and then you can throw Trey Harris on the outside, and he's now your deep threat. I think that's an interesting 1-2 punch for the Chargers this next season. And granted, hopefully they draft a tight end here, and you've got a revamped offense here for the overall offense. But I am curious with the Greg Roman offense in some regards. They like to establish the run if Trey Harris will get the proper snaps to develop in the future. So it is an interesting selection. I think it's something that Chargers fans have wanted for a while, is to draft a wide receiver early, and we're getting in back-to-back years.
Lindsey Rhodes' best friend is currently on TV.
Yeah, I was about to say Seth Rollins is announcing this Chicago Bears pick. Do the Bears just like triple down on offense here, guys? Are we getting like, a left tackle or I guess that we haven't really gotten a running back yet, I suppose. So this may be a time to go with a running back. I feel like now we're in the zone, Quinn. What do you feel? Now feels like the zone where, especially if you love a running back, it's in all right selection value-wise. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think when we talked about clusters earlier, we're out of the first cluster and we're kind of entering in this edge sphere where you have some cluster of guys that I think are more fourth round picks. So second round seems like a stretch for some of these. Caleb Johnson might be an interesting selection here. Dylan Sampson, I think, are other guys. I might be too early to get Cam Scatabo. I know our AI metrics really love him, and we can see him bounce off players. He's kind of fits more into that David Montgomery mold, which if Ben Johnson's just throwing it back, he's trying to find players that he's used to from the Lions.
So I want to add something real quick. This is going to be an old man gripe. So, Quinn, how old are you again?
Allowed to say that on live air?
How old are you, Quinn?
I had to count that for a second. Turning 33 soon.
Okay, so you're an old man like me. So like that's what I want to say. The worst thing that happened to the draft is Twitter. Just putting that out there right now. I got Ari Merirov announcing the 58th overall pick when we're on 56. Like, brother,
Wait, what?
Relax.
We're 3 picks ahead.
Apparently, which is not surprising, right? Like we
Yeah,
see it
that's
before
fair.
at the NFL API. Like you could, if you have access to it, like you're definitely ahead. It's like, all right, but let's relax with your 500,000 followers on Twitter, please.
It gets insane towards day 3. They're like the API is like 15 picks ahead of what the TV program is, because the TV program I think starts to focus on the first round picks a little bit more.
Yeah.
So Seth Rollins has just announced that the Bears have taken Ozzie Trapillo out of BC. I think this is from a guy who loves tackles and basically built his name as an offensive coordinator off of 2 of the best tackles in the league, going with this level, or at least this size of offensive tackle, he's a huge guy, does make a lot of sense. Ozzie Trapillo, what are your thoughts, Quinn?
Yeah, I think competition, is the interesting one here. It's 6'8". He is a massive dude. So it's very clear to me the Bears are going to try to rebuild this offense as much as possible, and we'll figure out defense next year. If you can outscore people, you don't really need to worry about defending.
Makes sense to me. The Lions have traded up to 57 to make a selection.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder who this could be. Clearly, it's someone that they feel
I'm sure
someone
Ari
else is
knows.
going to pick. Okay, so we have pick is in for the Broncos. We're starting. Oh no. Okay, yeah, Denver trades. Okay, I'm back on. They messed the.
You're back in. You're in. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait, this definitely said Denver traded to the Lions. Why is it saying the pick is in for the Lions? Just a few core analytics about Ozzie Trapillo. We thought he was an excellent pass blocker according to our SumerSports, and then he just missed out on a run blocking grade as well. I'm really interested to see what the Lions do here. I'm really worried about the Lions' offensive line long term. Like, they're starting to get a little bit up there in age. I think they'll still probably perform to the expectation this year. And then obviously they have Penei Sewell.
Well, there's also a massive Kevin Zeitler hole currently at guard.
I think they're okay with trotting Mahogany out there. I think they think he performed up to snuff in the times that he stepped in for Zeitler. But at the same time, question marks there.
I think they go secondary. That would be my guess.
It's a good call. They've invested a lot in that secondary.
I think they absolutely go line here. Gonna make that prediction.
This kind of sucks knowing that 58's already in, man. Was it Vegas that took 58?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know.
But yeah, I would say I'm gonna say offensive line here. Go ahead. I'm gonna say this makes sense. I understand that they're comfortable trotting out Mahogany, but like that can't be like the only option.
That's a good point. You can never have too many offensive linemen.
Yeah, that is true. Although they are taking forever to announce this pick. Like, that'd be really cool if they just announce the pick, please.
With bated breath, we await the 57th pick in the draft.
They're probably already on 64.
Did they?
Tate Ratledge.
They traded into this?
So they traded up for Tate Ratledge out of Georgia. This guy is a lion. I mean,
yeah,
they like selecting these really high character guys. They went with Tyleik Williams in the first round, who was a run stuffer. Now we're going with the guard, 6'6.5", 308. I mean, when we're coming to nasty, versatile offensive linemen, this is the profile, huh, Quinn?
Yeah, our AI metrics, the sustain block badge has him top 25 here, which I think is very interesting for like the interior offensive line. You want those guys to kind of let the plays develop, and so I really like the pick from that standpoint. He's just awesome in pass blocking, and so never bad to get a guy that exemplifies in that. And he's done it for multiple seasons too. It's not just 2024. 2023 was a great year as well.
Yeah, this is a guy who Lindsay Rose really highlighted that her research popped up as a guy who could be a real impact player. I got to say, if this pick turns out for them, this addresses my concerns of that Zeitler-sized hole as Stavsky highlighted and the aging offensive line. So 58 Raiders.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess receiver here.
Well, you're gonna guess receiver here. Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
Quinn, you give us a name before they select it. Who do you think they select? Do you know too, or am I the only one holding dear to our not spoiling the names?
I do not know the name. I'm gonna
look.
look at who I think they. I would guess corner or wide receiver.
Yeah, let's stick to wide receiver because Stopsky's ruined it for the people.
I've listen. It was ruined for me first.
Jalen Noel would be interesting.
That was the name that I thought.
Yeah. Trey Harris is off the board. Kyle Williams is there. Senior Bowl standout Jack Beck is also available. Jalen Royals, who I know is a Sumer favorite, is there.
These are all names. These are good.
And they are not the selection.
No. You name one of them. One of the 10 guys you mentioned.
Wait, so they just cut and like they showed the card, which I don't think I've ever seen them do.
Did they really?
Whoa, there you go. Jack Bash out of another Louisiana boy. So 2 straight Louisiana wide receivers off the board. Guy who's gone through a lot of tragedy and overcame in recent moons. And now he's a Raider. Give us a little profile of him, Stopsky. I know you watched him at the Senior Bowl. What are your thoughts on him?
I give me 1 second. I just saw something pop up. Quinn, you want to do something first? Because I need to prepare the next pick again because he's being spoiled for me. Quinn, you want to do a thing on Jet Beck first?
Yeah, looking at our draft guide, he's a guy that doesn't drop the ball. He's elite in terms of his hands and catching the ball, which is, Geno Smith growing to him. He shouldn't have a problem with that. He's elite in terms of the amount of routes that he's pressed. I think is a need for Las Vegas, getting a guy that can get open to get some of those yardage underneath. So I think it's a nice scheme fit for Las Vegas. They now have their running back and their wide receiver. And they've got their new quarterback. It'd be interesting to see if they start to build inside out as the rounds progress with the Raiders.
Yeah, I like Jack Beck. The thing for me is I think historically, like there wasn't anything he was like horrible at, but also like wasn't anything where it's like, wow, he is like clearly the best I've seen do this. Which I think is probably like my main concern of him is like, all right, where is he going to win consistently at the next level? That he is just like so much better than everybody else. But like he's a good player. I think he's a solid like number 2 receiver.
This is now the third former LSU wide receiver to come out of that class. So excellent recruiting there from the Louisiana guys. Goes to TCU, becomes immensely effective.
Also, I will say this is something that I just I've learned from just doing this for long enough. Never overvalue all-star games. Like just never.
No, definitely.
Yeah, like there are only a few things. If you see something in an all-star game, right, and then you can't go back on film and see them reproduce it like in an actual game environment, then it's not something I really care about discussing, right? Like I remember, I think like I got like my first real exposure, like scouting exposure to like AJ Brown at the Senior Bowl, or was it maybe Debo Samuel, one of the two, and they like burned it on a route. And I back and like had a chance to watch their film, and like they were doing that all the time. I was like, that's fine. But there are guys that, like, there are some quarterbacks. You're like, oh man, look at this dude's touch on these one-on-one balls, and then you go back and watch their film, and they're like, yeah, never mind. let's cross them out. But
so we have
for this is good.
So we have the Ravens here at 59.
Yeah.
Do they just draft the next best available? Because they're always.
I will not be involved in this conversation. I saw who it was. So you guys talk.
Is it?
Can you pull the next?
You got to stop doing this, dude.
I have to look at Twitter, make sure nothing's like breaking in terms of trades or anything, and then you have guys like Jordan Schultz who want to be freaking 3 minutes early.
Oh yeah, well, just don't tell us. Just let us talk about it.
I don't want to pick a fight with Jordan Schultz. I don't want to get yelled at a Starbucks. So
the Ravens. No comment on that one. The Ravens are interesting because, like, it felt like the defense could have cratered last year, Quinn. And we were really teetering on them having a year maybe like the Bengals ended up having. And they addressed some of that need in the first round with Malachi Starks. And it feels like they could continue to do so. What are your thoughts on are there any hidden needs from the Ravens that we don't know about?
I mean, I'm looking at their depth chart within our Sumer platform. Like Kyle Van Noy, 34. If they need someone off the edge, I think that might be a good fit for more of a rotational guy to go with him. You have David Ajabu. You know, obviously he's had the injury concerns going into the NFL that he's overcoming. So that would be the immediate need I'm looking at to get younger at that edge position. Given that Kyle Van Noy has kind of been your rental for a little bit. So on the offensive side for the Ravens, pulling up our depth chart as well. I mean, they've done a really good job, the Ravens, getting more of these swing offensive lines. Roger Rosengarten was a tackle at Washington, and then he played some snaps this year at guard and right tackle. Obviously, they took a chance on Tyler Linderbaum, even though the positional value at the time probably didn't favor interior offensive line, and that's panned out really well for them. Voorhees, had the combine injury. I think that might be a positional depth for them. So I could see down the road them addressing more guys in the interior. But yeah, I think interior or edge rusher would be probably where I would go.
Yeah. Good deal. So before Stavsky ruins a pick for us, we do have
I'm not saying anything.
we have Baltimore, Denver, and then before this pick gets announced, let's talk 61. Let's talk about the Commanders. Josh Passman, who I've seen his profile come up before. He has some excellent movie videos. Asks, please give some projections for the Commanders pick coming up here. I think it has to be a cornerback, and I think there's good cornerbacks on the board. Quinn, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, one of my favorite corners in this draft is Trey Amos. He really stands out in pretty much all of our AI metrics that we have out there. He can play in zone, he can play in press, he can play in man. I think given their swing for Marcus Lattimore this past offseason, trying to get younger through the draft, I think Trey Amos would be an awesome selection there.
Yeah, I also think with Jeremy Chin outgoing, Kevin Winston Jr. could be an interesting move. Injured this year, very, very effective last year. He didn't have a super high target rate from some research that I was doing today, which is of note. But I also think that could be a good move. I've seen a lot of people saying he's a wild man. He likes to hit. And Dan Quinn loves those aggressive defensive players. But I think this has to go secondary. Are there any other hidden needs that the Commanders might have?
Yeah, I think they could go wide receiver. Did they already draft someone wide receiver? Looking at the board, I think that might be an underrated need for them. I think the wide receiver like Jalen Noel might be an interesting fit there. I think a lot of mocks had Luther Burden to the Commanders. That Noel is kind of a similar slot receiver. I think could be a good fit for the Commanders. So Noel or Amos, I think would be my selections for them.
No, I agree with Quinn here, but I think corner is probably where I'd go here just because of how cornerback rich the best available is right now. And yeah, eventually there's going to be a run on corners, and you don't want to be left out. Now, you probably can still get the receiver you want or a comparable one the next time you pick. I would take the corner here. So I'm very much on the same side. Whichever of these guys they like, I'm fine with. But yeah, like right now, we're looking at the best available. We see there's 3 corners on this list. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before that run starts.
I love how Stopsky said the Ravens pick like 2 picks ago, and then they took like 2 commercial breaks before they announced the Ravens pick. So we're the good thing is
it gave me time to pull up his profile on the draft guide, which you can go to SumerSports.com and get for free right now. You can look at the draft guide. It is free on your phone, on the website. You can follow along with it as I ruined picks for all of you. So go ahead and do that. But yeah, is there a musical act happening right now? What is going on?
Now we have a graphic on Lambeau. Quinn, have you ever been to Green Bay, Wisconsin?
I have not. I have never stepped foot in the state of Wisconsin, so I think that would be a first pass. No. Actually, that's not true.
Stavsky,
I've been to Madison, Wisconsin. That is a great town.
Man, he had to give him a compliment. I was about to say, Stavsky, can you get the roll on the bottom saying Quinn McLean, Wisconsin hater?
Dude,
I also have never stepped foot in Wisconsin. So
I feel like we should all go to Wisconsin. Sumer, Wisconsin. I'm all about. Let's go ahead and get some cheese curd and some good beer. Let that be the offsite. Eventually, they are going to announce this pick after whatever they're talking about right now, which I'm sure is very important. Jeez. Anyone take a guess real quick before we go?
Is it Milroe? Oh, Mike Green.
It is Mike Green. Yeah, it's Mike Green. All right, so Mike Green is finally gone. Someone that at one point was mocked as like a top 10 pick now goes pick 59. Sam, you saw him up close and personal in the Shrine game, and then Senior Bowl. What did you think of this kid?
So I do want to note one thing. The Ravens have now gone with 2 falling players. They went with Malachi Starks, who, falling player that we believe is due to some questions in coverage. And now Mike Green, who seems to have questions about, level adjustments, which I'll let Quinn get to, and questions that I, frankly, just don't know, can't comment about, that I've just heard rumors about. So good process, I guess, depending on whatever those character concerns are from the Ravens, just in terms of the data. And I'll turn it over to Quinn because Quinn, I know you're a college football guru, a guy coming out of the Sun Belt now. I just realized I messed that up on my mock draft, man. Rarely do I miss Sun Belt, CUSA, American Conference mix-ups, but gotta go back and fix that. But how did he back the Sun Belt, Mike Green?
Yeah, I think there's the concern because he played at Marshall, but if you go individual game by game, like he against Virginia Tech, he had 8 pressures. That's a quality P5 opponent. Against Ohio State, he had 1 pressure, 2 tackles. Ohio State's offense is obviously very good, so I think there's bits and pieces of some games he can go to where show some that. I think the thing with Mike Green and why he's probably a better Ravens fit here, obviously Ravens love the consensus draft, is he's more of a situational guy, and he's young. He's 21, so one of the younger edge rushers in this draft. He's probably going to start as more of this third round speed rusher and then has to transition and get more power. I think that's the knock against him, in addition to the quality opponent. Obviously, he showed that power in that one clip in the Senior Bowl against Josh Connerly, but that's got to be on a consistent basis.
So we're sitting here at 60 with the Broncos. Last note on Mike Green, just from the Senior Bowl, it seemed as if he struggled a little bit when the first move wouldn't work. I think you get a chance to develop that at the Ravens. As noted, there's a major loser's curse in this draft setup, and the idea that Mike Green could go and just play a role that they need him to play is very helpful to his long-term career. The Denver Broncos have selected a running back, and they select R.J. Harvey, which I like this pick. Quinn, any thoughts on R.J. Harvey?
Yeah, he's like a pinball. I've seen mostly clips against him. He just bounces off guys. He's a guy that I also highlighted in my article about scheme fit guys that he ran a really well-balanced scheme in sorry, I take that back. He ran mostly inside zone at the collegiate level. I was pulling up my notes here. So I think this is more of a scheme fit to the Broncos with Bo Nix, that they run primarily inside zone with an RPO with Bo Nix, that I think that kind of makes sense for them.
Yeah, I like him too. I think he's a good player. He's shown he worked very well on our elusive metrics, very well with yards with contact. So he's someone one of the few running backs left on the board where I felt very comfortable with taking. So good pick for the Broncos here again, RJ Harvey.
I've watched him closely many times. Immensely productive. I'm sifting through to see. In 22, I know he was kind of in the mix against Tulane. He hasn't played Tulane since then. But just keeping notes on American Conference football all the time. He's been their engine for years at this point. So now here we go, Quinn. The Washington Commanders nailed it on the head. Trey Amos out of
there
Ole
it is. Look at you, Quinn.
Just looking at the positional fits, our depth chart within our B2B platform shows really well what the depth chart is, and you can start to plan off that. I think that would be an immensely valuable tool for teams watching this broadcast right now. But Trey Amos is one of my favorite corners in this draft. I've watched film of him. His long arms almost felt like a Pete Carroll selection, the ability of him to just like push wide receivers to the boundary. And that shows up in the analytics too. He can play press zone, man coverage. I think he's a great pick for them.
I like how you said it's a Pete Carroll selection because Dan Quinn was the defensive coordinator for Pete Carroll, now the head coach. Again, I think this makes a lot of sense for them. I really like what the Commanders are doing here, man. You know, they are attacking positions of need, which, you know, you don't always want to do, but they're attacking positions of need with players that are right on the nose in terms of their quote value in the draft. And so now, you know, you have a long-term solution, hopefully at tackle or at swing offensive line in your boy Connerly out of Oregon, Quinn. And now you have a cornerback to be another outside cornerback, perhaps let Mikey Sanders still move back in to the nickelback position that he so well plays. And he did a pretty good job on the outside as well. And then maybe we see a little progression after recovery from injury from Marshawn Lattimore, and you're stitching that defense together. I know Commanders fans will be happy that they won't have to use some of their more down depth chart guys. And, you know, this could potentially be an unforgettable pick for Commanders fans. You have a quarterback. You've now added a tackle. You're building up that defense. And speaking of unforgettable, Jonathan Casillas, an excellent guy, a guy that I've come to love to talk to. And I talked to him in documentary style in New Jersey, where he now lives after an excellent career with the New Orleans Saints, the New England Patriots, and the New York Giants. And he talks through his journey as a player. And Quinn, I'm going to give you the spotlight here because you've worked so diligently on some products that we are developing for players. For a guy to go from undrafted to taking someone's job, which we highlighted in the trailer, to becoming a contributor on multiple Super Bowl teams is so difficult. But at the same time, you can really help with data. So tell us about some of the stuff you've been working on with our player products, Quinn.
Yeah, the player products we're hoping to launch into the future, into the high school level. You'll be able to use our application, get verified, be able to create this profile and resume for yourself at the high school level to hopefully improve your chances of getting recruited in the future. So I think it's an awesome platform, and I really look forward to the delivery of it in the future.
Exciting stuff. Top 5 players available as the Bears select. Could the Bears go offense yet again? Perhaps. Was this a trade up, Stopsky?
I will check for you.
This is their second
selection, I think the
right?
Bills had this one. I think they might have traded back with the Bills.
Yeah.
So while Stopsky's doing that, speaking of unforgettable moments, you know, I went to SumerBrain and I thought,
this is from the trade where the Bills got 41.
Understood. Great. Some unforgettable moments of the 2025 draft thus far, according to SumerBrain, was Cameron Ward to the Titans at number 1. Travis Hunter's historic selection by the Jacksonville Jaguars. That really caught my eye. And then Ashton Genty, early selection, a running back going number 6. These are all, you know, very interesting selections that SumerBrain has highlighted. You can check out SumerBrain's beta, which is now available on SumerSports.com. So now we sit here with another Bears selection. I feel like at some point they're going to add some edge help to go alongside Montez Sweat. Their defense did perform, you know, they've been good in past years. They've been the strength of the team, but I think you just got to keep investing, and they've really put a lot of eggs in one basket in this draft in the offense. Don't you think, Quinn?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to pay that offense eventually with all the players and skill makers they have on that you start to draft through the defense and get, you know, what I've kind of beaten down a bit here is get younger on the defense. I would be interested if they go safety here. Kevin Byard is 32. I think that would be an interesting. Jonathan Owens is the rotational safety there. I think that adding a safety here, getting younger there would be interesting.
This is a part of the draft where it's interesting because there was a second tier of safeties, Stavsky, and I know that you like breaking down all these players. Kevin Winston Jr. is a dude who just popped off the charts when you go look at 2023 as they trot out. Are there any other safeties that you think are interesting, that especially for teams like KC, who lost Justin Reed, Philly, who lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
Well, like Xavier Watson, Makuba, like are probably the two next guys that I would say are like the dudes. But I know you love Kevin Winston. Like you brought him up in the fantasy mock that we did with a fantasy style mock we did with Lindsey Rhodes, and that was like talking about dudes that are like top 50 players. So I know you love Winston. Watts right now is on the list of the top 5 best available left, at least according to the consensus big board. But I am just still kind of stunned here that we are about to enter the 3rd round and Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Like at this point, I had to go back and look at Arif Hassan's big board. Malik Willis was 28th on the big board for Arif Hassan in 2022. Shedeur Sanders here was 22. So we're not that far off here. When was Malik drafted? It was
I thought he was
right?
drafted early second.
86. Malik Willis was drafted in 86. Yeah. So is this the
wait? You said 86th?
Yeah, Malik Willis went 86.
I was way off. Oh, I'm thinking of Will Levis. My bad.
Oh, no. Will Levis is different. But like this has to be like the most severe drop for quarterback, right? Like since Malik Willis.
So you've called out Malik Willis a couple times in regard, but I know your comp for Shedeur, like typically it was Mac Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember all of the specifics, guys, about that Malik Willis draft. That was Kenny Pickett ended up being the first quarterback off the board, correct?
Yeah. That was also the draft.
That was Brock Purdy draft.
That was Brock Purdy draft. That was a really weird draft. There was really no consensus at quarterback outside of Pickett. And it was very much like styles make fights at that point, like of who you liked. But yeah, like no, there was a time Malik Willis was being talked as like number 2 overall pick to Detroit during that cycle, and then he goes in the 3rd round, and like here, right? And Shedeur Sanders was predicted to be number 1 overall pick for the Giants back when the Giants had the pick, and now we are a pick away from being in the 3rd round, and he's still there. Which at this point, like that raises like there is nothing on the evaluation film or analytics wise that says this should be happening. Yeah. Which makes you wonder what is going on.
It's an excellent point there. I think there's a couple elements. One, as I said, is that so few teams like quote need quarterbacks. And I think this is going to be kind of a once in a lifetime thing in which there's a lot of things going on. Like there's just very few teams. And so it feels like the Steelers and the Browns could be playing a game of chicken here, like in Footloose. But at the same time, we're getting into the zone, as you mentioned, Stavsky, where like if I could get a backup quarterback at this point, like the Eagles are selecting here, for example, and the Eagles have been known to take quarterbacks behind their current starting quarterbacks. And the Eagles have been known to draft according to the consensus big board. We're dealing with a 30. If you're thinking about mock drafts, he was mocked either depending on, I don't know what the final like count was. I should go check Grinding the Mocks, who was on the Draft FM podcast. And I thank Benjamin Robinson very much for coming on. Go check him out at Grinding Mocks. We're dealing with like something like a 60 plus EDP drop and a 40 plus big board drop. And this is where the questions start coming up, because all things aside, and I know I've talked a lot about Shedeur Sanders on the podcast. I've said the narrative has gone too far. I know it's gone too far now that Stavsky is saying it's going too far. And Stavsky didn't even have a high evaluation of him. It comes to the point where there were 110 people, I believe, were in Arif Hassan's big board, and 110 people said within a certain band that he was the 21st best player and the certified quarterback 2 in this draft. That's radically different than what we've seen. Apparently, the teams think he's quarterback 4 in this draft. Quinn, is there anything that you can parse out in the data that could explain this? Or do you think it's just different strokes for different folks and a limited subset of teams in the market?
I think that, and I think the transfer portal has like kind of this log jam of quarterbacks over the years. Especially starting last year, we saw high caliber quarterbacks being drafted in the first round. And then we have this kind of like people with the NIL era, some guys going back to school, where more or less what you're going to start to see is this older quarterbacks going in that may be less talented or maybe not fit the overall profile that people are looking for. That's maybe the only explanation I can think of. And this time part of the draft, I think you're looking for more developmental opportunities and to build depth of players. I was just trying to go through in the third round, since we're coming up there, like what teams could be of interest for Shedeur. You've got Cleveland at 67, the Raiders at 68, the Jets maybe at 73. They have, Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields.
But my question to you, Quinn, and I guess this maybe remember to both of you guys. As you were saying, like, no, this is where you're kind of looking at more developmental. At this point, Jalen Milroe's on the board, right? And honestly, analytically, Shedeur Sanders was way better than Jalen Milroe in terms of as a passer, right? Like analytically, night and day. But if you ask anybody, right, just ceiling wise, right, Milroe's athletic ability, his ceiling puts him just so much higher than Shedeur Sanders. Are we getting to a point now in this draft where if, like at this point, you're taking just a massive swing on a quarterback, right? Quarterbacks that pan out in round 3 are, small to none, right? Would you take the swing on an athletic freak like Milroe over someone that, even though was analytically a much better passer than Sanders?
I would, because Milroe provides some level of like playbook expansion. You can run a lot, like you can run a spread option with Milroe in some sense. You can't really run a spread option or adopt some of these like innovative college plays with Shedeur Sanders. I think that's where yeah, you can run the beer.
That you could. That you could.
But Milroe also has the like expansiveness because he has like the deep pass ability too. So you have the explosive speed and deep pass ability. I think,
dude,
from
who
a
was picking for
playbook
the
standpoint,
Eagles?
Makes it interesting.
Bo Allen.
Dude, what a mustache, bro.
Hey, so we're starting to lock in and on the positional value, I guess, because we said, safe. I mentioned some of the top safeties. You mentioned Makuba. Makuba comes off the board. I do want to mention the pick right before that, which I believe was the Chiefs, ends up being Omar Norman Lott. We talked about the interior defensive line heavily. I'm going to go pull up our teammate Asa's point about where'd it go? Or maybe you made it, Stopsky. I can't exactly remember.
What?
About interior pressure. They now add another defensive tackle alongside Chris Long. Very interesting point about Omar Norman Lott. They lost to Sean Wharton, who was pretty undersized. Omar Norman Lott's main, dig is that he's undersized. We're talking 6'1", 291, but the nerds love him because he's an excellent pass rusher. Our friend Brett Coleman liked him. And then you look at the pass rush metrics that we put out. He has one of those badges, 96 percentile, top 15 last year. And then, he was a top 80th percentile the year before that. And now we have Makuba going to the Eagles, another big school guy. This feels like an Eagles pick. Any thoughts on Makuba, gentlemen?
I love Makuba. I think like he is such an athletic freak in the sense that he could play a lot of press zone, and I think he's a great fit into that Fangio defense. I think he's just a guy that you can plug and play into any different spot. And this Eagles secondary continues to get really young. And I think you're seeing the next wave of them, which is kind of cool.
I'm very excited for this Giants pick. So I haven't had a chance to look at the Giants all day. So I'm kind of looking at this. I know who I want it to be, but I don't want to say it out loud in case it's not him. And then I have to go hang out with him for 18 weeks or 22.
Hey, why not just quadruple down on quarterback, Stopsy?
Well, one's got to be good.
It would
Honestly,
be elite behavior.
Listen, someone's going to be good, right? That's the idea. All right, but we are now obviously in round 3. The first pick of round 3 being the New York Giants. So we are there. Sure, Sanders is in round 3.
Blink twice if you want this to be Harold Fannin. I can't see because you have
There's
top
a
5
lot.
players available.
Listen, I would love Harold Fannin, it being Harold Fannin, but there's also other players that I like as much or even more based on the positions that the Giants need. But the Giants did a great job of addressing, with their defensive line at edge with Carter yesterday. But there's still a massive gap next to Dexter Lawrence for base defense purposes. Like I think kicking in Thibodeau to rush on the inside on pass situations and moving Carter and have essentially like a great package of Carter, Thibodeau, Lawrence,
the NASCAR
Burns.
Package stops you.
You can't call it NASCAR when one of the dudes is 340 pounds. All right,
Darius Alexander would be an excellent pick to the Giants.
That is what I'm looking at. So that's what I'm hoping. But again, if it's Fannin, that'd be great too. They need help at tight end. But it could also be offensive lineman. Like the offensive line for the Giants is still, it's not as bad as it used to be, but like still needs some significant help. Corner could be another one, right? Like Deontay Banks got benched halfway through the year. It would be good to see a corner there. They did get Javon Holland. So safety, probably not as strong of a need. Their linebackers are pretty good.
Yeah, the front's good. Like that was really my one qualm with the Carter pick is like, if you have Thibodeau, and like you don't draft for need, but if you have Thibodeau and you know that perhaps, I mean, like the Ravens just got Mike Green 59th.
But the thing about Green, right? Is like, we've read enough about the character issues.
Yeah.
I am a believer if you're gonna take it with character issues, you have to have a pretty established locker room. When you have been losing a lot, your locker room is usually in more turmoil than it isn't. So you not the best place to put someone like Mike Green. Like bring him to Baltimore is great. Like again,
you nailed it, Stopsky.
Who was
Darius
it?
Alexander.
100th percentile pass rusher.
Yeah, we also
please.
have Pavel in the chat talking about Elijah Chapman in the NASCAR package. Pavel, tell us what you think about Darius Alexander in the NASCAR package. Run us through why you wanted it to be Darius Alexander.
Because they need pass rush help, in the middle outside of Dexter Lawrence, right? And while I do think the NASCAR package of putting Carter, Thibodeau, and Burns out there with Lawrence, is going to be very good, and it's going to help. That can't be every passing down. Like you need another defensive tackle who can win on pass rushing reps on first and second down, and Darius Alexander is going to be that. And right now, there are so many good defensive linemen in this group that it's kind of hard to decide who you're going to double team. For the longest time, it was everyone on Dexter. With Burns coming, it shifted a little bit. If you're telling me Darius Alexander is going to work one-on-one for a majority of his rookie contract, like that is phenomenal. And I'm very, very happy with this pick. And I think now the defense is getting to a point where you can have the argument that they are maybe inching into like top 10 conversation, which I think when your offense is still a little questionable at what you're doing at quarterback and your offensive line is still like good, but like okay, but not great. Bringing in a defense that's going to keep games close puts you in a contention to maybe sneak into the wild card. So this is a good move for me.
I think it's really interesting, Stopsky, because I mean, it's sometimes difficult to get teams away from identities, right? Like you have the Raiders, and they have that brand, and the G-Men's brand over the years has been just killer defensive lines. When they've won Super Bowls, they've had excellent pass rushers. And it seems like Joe Shane is just committing to that identity through this draft. You had Abdul Carter, you have Kevon Thibodeau, you have Dex, you have Brian Burns, you now have Abdul, and you now have Darius Alexander as well. All excellent picks. The Chiefs now doubling down on the defensive line. Omar Norman Lott they take, and now they go, I'm going to butcher this and say it like I'm a Cajun and say Ashton Giat, but I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation. Quinn, I can look it up, but I'll let Quinn discuss the Louisville prospect a little bit.
He's almost like a George Karlaftis like clone, if you will. So it's interesting that they have like another guy that's very similar to him on the, maybe the opposite side. But in terms of our advanced metrics, he's like above average in terms of finishing ability. He's really good in terms of run stopping. And so that'll get him onto the field early. 2024 was kind of a down year in terms of production with him. 2023 was a better year for him. So I think it's an interesting pick. And it just shows the Chiefs are just investing heavily in the trenches, knowing that they have the Mahomes contract and other people they need to pay.
So I totally missed the boat on that name.
Let's hear it.
It is Gelati.
All right.
Like
Is he
gelato,
Italian?
but gelato. That looks French to me.
Everything was French to me. You're
like
Cajun.
French.
His hair would say he's French too. He's got the ponytail going.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Okay, so
I'm still on cloud 9 right now. I'm the happiest I've ever been. This is great.
I'm glad, Stousy. So we sit at 67. The Browns have Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco on their roster. Just a heads up, and they've taken a linebacker and a running back in the second round. Are they gonna? They at this point, like they could draft any quarterback, it'd be fine. Don't
say that. They're gonna walk away with like Dylan Gabriel.
That would be something. Okay, that would be something.
Although, to be fair, I do love Dylan Gabriel. Like, I think he is an underrated quarterback in this class.
I have bad dreams about him. I mean, like, the guy scared the crap out of me out for years.
He's just so. So of course, I can't be too positive for too long. Also, because I grew up in New York, I have a lot of friends who are Giants fans. All very happy right now about what's going on.
It's a good draft.
It is, right? What's concerning me is that like I have felt this way about every Joe Shane draft, and it has not always turned out that, which just kind of talks about like, the luck that is involved in drafting, right? Like Evan Neal not panning out to not even like a playable tackle was not on anyone's bingo card when he was drafted, right?
Well,
like,
even what Sam and I were talking about in the opening is like you take the trade up for Jackson Dart, right?
Yeah.
The key ingredient in that is the comp pick they got for letting Xavier McKinney go, and like they hit early stock, but they hit on Tyler Nubin. He played well his rookie year. To somewhat kind of fit into that mold, and you get the comp pick for Xavier McKinney to go up against Jackson Dart. Like there is some sort of luck in that, but there's like using the capital to your advantage too.
So
yeah. I'm very happy about the Dart pick.
Yeah, I gotta say, like when you take the names off of it, and again, not to scare you again, but the last time y'all picked a quarterback in that range in the first round, it was our friend Daniel D. Jones.
Well, you mean in terms of where he wasn't in consensus, right? Not in terms of where he was in the draft.
No. The consensus big board, he was like 52, I think.
Yeah. So
yep.
But so here's what I think about that, right? I don't think my expectation for Jackson Dart is that much more than what it was for Daniel Jones. Just where they picked him and what they gave up for him is just so much less than what they did with Daniel Jones. And like, I understand that the chances that your quarterback that you take ends up being Mahomes is so little, so small that you have to build a good team around them. And I like what they're doing right now is that they didn't overinvest in a quarterback that they were unsure about. They grabbed him in the 20s, how only had to give up future third really for it. So if Dart does play and plays like level Daniel Jones, I think the roster that's being built around him is going to be significantly better than the roster that was built around Daniel Jones because they put pick 6 on him and not pick 26.
Yep. So the Browns pick is in. They go Harold Fannin Jr.
That's a great pick.
The through way of these selections, other than I guess to a certain degree Mason Graham, even though Mason Graham obviously was an analytical darling, a lot of people thought he was a blue chip player, is that they're selecting these like question mark analytical guys. So like Schlesinger, for example, linebacker position, probably not a premium position. Quinshon Junkins, running back position, but obviously performed really well at Ole Miss and at Ohio State. And now we go Harold Fannin. I also will just love to watch what he does in Kevin Stefanski's offense, because I think he's going to be lined up all over the place, and I think he'll be used as kind of an HF, F tight end, F fullback, and tight end Y in line. So very interesting selection from the Browns. They continue to add talent to their team. We sit here at 68 with the Raiders, and we're back up to the top of the third round.
Real quick, Sammy. What do you think about this, this recent move back to 12 personnel that we're seeing, where a lot of these teams are carrying not just two tight ends, but two quality tight ends on a lot of these rosters? How do you feel about this?
So I think, number one, I love 12 personnel. I think that if you can run 12 personnel well, it is basically impossible to stop, particularly given the innovations from the offensive side of the ball, where you can run guys in the sniffer position. You can run guys in the backfield. I think that, we've seen innovations from Kyle Shanahan and how he does this. We've seen innovations in how the Bills do this simply with just another lineman. And the Ravens also do this to an extremely high level with Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. I think if you can do it well, it makes everyone's life easier. The problem is it's really hard to find good tight ends. And as you mentioned carrying two good tight ends. I'd say that the Bengals and the Commanders have an interesting approach to this, in which they just have a lot of tight ends and they're just going to trot them out at all times. So Bates played a ton of snaps for the Commanders last year, even though he wasn't really receiving snaps. Drew Sample played a ton of snaps for the Bengals last year, even though he wasn't receiving snaps. So with that in mind, I still stick to my guns, and I'll let Quinn expand on this a little bit, of you can get good tight ends in the second and third round. And as Thomas always says, it's immensely difficult for tight ends to learn how to block at the next level. And so I still stick to my guns that it's still a little bit of a dice roll. But I love that we're seeing a lot more tight ends come off the board. And I love that we're going to see a lot more tight ends play. Quinn, what are your thoughts on the analytics behind this movement?
Specifically, Harold Fannin, I think it's interesting because he is so young, and it takes tight ends a long time to develop in the league. So I think Harold Fannin is a good one, given that he's still developing, and I think would be a good fit within that offense. The 12 personnel, I think, is hides from a defensive standpoint what your tell is on a given play, and so I think doing that well, I think is hard. The blocking portion, I think, gets understated in that entire thing, and that's usually what. Jahmyr Gibbs couldn't get on the field his rookie year because he couldn't block. And when he was on the field, it was an obvious running or situation where he was used. So, I think it is really hard it's a big risk to take on the tight ends. But luckily in this class, you could probably draft two and hit on one of them.
Right. And kind of going back to Sammy's point about, with the 12 personnel, the ability to use a sniffer. You got Fannin, right, who is probably not going to be between him and Njoku is probably not going to be the one with his hand in the dirt. He'll probably be moved around a bit more. His under expected, blocking value is probably not that big of a deal when he's playing VH or playing the sniffer, or he's playing in the slot. It really doesn't matter. But you have to respect that and put out a more base personnel versus a 12 package like that. And if that's the case, give me Harold Fannin against any team's third linebacker, right now.
It's like a big slot receiver in terms of morphing the 11 personnel.
Which was a big thing for Lindsey Rhodes this year, just how she felt a lot of big slots, even from the receiving core. It was a lot of big slots this year.
So the Patriots pick has come in, and it's Kyle Williams, who was an immense combine riser, but I think it was because of less of, that he had a great showing or great interviews, and more because people really learned about his game more. Bootleg Podcast, who I love and have been great friends to me. EJ loved Kyle Williams and predicted that he would be selected in day two, if not potentially day one, which some people did have. Quinn, you're up there in Pac-12 territory. Tell me about why Kyle Williams will be the next great pass catcher for Drake May.
He's just a great route runner, and the ability to kind of break off of presses, I think, is like one thing that he stands out. I think the Patriots love route running ability with getting Stephon Diggs, and Javon Baker was kind of another standout last year through the draft cycle. And Jalen Polk. So obviously the West scout loves to get some of these guys and whoever the elite route runners are. So I think this is a great pick for Kyle Williams. They're bound to hit on one of these wide receivers that they have in their camp. So might as well keep drafting him.
Yeah. I want to bring up something. Great breakdown. Thank you for that, Quinn. About SumerSports.com, which you can find our draft guide, which as far as I'm concerned is elite. And elite people went into making elite graphics and an elite product, elite data that leads to an elite product that I have used the entirety of this draft season. And you can just wing it up at any time and sound really, really smart in a way that you could not do last year or even before we put this out. But I want to make another note about the zone on SumerSports.com because, as you can check, we just tweeted, there was a very interesting pick swap several picks ago with the Panthers going on a 4-for-4 trade. And if you wanted that telegraphed, Eric Eager, formerly of Sumer Sports, wrote an article, which you can find on the zone, about how pick swaps are the way to go in the draft. So really interesting that, someone at Sumer Sports, a great researcher, one of the legends of the football analytics space, was writing great stuff and then goes and applies it at the NFL level. And you can find more great research on the zone as well. I know, Quinn, you just put out an excellent piece about the transfer portal. There's research and insights that you cannot find anywhere else at SumerSports.com. And moreover, you can find Sumer Brain as well. So there's tools that you can't find anywhere else in the consumer market as well. A really interesting pick from the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are going to pick their guys. Isaac Tesla, I think is his name. Not a correct pronunciation there.
Kind of early, right? I felt like he was going to go later in day 3.
Seems very early. What's the point?
Yeah, that is definitely earlier than I thought he would be going. But 87th percentile receiving Sumer score last year, not a bad player by any means, definitely not early in terms of where we expected to go, but not early in terms of the value of the player. He's a solid receiver, but just again, it's shocking that it was. I thought that'd be a 1 in front of his draft position.
I thought he would have been the second Arkansas wide receiver taken in this draft because Andrew Armstrong, I think, is more of an analytical darling with how his production on the field. So yeah, it is an interesting pick overall.
Yeah, just looking at snaps and games played, 12 games played this year and virtually half the snaps that he played in 23. Interesting selection. The Lions are going to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
They
interesting, but not bad or wrong, really. But if this was selling stocks, they sold low or something. This is outside of where he probably should have been taken, but again, not a bad player.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
And I think this is interesting, especially as we start moving in round 3. I think round 3 you're still in the true value zone, but I talked about this a little bit with Tage Seth and Eric Eager last year at the draft about how the draft becomes a lot more of a team affair as you move into the 80s, the 90s, the 100s, and clearly the 200s of you want to lean heavily on your scouts because their job is to hit in rounds 5, 6, and 7. Their job is to find the gems, the diamonds in the rough. And over the years, the Lions have been able to uncover some of those diamonds in the rough. And moreover, they have a very defined process that is clear, and they always go after these kind of character guys that have a gritty element to them, so forth and so on. And so, they go ahead and make that selection. Is it probably a little high as compared to EDP? Yes. But could it turn out for them? Maybe so.
The other thing, looking at the draft capital for the Lions, they don't have a 4th round selection. They don't have a 5th round selection. So if what we talked about with Trevion Henderson earlier, if you like a guy on the top of your big board and he's the guy left, you might as well just go and select them or trade back.
Yep. I totally agree, and I think well, what would be interesting, and I'd love to do deeper research, and maybe either one of you can give me an idea of how teams value this, but like, at what point do you start like playing games with the trade backs? You know, like I've heard the Howie Roseman comment of, you know, at one point he just wanted to take a singular pick, a singular round pick, and be like, okay, this is now a next year's 6th round pick, and just know that he's not going to trade that pick. And then draft day, trade it for a 5th round pick. And then 6 years later, it's a 1st round pick. I don't know how many people think like that, but do you think there is kind of more assumption of value as we start getting into this, or do you think we're still just locked in?
Actually, hey, I'm sorry. One second. I'm going to cut you off here. I take back everything I just said about that pick. This was bad because it wasn't. I didn't realize that they traded up for this pick. They traded to 70, and they gave up. They gave up the 182nd pick and a 2026 6th round pick. Oh, so no, I'm sorry. Take that back. They gave up this. They gave up 100. They gave up 102, and 2 3rd round picks next year to get Isaac Tisala that we thought would be gone like later. So essentially, a pick swap and 2/3, and in return they get back the Tisala with a pick swap and 2 6. Which that changes my evaluation a bit on that. Quinn, what did I don't mean to dump an analyst question on you right here without you getting a chance to prepare for that. But like, what's like your gut say about that trade?
It's a lot of capital to move up. The only thing that justifies it, his athleticism score, according to NGS, is like the number 1 of overall receivers. So they must have loved something in terms of like pure explosiveness that they can work around. That being said, the production score is not there. That just becomes a riskier take. Yeah, I think that's a lot to give up for
anyone in a 3rd
project. Yeah, if you will.
They gave up 3 3rd round picks. It's a lot. So that's a Sonny Weaver Jr. trade if I've ever seen one before. That's just either Tisala or nothing, I guess.
So the Saints have selected. They add another Texas player. They add to that defensive line, which I think they so desperately need with some aging players on the defensive line. Vernon Broughton out of Texas. Quinn, I know that you've watched a lot of Texas. You've mentioned that you loved guys like Makuba. We've seen Alfred Collins go off the board. We missed that pick in the swing of it well before. What are your thoughts on Vernon Broughton?
Yeah, I think the thing you have to keep in mind with Texas defensive linemen is that secondary was so good last year that these defensive lines naturally just got coverage sacks with the quarterbacks trying to find it. So I think the production standpoint, you kind of have to throw out the window in some sense. The younger guys on that Texas roster are probably the more talented speed rushers. Simmons is one that comes to mind. But yeah, I think the tape, there's probably something there with him that I think someone found some traits there that they could work with. It's probably the rationale for the selection.
Yeah, makes sense.
The Bills take Landon Jackson here, a guy that we saw in Mobile. Sammy, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I've talked about a lot, particularly in the face of the Shedeur Sanders stuff, the differences between like the way that basketball teams approach the draft, where the value is a lot more concentrated in the top of the draft in basketball than it is in football. And one of those things is in basketball, teams will go ahead and look at folks, and how they performed in high school and like what their projection was coming out of high school. And Landon Jackson was a productive guy, don't get me wrong, but like his projection out of high school was that he was like a certified 5-star, one of the best edge rushers in the nation. And he ended up performing pretty well. I think he's like more of an inside guy, frankly, like from what I saw at the Senior Bowl. I've watched him a lot at Arkansas. And I think they've always tried to fit him into that edge rushing position. And he just like doesn't have kind of the wiggle to do so. And I think like to a certain degree that also kind of shows up in the data as well. I know he was in like kind of a weird Arkansas defense as well. Yeah, I mean, like, just the analytics were not great outside of run defense. I think he's an inside guy. That's kind of how I view it. We now move to the Jets. They grab a cornerback. I think Darren Muji is just ticking boxes at this point. They go Azariah Thomas. He's just grabbing guys that are at good spots in positions of need. DJ Reed outgoing, and we're currently comping him to Jalen Ramsey at pick 73 on the on the ESPN cast. I don't know about that, but
dude, that's the worst.
Yeah, Quinn, what are you? Yeah, literal. I thought it was just saying that he was a Florida State cornerback. No, NFL comparison : Jalen Ramsey.
Okay.
Pick 73. But hey, if it turns out like that, good on Muji. What are your thoughts more generally, Quinn?
There's some value in drafting some of these like Florida State guys, given how bad their 2024 season is. That their production is probably off. That the 2023 season, if you go back to it, they all balled out in some sense. And I think Azariah Thomas is that guy. He's kind of your prototypical build in terms of a corner. And yeah, he's a fun guy to watch on tape. I really like him a lot. And I think this is a great pick, especially going opposite of Sauce Gardner. Like I think Moji is trying to build what Denver had in terms of that defense.
I want to ask you another question, Quinn, because you mentioned the question marks about the Texas production, and we've talked about this a lot in Texas, Ole Miss, Michigan, so forth and so on. Looking back at 23, having two guys who went from the best linemen in college to like quite literally top 5 players at their position in Braden Fisk and Jared Verse. Do you think that could skew the view of a cornerback at all, or do you think the coverage is just too hard to do so?
Yeah, I think Joshua Farmer is another guy from Florida State that also had a down year, right? So you took out Fisk and Verse, and they both kind of struggled in that. So their defense in some ways is kind of a weak link system, as like you take a few good guys out of that, everyone kind of struggles. So it's really hard to like ding them from that perspective. I think most of the Florida State guys had down production this year.
Yeah. I'm a little shocked as Stavsky has the top 5 players available that Savon Ravel is still on the board. You want to talk about a character guy that has overcome a lot and seemed to be a pretty good performer. And a lot of people had him mocked in the first round. In a couple of my mocks, I had him mocked in the first round. I thought he would have been a good fit for a lot of systems. Must be questions about that injury, I suppose. I believe it was like, a torn up knee. Big questions about that, I suppose. Anyone else you see other than obviously Sanders and Ravel that you're still shocked is available, Quinn and Stopsky?
Well, I guess Watts being available at this point still kind of is shocking. I thought he would have gone in the second round. But what I'm thinking about is Sanders and Ravel, notably 2 guys who went to Shrine who did not participate in Shrine.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure if Ravel was an injury thing. I don't think he was injured when he was time for the All-Star game. Missing your chance to compete, I think, is a really bad decision when you are not clearly the number 1 player on the board at your position.
See, I know Quinn's going to disagree with you, I think. Are you going to disagree, Quinn?
I just yeah, go ahead, Quinn. You can tell me I'm wrong first.
Well, if you're mocked in the top half of the first round, and that's what you're consistently
but a mock in
at.
January is worth nothing.
I mean, you bring up a great point because Mike Green also like pieced out after he blew our boy up, so.
I just think
Ravel is constantly mocked in the first round. I think he dropped from maybe like preseason 2024, he was probably a top 10 pick, and then the injury happened. And he was still mocked like 15, right?
So,
and then as you go post combine and stuff, he starts to drop into the end layers, and so then you're like, then you need to go back and perform while you're pro day to solidify it.
So I remember because we had to do the show for SiriusXM NFL Radio, which our last show. Actually, we're doing a show tomorrow. Sam, Lindsay, and Thomas Dimitrov will be doing a show on Channel 88 live at 9 a.m. We did a show right after the Senior Bowl, week before the Super Bowl, and I was looking at the movement of players right afterwards, and Kenneth Grant also didn't participate, right? At Shrine. It was he was the third player.
Kenneth
All the
Grant did
players,
not, right?
all the players that skipped out, that accepted invites, went, but did not do anything, all dropped, like significantly. And it begs the question of, if you're not going to participate, maybe just don't go at all. Is maybe the way about doing it.
Yeah.
Because it raises questions of like, what are you doing? Like it just did not make sense to me. And like I said, like mocks in January don't mean anything to me. And guys like, Javon Rebel, like, this cornerback class was very deep, like very, very deep in like that second to third tier of corners. And when you're stack busting, you're looking for like, details to stack bust when you have that many guys in the same tier. And if it's like, these guys, participated and won, or just like they grind or whatever it is, like, why are you just automatically giving yourself a negative when you're not at the top? The same way I felt about Sanders. It's like, at that point, there was still a question of Cam versus Shadur when he was going to Shrine. And I thought him not playing was a really big missed opportunity. I think about what could have happened, right? Because we walked away from that week, Sam, with like, is Kyle McCord the best quarterback we watched play? Because like, there was the Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe practice was like they weren't even throwing balls that were landing like in bounds. Like there were some really bad throws. Honestly, I think that won Tyler Shuck some money because like he looked competent compared to some of the guys that just they never thrown a football before. Shadur Sanders, again, known for accuracy, would have probably torn that week up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that would have changed the outcome of this, but I think it might have. I think it really might have.
It's
there,
an X. Well,
I think there's like a.
There's so many parts of this that are interesting, Stavsky, because you mentioned, and I do want to get to Pat Bryant, who was just selected by Denver, because that's really key. But I want to note a couple things and then let Quinn have the final word. But if you remember the reports that were coming from what people were saying, like Yahoo Sports was saying, was team sources, it was that the Browns and the Titans and the Giants told Shedeur not to participate. Like that was the accepted report, verified through many different channels at the time. And you look at that now and like, what happened, dude? Like what happened? And so at the time, the discussion was that the interviews went well, right? Like that's what we all believed at the time. And I feel like it would have been pretty locked tight. Like to have the exact opposite of what really happened come out, like it would. My point is, it would have driven a lot more clicks if Shedeur Sanders drops out of Shrine Bowl because he bombed the interviews so bad. Would have gotten a lot more clicks than, oh yeah, these teams told him that they were thinking about taking him, which at the time was pretty by the book. And so it really does beg the question. Like crazy to say, but given what we know now, if he would have played, like, yeah, certified, it would have. I think he gets drafted in the first round without question, which is crazy. Like it really is. It's getting to that point where it's crazy. Quinn, I'll let you have the final word here.
I think, the closer you're mocked to like the being the number one overall pick, the more risk you have there. I think that the interesting thing with Shavon Rebel, which is why guys can get out of this testing, he didn't do the spring like combine his junior year, and I think that's usually some initial information for guys to give information to scouts on where you're tested at. I do wonder with how big these agencies get. They do some testing internally. They probably get some of these numbers that are not favorable, and they're saying like, let's not release this. This will make your stock kind of like, this will make your stock drop a little bit. Sorry, I think I lost my audio.
No, you're good. You're back now.
Okay. I was saying more or less like the guys, closer you are to the first overall pick.
As we're talking about Javon Rebel, he goes to the Cowboys.
See, I mean,
but I want you to finish this. I think this is a very important thing. So finish it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think my audio cut out. But I was saying like there's a couple of areas where scouts can get their information. It's the spring combine their junior year going into the senior year, and that's one that Siobhan Ravel didn't really test at, right? Because it was kind of the 2024 season was more of a prove it year. He got injured. And I think with how big these agencies gotten, I'm wondering in some cases if he had maybe unfavorable testing that the agents want to kind of control to, hemorrhage the damage a little bit more. I think that's more of an open question.
It's a great point. Excellent point.
Panthers traded.
Is funny that are they trading in again?
I believe they traded in. I'm looking right now for details.
What if we just see like a 7-pick swap?
So they definitely did trade. Are we doubling down on quarterback? Yeah, are we adding Shadur Sanders to this quarterback? Okay, so Panthers got 77 in exchange for pick 85 and 146.
So it was just a normal draft day trade, 2-for-1.
Yeah, it's pretty normal.
Yeah. Princely. Okay, so here we go.
Princely, great pick.
Yeah,
all
so
right.
here I mean the Panthers plan is in motion at this point. I think my assumption of what they looked at was Tet dropping to 9 was like a 5 to 6 point drop on their board, and they're just like, oh yeah, we can get a great player here. And maybe they had Princely, some of these other guys in a similar range as some of those mid-round guys. And the plan is in motion. I mean, you're getting defensive players that cause problems alongside Derek Brown, who, is an all-pro, Pro Bowl level player. You're rebuilding the defense and never bad to add another great wide receiver, Bryce Young. The double trade up is good, but like you mentioned, Stavsky, I mean, like they're really only losing 1 pick, and it's way down the board, right? What was it, a 5th?
Yeah, and this is a great. I like Princely a lot. 93rd percentile pass rusher this past year, and also pass rush finish, same thing. And he wasn't a bad run defender either. Like, not as good as some of the other guys in this class, but like not bad, like at all. You're getting like a really solid player in Princely, which pick 77. Like that's great. It's almost like someone really, really smart is working for this team.
It's so funny to see like the number of people who are shouting out it. Like Mike Renner, for example, got like a bazillion likes. And I mean, it's a sign of his impact and a sign of, he's touched all of our careers, obviously. But I mean, like, needless to say, Dan Morgan, Brant Tillis, Dave Canales coming in. They were an ascendant team at the end of last year. They put a scare in the Chiefs and the Eagles midseason and were able to win some games down the stretch. And it seems like they have a plan, and it seems like they're doing it, baby. And when you have a plan and when you put it in motion, it's so difficult to do that in the National Football League, Quinn. And it's good to see him doing. And again, it's what we expected, but it's also what we expected it because they said, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is the way we're going to do it.
Yeah, as you were talking, Sam, they showed us this shot of Eric Eager, and he was just in the middle of the crowd as they're clapping for the Carolina Panthers pick. So it's good, good moment that you got to touch on that.
The good thing about Eric is that he's a freaking tree and will stand out in any picture of the Panthers group because he's just 6'5". This is good work, man. Like getting Princely this late. I thought he was one of the defensive linemen in this group that I thought would be really good value added players in around this spot. Also, like I just said, 93rd percentile pass rusher. Like the year before, he was a 98th percentile. Like consistent pass rushing excellence out of this kid in terms of an AI score. So excellent stuff. Truly good stuff here. But we are on pick 78. Like inching ever so slowly to the Malik Willis pick at 86. I am watching that like there's no tomorrow. I just cannot believe this. Like I'm gonna start drinking on his behalf. Like this is I might start drinking anyway. But like now I just feel bad. This is like I mean I was never good enough to never not get picked last in sports. So like I was expected to be undrafted in anything I ever did as a a guy who played like a center in basketball, but was the height of a point guard. My skill set was never needed for pickup games. I just can't imagine because their agents probably. Oh, he doesn't have an agent, right? He has either way. He's got a PR team. He definitely expected to go in the first round, and like we're almost at pick 80.
I mean, and it's an interesting discussion as Princely comes off the board as well too. With like Princely tried to fight someone in a parking lot on camera before a game or after a game, so it's like
that's grit.
Okay, fair. You want that out of an edge rusher, but
yeah, good hands.
Like it's becoming like it's past the point of the evaluation. I think at this point.
So
am I wrong?
Far past that. No, you're right. It's so far past the point of the evaluation,
which is like for people that like me who were like, oh no, if you like accuracy, you like this guy. It's going to be flavor of the month. Like, which quarterback do you like? It's become clear that. And even Lindsay said that I didn't really hear anyone excited. I heard nothing about Shedeur Sanders. That's clearly also not the case. Like clearly there's something that we don't. Maybe we do know. Maybe there is a much bigger fear that Deion wants to jump to the NFL, and it's like a Bronny James type scenario where if you draft Bronny or if you draft Shedeur, like Deion's looking at your spot, or if Deion actually does want to go to the league, then Shedeur's just going to leave. Like I, at this point, it's to the level where speculation can abound. I suppose.
No, at some point tomorrow, we're probably going to get into if he doesn't get drafted into today. I think we're going to get in the conversation if he goes undrafted on purpose, so he can pick the team that he would like to go to. I think would be an interesting discussion for him.
Jordan Birch goes off the board here to Arizona, another player I liked a lot. Oregon. But
Quinn's getting a little fist pump.
Before I talk about him, because like why the hell should I talk about him? It should be Quinn. Quinn, tell us about Jordan Birch.
Showed up on the freaks list this preseason, and I think that's all you need to know about him. They lined him up as a punt return fake in one of the games. He's a freak, and he was out against the Ohio State game, the first one, and they were able to recover from that. And every game that he was in for them, he was kind of the main driving force for that defensive line. He's a really fun watch.
Yeah, no, I like Jordan Birch a lot. I thought he was very undervalued, and just really like a very good pass rusher as well. So like I'm very 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 happy with this. So.
Cardinals getting good draft picks late, I think, has been the Monty Ossenfort moniker here.
Oh, Jalen Noel to the Texans.
There it is.
Yeah, so that's their second wide receiver off the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got Higgins, so the two Iowa State guys are.
Hey, how about that? Good point. I didn't put two and two together at the time. I'm still like over here, like trying to find the article to confirm it said what I thought it said about him sitting out of the Shrine Bowl, about Shedeur sitting out of the Shrine Bowl. Anyway, Quinn, you bring up a great point that I want to hit on, and just real quick, just so I can like double shuffle it of like, if we're talking about guys who do unprecedented things, and the Sanders family is that, like perhaps we are hitting the tank button at this point. But if I'm a team that has an aging quarterback and I can just like fold in Shedeur, and all things indicate that he is a good teammate. It's just the other stuff that is a question mark, so, particularly when you become not his teammate.
So I have not looked ahead yet, so I don't know what this Colts pick is.
Would you
not take
one? Yeah,
Shedeur Sanders here, like
yeah.
What about?
Well, they don't. It's Justin Wally, so it's not. but like wow.
What about Buccaneers as an insurance pick?
Oh, and you have Baker. I mean, like there's a downside to that because Baker threw an absolute animalistic fit when they added another quarterback at Texas Tech. Like when they benched him at Texas Tech, and like said he would never talk to Cliff Kingsbury again, and like did all kinds of crazy stuff when they played.
I do think that's a different Baker now, though. I don't think he would be
Yeah.
as rough. But I also don't see Baker as like I can't imagine this being like, oh yeah, come here and hang out in this QB room with me. Like I feel like he would just bury him every day in practice to make sure that everyone knew he was QB1.
Yeah, and Baker,
that's a good spot for him.
Baker did it at a much higher level, I think, to a certain degree. But like in terms of the profile, minus the sacks and minus like the sheer analytical dominance, even though the coaching was like set up to do so, and those Oklahoma teams were killer, like there was an argument that the same discussions we were having about Baker, we were having about Shedeur. And clearly that was just a completely different evaluation at the time, which is a little shocking to me. But
Steelers are 3 picks away.
I think you, and maybe it's just because I got to see him live. Like Baker's arm talent, like his like throw velocity was sick. Like he had he was tiny, like he's short dude, but he had a rocket. No one's ever said that Shedeur Sanders has a rocket of an arm, like ever.
It's fair point.
So I think that's So although now Baker was a late riser at that in his first. Oh, Dylan Fairchild from Georgia goes to the board here to Cincinnati, which is very needed.
It's crazy that this Georgia team, like, I mean, well, there's a big reason why I think the Georgia team underplayed this year. And he's on the telecast right now wearing number 15 and just got broken up with by his basketball playing girlfriend. But there's a lot of good players on this Georgia team, man. A lot of good players.
I missed some story. Who got broken up with their basketball player and girlfriend?
Carson Beck.
Oh, that happened. I had no idea.
Yeah, Quinn. Any help from you, Quinn, on the Carson Beck story or no? Am I solo on this one?
So does that not show up in the data, Quinn?
I know the story.
This is by Vibalytics right now.
Vibalytics on Carson Beck's 2026 profile.
So Carson Beck almost is following a similar path, if you will, to Cam Ward in the sense that, convinced to come back to school by Miami from an NIL payment, and hopefully he falls into the same footsteps. I think it's the dream aspiration for him, but
that's what the Quinn's Wisdom Vibalytics say.
Yeah.
And also what the Quinn's Analytics Vibalytics say is that would be unforgettable. And you know what else would be unforgettable? Watching Jonathan Casillas' story on Monday.
Look at you.
Jonathan Casillas, from undrafted to unforgettable, will be presenting our first Measure Up series video, documentary style. We went out, we got all the information on what makes Jonathan Casillas tick, what makes Jonathan Casillas into a guy who went from an undrafted free agent to contributor on 2 Super Bowl teams and a starter at the NFL level. Awesome story to be told Monday, April 28th, 2025. Make sure you tune in. I'm really excited. The trailers got me juiced. I don't know about y'all.
Oh, dude, Bobby and DJ killed it. Like absolutely killed it. And that was a fun shoot, man. Us going to New Jersey, going to Jersey City for a shoot, and then me and Dom going to New Brunswick when it was like 33 degrees and raining to take some B-roll. That was fun. That was the first time I've ever done anything like this here at Sumer. And I will say if the trailer is anything like the finished product, I am blown away by what we were able to do here.
Definitely. So let's get back in the picks, fellas. So we covered Jordan Burch at 78, 79. I will toss this one to Quinn. I will toss 80 Justin Wally to you, Stopsky, and we already touched on Dylan Fairchild a little bit. So Texans, Jalen Noel joins his buddy Jaden Higgins, joins Nico Collins. What are your thoughts on the Noel selection, Quinn?
Yeah, so Higgins is more of the wide receiver X, the big body, and Noel is more of your burner. So I think since they know how to play with each other, I think it's an interesting fit. And I think Noel probably is more of a compliment to Nico Collins than Higgins is. And so I think that's an interesting fit into their offense.
Yeah, and I think you mix in Higgins, Ariante, Ursary, and Jalen Noel, and we're starting to rebuild that offense to complement that scary defense and to make CJ Stroud back into the Pro Bowl player that he was 2 years ago. Justin Wally out of Minnesota, the cornerback for the Colts. What are your thoughts on that one, Stopsky?
No, pretty decent man cover corner there. I like his physicality. I think he'd be really good. He's just, zone was kind of a question for him. I do wonder how that looks in the pros when, it's still a pretty significant zone to man cut for most teams, whereas zone is still played pretty heavily. Even if the zone then turns into a one-on-one situation, like cover three on the outside. But I think he's a solid player, but I am not I'm not super high or super low on Wally. I think this is a pretty traditional mid third round pick. But I like him. I think if he's going to the right man coverage scheme, then he should be fine.
Makes sense. 82, the pick is in, and our boy Kevin, or my boy at least, so just someone who popped up in the analytics, and I think was a good player on that Penn State defense. Kevin Winston Jr., safety to Penn State. I was on Jarrett Stillham earlier today in Nashville. He asked me if safety was going to be a way that they go. I thought it was going to be a way that they went going into this pick in round 3. Obviously, in round 2, I believe. Wait, they didn't make a selection in round 2, did they? No.
The Titans?
Oh yeah, they took Oladejo from UCLA. I don't know. I forgot about that. But yeah, seems like we're just rebuilding this team and taking good players. I feels like that's what they're going to try to do.
Draft good players. So yeah, I do.
Yeah. So 3 picks for them, 2 defense. Cameron Ward at number 1. Kevin Winston Jr. Yeah.
I'm saying Pittsburgh at 83 here. Is this it? Is this a quarterback? Not even say if it's even Sanders. Is it a quarterback at 83?
It is interesting, Stavsky, that you mentioned this, because my comp kind of on average for Sanders was, Rodgers this year, of he wants to run around, he wants to get moving, but it's just not there at the pro level. But he's going to make accurate deep throws, and he's going to wing it. I think Sanders holds on to a ball a little bit more than Aaron Rodgers would, but that was what I felt like watching him. And, Aaron Rodgers technically also is on the docket for the Steelers as well. He's still available. Pick 83. Old school Omar Khan, general manager, Tulane guy. We'll see what ends up happening here. Lynn Swan, immaculate reception, blanged out. Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa. This is an Arthur Smith pick, baby.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think so, Quinn?
Yeah, in my analysis on running back schemes, he ran primarily inside zone, and so I think this is definitely a scheme fit for the Steelers. And probably, I think it was falling in the draft from where he was originally mocked. So I think this is a good value pick for the Steelers.
By the way, that article you wrote is fantastic. I love that article.
Just looking at his utilization, which you can find on the draft guide, SumerSports.com. A lot of great stuff, that you cannot find anywhere else. We have our nice little par. Stopsky, if you can pull it up, of zone man gap rushing attempts, and it's all zone. Shocker there. The man was running the ball in a zone scheme under Kirk Ferentz and that offense in Iowa. I've seen baby Derrick Henry comps. I'm not going to comp anyone to Derrick Henry, but he is a bigger guy. 2 Steelers picks, a big tailback and Derek Harmon, a big interior defensive lineman, who I saw a lot of people say they comped him to Stephon Tuitt out of Notre Dame, and obviously he was there for years.
I think if Ashton Genty didn't have the season that he did this last year, we would be talking about Caleb Johnson a little bit more. The yards after contact numbers on him is just crazy.
Who's picking for the Buccaneers? Oh,
Simeon Rice.
Dude, Simeon Rice just walked into that building like he was going to a party he doesn't know anybody at. I was like, is he sure he's supposed to be here? Oh, okay.
The Bucs have now, correct me if I'm wrong, doubled up at cornerback and then quadrupled up at wide receiver, right?
I will double check that for you. Yeah, they took Abuka. So they
Ben
got
Morrison.
and they got Matt Morrison. Yeah, this is good.
So
This is
the passing and stopping the pass was on the docket. Anything interesting about Jacob Parrish, Quinn?
He's just a lockdown corner. I know when we watched the film on him earlier in the year, he like really breaks out in our AI metrics. So I'm a big fan of him.
I like it. I like lockdown corners. So it seems like Jamel Dean is going to be available. Zion McCollum, who the metrics liked for a little bit, was very highly targeted. However, Parrish and now Ben Morrison. Say it again.
We have a trade.
New England trading out.
The Chiefs are trading in here at pick 85.
Oh.
Is it for a quarterback?
I mean, no way. They were like picking Carson Wentz up off the scrap heap last year just to run quarterback sneak. Like
they get Jalen Milroe to run quarterback sneak.
That would be inspired behavior. Stavsky. Well, I know we have a comment here from my cousin Cutter Ton. I'm betting Milroe goes before Sanders. That would be a level of behavior from the Chiefs. That would be crazy. Williams, Shrine Bowl guy out of California. I like some of the reps that I saw from him. Let's pull up some of his analytics, gentlemen. So a question that I want to ask you, Stopsy, as I give Quinn some time to pull some notes on him.
Yeah, do it.
The one-on-ones at the Shrine and Senior Bowl, particularly wide receiver versus cornerback, get a ton of hype.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, what can you I can't take anything away from them. Coach Fritz, when I used to play for him, Coach Willie Fritz, now the coach at Houston, formerly of Tulane, Cotton Bowl winner, victor at every level, it was like, we do the drill. Don't cheat the drill. Don't take 72 steps and then say you won. Mm-hmm. Can we take anything away from those one-on-one clips that we see early on in draft season, or is it just, for fun?
No, I think you definitely can. I think you can find out a lot about the kid's character, right? If he's going to fight, right? In those drills, the receiver is supposed to beat the corner and the defensive line is supposed to beat the offensive lineman. That is supposed to happen, right? So it's but it's really how you're getting beat, right? If you are a corner and you're getting beat in the first step, often, or if you're an offensive lineman and you can't recover at all. That is concerning. If you're a defensive lineman and or receiver, you have to take 1,000 steps, right? If you are running the full circle as an edge rusher and then finally touching the coach's back, that's not a thing, right? If you're a receiver running this 9-second route, probably not a thing. So I think there is some things to take away from it, but not enough to move you up and down a tier, right? I think it's enough to stack bust properly. If you feel someone is in the same the same grade, and you look at their one-on-ones and you're like, oh, this guy performed significantly better at one-on-ones than the other guy, then maybe. But overall, football's such a scheme game that looking at anything one-on-one and saying oh, that's make or break is probably not true. When I used to have my kids do one-on-one drills at practice, it was more just to get the competitive juices out of them and just all right, I just need to see you compete and not back down from a fight.
Yeah, good point. Any good highlights on Noel Williams, Quinn?
He had a ton of interceptions this past year, including the pick 6 against Cam Ward in that big game day game they had earlier this season. I think that's the only thing I have concern about it is guys that have a ton of production in terms of interception and pass breakups. It's usually not translatable from season to season. The other concern about him is he has a high missed tackle to tackle ratio. But I think he's a man coverage guy, and maybe they just use him as a rotational corner in the future.
Yeah. So as Stavsky mentioned, it is pick 86. The Malik Willis drop has officially happened for Shedeur Sanders, but I do want to focus on this Charger pick because I think it's really interesting. The Chargers had 2 defensive tackles outgoing. They have not drafted a defensive tackle as of yet. Joshua Farmer is available Josiah Stewart at the edge rushing position. Joey Bosa outgoing for the Chargers, also available. I think there's a chance that they can get some really real value here. But a thing that I want to discuss, because we've been discussing risers, fallers, so forth and so on. I know you did a lot of work on him, particularly in that first Oregon Ohio State game. But Denzel Burke last year probably would have been a top 5 pick, a top 10 pick at the cornerback position, at least a first rounder at the cornerback position. All of a sudden, he's going in the 4th, Quinn. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they left him on an island quite a bit, and so teams started to target him solely. In that Oregon game, Evan Stewart broke out quite a bit because they just threw over the top on him. The Ohio State corners were a little bit grabby in coverage. Igbinosun had a lot of holding penalties against him, and Denzel Burke was subject to in some ways. I think that he got exposed from his hand in press that people took advantage of.
Interesting. Also, Cam Scatterboot also on the board. Obviously, the Chargers went with running back earlier, Omarion Hampton, so probably unlikely, but another name that we all like to talk about. I could really see this one being Josh Farmer. I liked him. He was a standout the first day in my notes at the Senior Bowl. You go and take a glance at his analytics. Obviously, they had a terrible year this year. I've never quite seen anything like what happened with Florida State this year, but he was an upside, at least in the pass rush. The run defense just was not good, and same deal for 23. Obviously, a little bit better. They go with an Oregon defensive tackle instead. So there's our defensive tackle, Jamari Caldwell. Quinn, what are your thoughts on him?
He's just a guy that's going to eat up a lot of double teams and free up a lot of other pass rushers. That's basically what he did for Oregon his entire year, and he transferred from Houston. He is a big dude. So I am excited about him in that defensive line for the Chargers.
That was my thing about the first round pick, why I thought that if Kenneth Grant fell to them, which I believe he was selected before, I'm losing my wits about me. But, T.R. Tart, for example, was a guy on their team that is just a big dude. Obviously, I don't think they were that level of big dude. A little short. Poona Ford also outgoing. So this makes a lot of sense. Figured they were going to go defensive tackle, end up going defensive tackle. The Packers, they've if there's a team that'll draft a backup just for fun, we've seen them do it with Aaron Rodgers. At this point, like, it could be any team. It's gotten to the point where it could be any team that drafts Shedeur Sanders, I suppose. Quinn, I mean, you bring up a great point, and I encourage you to publish that, retweeting the stream of, like, is he just gonna be like, no, actually, I'm going undrafted. I actually don't care anymore, which would be wild. But
there is some, I mean, not as like public precedent of this, but Ivan Pace Jr. a few years ago, like, he was falling in the draft, and his agent kind of pushed his way to be undrafted free agent, and it worked out well for him because he was able to go to Vikings and negotiate his contract above the slot. And I think that might be another interesting thing with Shedeur is when you get into this range, the QB contract isn't as what you were promised in the first round range, and going undrafted, you can negotiate above that slot.
I also want to call out something. John Cena was on my stream at one point on ESPN.
He was.
He's a terrible guy. Why are we having? I don't want to see John Cena on the NFL draft. Why? What is he promoting? Ruining wrestling?
He's ruining wrestling like the Patriots ruined football for like 15 years.
Was that what he said?
No, I don't know. Probably he was definitely in heel character when he was talking.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, then I'm glad John Cena was on my screen. But if it was just John Cena being like, "Congratulations to everyone who is drafted today. I understand your life has changed." Blah 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 blah.
It's nice that Sam is very big into kayfabe.
I'm a big believer in kayfabe. Sammy
kayfabe over here.
The Packers have drafted another wide receiver.
They really?
Yes.
Somewhere Aaron Rodgers is just so mad.
Okay, so Savion Williams out of TCU. I believe this dude is like an athletic freak. Is that correct, Quinn?
Savion, yeah, he's one guy that kind of rose up the draft boards with Jack Beck out of TCU, and so I think he's an interesting prospect. Also, another guy I feel like had a really good Senior Bowl too. So,
yeah, out of TCU, 6'4", 222. They have a lot of wide receivers at this point now. Like, I don't even know what to say. Stopsy, do you think the dart throw at the wide receiver position, which they now have 2 pass catching tight ends that will get targets and 4 pass catching wide receivers that were on their team getting targets, and in theory 2 wide receivers who will also get targets? Like, how can this even be possible?
Well, when you think about it, like, you have 3 starting receivers throughout a season, you'll probably have a 5 receivers getting like decent amount of targets. Like, it's not bad to have a lot of receivers. Listen, I will say again, just pulling from my experience as a Giant fan, we were throwing to dudes that weren't drafted for a while when guys got injured, or just, when people were out for a game or two. Having a lot of receivers isn't bad. You have to play 3 anyway. So if you have 5 or 6, like, that's not a bad thing to have. I guess the only problem that comes from having too many receivers, kind of what Quinn says, like, if too many turned out good, then you have to pay them or decide who gets to walk. Like, that's a great problem. That's a phenomenal problem to have. Is you're like, oh, I have too many good players. No. So I think this is fine. I'm all about it. Pass rushers and pass catchers, man. Like, and offensive linemen. Really, just stack up on them.
And the first Tulane player comes off the board.
Oh,
Caleb Branshaw.
Just bow. Take your bow, Sam.
Okay, so this is the highest a Tulane player has been picked since. I feel like my head is telling me Tajay went in the 5th.
This sounds like a good Sumer Brain question to actually ask.
This is This is why we call you super producer Matthew Stopsky, because you're unforgettable. You know what else is unforgettable?
Sumer Brain.
Jonathan Casillas from Undrafted to Unforgettable. Check it out on Monday. So we're going to ask Sumer Brain when Tajay Spears was drafted. At what pick was Tajay Spears drafted? And you know who wasn't drafted? Jonathan Casillas, but that didn't stop him. You know why? Because he's unforgettable. And that's why he became a core member of the Giants Super Bowl team, the Saints Super Bowl team. That's very close to my heart. We went in, we tried to understand what made the player tick. And Quinn, you know what my favorite part was? Quinn's been working on these models to help people understand, their measurements and how they stack up. And then further along down the line, you're going to be able to check, how good you are in zone coverage, how good you are in press coverage. All these things are things we're actively working on for players all around the world. And when we were talking with Jonathan Casillas, he said, when I sat down and I really evaluated myself, I knew I had to get better at zone coverage, but I didn't know a way to measure that. So I had to go talk to Drew Brees every day and learn about what I could do better in zone coverage. Not everybody has access to Drew Brees, folks. And so as a result, Sumer Player can help you with that down the line. And so we're going to start rolling out some really cool stuff in the summer, and then it's just going to grow and grow. And we really think this is something exciting, and Quinn has done an excellent job. So at what pick was Tajay Spears? I think, what are we at? Pick that was, wait, they have 88 and 89?
The Jaguars?
Yeah, so that was 88, right? The Jaguars was 88.
Did they trade? They trade up to 89.
Yeah, I'm unclear of what happened, but Sumer Brain.
I think
are they getting Xavier Watts?
Yeah, Sumer Brain has informed me that 81st overall was Tajay. So Tajay was slightly before Caleb Branshaw, but Caleb Branshaw, shout out Tulane. We're just pumping out great players. Now here's a pick I can get behind, ladies and gentlemen. White Millum, guard, West Virginia.
Great pick.
Guy who really showed up in our analytics. Stopsky, I'll let you roll out of why you like him.
We'll give you 1 second to pull up this evaluation. So, Quinn, you go first, and then I will talk about White Millum.
I was also pulling up the evaluation, but
look, okay, I'll talk about him then. So this was a guy who, when I would do my mock drafts, would always catch my eye around this part in time. He's slated as a guard, I think, as Quinn has highlighted so well on SumerSports.com. He's really a swing guy that can probably play tackle. And you just look at his analytics, and he was off the charts. And also, I think he has that competitive nastiness about him. He did struggle a little bit at the Senior Bowl, and I think that's what kind of dinged him. But as Stavsky outlaid earlier in this show, you can't just bet that the whole world is going to be the Senior Bowl. I think he's going to be an excellent swing offensive lineman. And so now, we see the 3 picks that they have: Travis Hunter, Caleb Bransall, Wyatt Millum. It's clear that they're trying to shore up the parts that hurt them. Brian Thomas Jr., obviously very good. Depending on what the ratio of usage is for Travis Hunter, it'll either be adding more to that passing offense to help Trevor Lawrence be good, and then they'll have pass protection for him as well, and then they're shoring up that defensive backfield as well.
With Wyatt Millum, I was obviously an incredible run blocker, right? It's like a mover. Did have some problem at pass pro at times, but overall at the Senior Bowl, but overall very well, like in terms of his analytics from 2024, like 93rd percentile. He is someone that I thought was very versatile and could play either guard spot, either tackle spot. I do think in the end he has a chance to be like an impact level guard. So I do think that's probably where he adds the most value. But like he is for pick almost, what was he, 89 he got picked? Like, that's phenomenal. That is a real starter at the inside getting picked like almost at 90. So this is great.
So my favorite stat about Wyatt Millum is he hasn't allowed a sack in 3 years. Like,
is that good, Quinn?
Since 2021, he hasn't allowed a sack. And so I think the concern on him was his arm length, in terms of like he's at that cutoff point where they're a tackle guard.
But 32 and
don't get me started on this.
Like 32 and a quarter almost, like I think a little less than that.
Yeah, in that range. And I think the thing that our draft guide really highlights for him is like for swing guys, the ability to do well against blitz and stunts. It shows guys that are able to kind of move both directions. I think that he's a great fit for that.
Yeah, you can check out the SumerSports draft guide to follow up on what Quinn said. Blue chip pressures allowed 1.8%. So this guy, just not allowed.
I'm pulling up right now, man, and it just says bulldozer, bulldozer brick wall.
I just draft the guy that has the bulldozer brick wall badge.
Yeah, yeah. Give me that. Give me the bulldozer brick wall 6'7", 313-pound man. Like give me that. Like again, I really liked Wyatt Millum. Not so much where like I like to it's like more than Will Campbell or anything, but where I was hearing him going versus the value of player I thought he was like, oh, this kid could be a massive steal. And if it is just because of arm length, like get out of here with the arm length.
The Rams are on the clock right now. Do you think they go Farmer and get the entire Florida State defensive line?
Why not?
Wait, was Farmer a transfer up guy too? I don't think so. Just like quadruple down on everything they've ever done. That would be something, Quinn.
I want to say real quick on the Rams, man. When they the year that they picked Verse, was that last year?
That was last year.
I was like, wow, man, this feels like forever ago. Having to have national broadcasters pronounce Albany was brutal. The number of Albanese I heard made me want to run my head against the wall, because Verse being an SUNY Albany transfer to Florida State.
Wait, is there like a true it's Albany?
Albany. Yeah, it's Albany.
We're getting great content at Pick 90, folks. Things are happening.
Everyone has to know it's Albany.
Hey, to be fair, there is like a little break in the action here. To be fair, that was a great breakdown of Wyatt Millum that I don't think anyone else is doing. Everyone's like, great tackle, West Virginia can block. And we're like, bulldozer brick wall. Like, what else do you want?
Bulldozer brick wall, Albany.
And that's why you trust the SumerSports draft guide, because we're bringing things that are literally nowhere else to you in the public. Going to be able to reference it moving forward.
Here's the Ram selection. Who's walking?
Yeah, Michael Brockers, LSU legend, defensive tackle. Rams on the clock. Doom, 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 doom.
What kind of code is that?
It's their flight suits because they're in the hangar.
Dude, that
Josiah
was
Stewart. Christ
Yo.
Almighty!
That is
Yo,
great.
If we're not quite Joshua Farmer, but like if we're just looking for guys that people didn't expect to have like crazy pressure rates and crazy AI grades. Oh, he's a transfer up guy too. I totally forgot about this. This is outrageous.
this is great. Lesney just winning this entire weekend. This is incredible.
And a future
98th
first round pick.
percentile. That's right. Oh man, 98th percentile pass rush grade. Pass rush score this past year.
So everyone was making fun of me about this, and I was like, they're like, oh, small sample, and plus those were like two of the best players in the draft, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure this is just what they do. They're like mid round, like I guess early round too, but like give me guys that transferred up because we think they're going to be good.
Ascending.
Yes. Put the ascending badge on him. Hey, Stavsky, pull up his draft guide because he has one. We're talking about Wyatt Millum as a guy who can fill it up. Like this guy, I'm pretty sure is a triple badge guy. So if we're late winter chaos creator run stuffer, 14.5% pressure rate, like this dude can ball.
Yeah. Yes, he can.
And
Also,
so the question was, I mean, I immediately had him as a guy that I liked at the Senior Bowl. Quinn, walk us through his analytics because I mean, and also you've been the guy to talk about it through this entire time. Walk us through whether he is a Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant merchant as well.
Just looking through his years. So 2024, I'll just kind of call this out. His pass rush get off and pass rush finish, 90th percentile and above. 2023, pass rush get off, pass rush finish, 96th percentile and above. 2022, pass rush get off, pass rush finish, 89th percentile and above. 2021, pass rush get off, pass rush finish, 86th percentile and above. So I think my only concern with him is he's like 6'1", but like dude can just rush the passer.
yeah.
Excellent. I couldn't have said it better myself, Quinn. See, I'm making fun of us here, but like we're bringing the good stuff. And you know what else is bringing the good stuff? The giveaway that we are running. You know, if I had to put a name in there, I'd probably put Josiah Stewart, given that he's going to a team with Braden Fisk and Jared Verse and Byron Young. But the giveaway is a great way to get good stuff because you can win 2 free tickets. What do you need to do? Only a couple picks left. Retweet our official draft stream post on Twitter. Then like it. Then reply to our official draft show stream post with the rookie you think will make the biggest impact this year. We will select a random winner at the beginning of the week next week after this draft. But that is our Josiah Stewart giveaway of the week because Josiah Stewart's bringing you a lot of pressure. And there will not be a lot of pressure when you sign up for this giveaway.
Look at that.
So that's that. The Seahawks are now on the clock. Asa, his NFL comp is a sawed-off shotgun.
That's
good,
true. That is very
good call,
good.
brother.
Oh,
Whoa!
oh,
Bang!
Cutter.
We have whoa! Cutter ton.
Cutter.
We have a new running back for the Seattle Seahawks in the zone rushing scheme. Jalen Milroe. Okay, so I thought that a strange hidden need for them was going to be quarterback, just given the value that they actually ended up signing Sam Darnold for. And boy, do they! I mean, like,
oh man.
So I'm trying to do the math here. So like, Clint Kubiak, right? Zone running to the core. Literally, the inventor of the zone run was his father, probably. The Shanahans and the Kubiaks. Like, is there a chance he's actually going to play running back for the Seahawks?
No, he's going to play quarterback. But wow. Now, I know we were talking about it. I asked the question to you guys. I didn't think this was actually going to happen. I wish Lindsay was here for this, honestly.
Should we call her in?
I just texted her. I'm like, I'm sending it on the live stream for this pick. Because her and I were walking through the Upper East Side yesterday and had this exact conversation. This is insane.
Yeah, so we're like strongly in backup quarterback territory at this point.
Development quarterback territory.
Yep.
I don't know if Milrose is QB2 right now in Seattle. He's probably not. But like the upside in Milrose is so high, and he's going to get a year or at least 2 to just develop as a passer here. Like this is a good spot for Milroe. I was so worried about him back in the January mocks, right when he was projected to be a top 15 pick. And he was going to go to the teams where he was going to play right away. And I was like, he is not going to do well if he has to do that. I'm surprised he slid as far as he did, all the way to 92. But this is this is really good for him. Like he's just as a runner is a plus value player.
They're currently showing Mel Kiper, and Mel Kiper looks a level of disgusted that like I can't even. There's hand gestures. The eyebrows are above the glasses. He's clearly screaming. He's turning red. As the guy who did the experimental Shador #1 mock draft, just to illustrate the quarterback points. I'm pretty calm. I also am notably the Jalen Milroe Heisman guy, so I love this pick, especially for the Seahawks.
It's interesting because the Seahawks have this like reputation, or at least history, of drafting guys that like balled out at the Senior Bowl, and Milroe kind of struggled in some ways at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It didn't look great. I mean, okay, so here, if I had to make a pitch for Jalen Milroe, which I have done 3 times at this point, I did so at the beginning of last year. I did so after the Georgia game. And I did so after the wait, what happened?
No, so he's just bringing you back in.
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Milroe hype never stops.
Yeah, and I did so after the LSU game as well. Is that like the high that you can get, the high performance that you can get out of Jalen Milroe? Like I frankly don't think can be matched other than anyone, perhaps other than Cam Ward. And the fact that he can have like a 200 game in like a la like Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen is just like, oh Christ almighty. Are those hands on the head for a reason, or are you just lounging?
I cannot believe that this happened. I really can't.
Schefter just tweeted last time the Seahawks drafted a quarterback 3rd round. It was Russell
Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I thought this was about the Saints pick. Jonas Sanker, safety out of Virginia. The pitch is that like he gets sacked, but after 2 seconds, you're not touching him, basically. And then if you go back to 23, he was immensely accurate, like in long passes, and he was a good quarterback in 23. There was a reason that he was like slated to be a top selection going into the season. I wonder, and Quinn, I really want to ask you this question, and then we'll get some tidbits on Jonas Sanker from Stopsky. Like, do you think the Kalen DeBoer offense, which sent Penix to the league and also sent Haener to the league at Fresno, do you think it just was not the right fit for him? Or do you think there's like more questions about him as a quarterback more generally?
Yeah, I mean, they had a young wide receiver crew too, because a lot of their wide receivers transferred out, and I think the DeBoer offense at Washington, they had a very experienced receiving core, so that might have been part of it this past year, where it wasn't really a good schematic fit in that sense. But he is in some cases a little chaotic in the pocket, even how quick he is. So I don't know if the other concern is the accuracy, and I don't know if that's really a scheme thing in the sense of like getting the ball in at times.
It's a great call out. Excellent call out. Stopsky, what are your thoughts about Jonas Sanker, if any? Is he the next great? Is he the next Malcolm Jenkins?
No. but like he's a pretty good closer.
I turned the TikTok cam on for that one.
Great. He's a pretty good closer. I think he's a solid player. Like he's going to be, I think, a replacement level starter, which is what you're asking for. Picking 93. But you're not a bad player whatsoever. It's like you're still getting starters, which is what you want this late in it. Are the Browns though? The Browns are back on the clock at 94.
The Browns have another swing at it.
I just saw the pick, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Is it Dylan Gabriel? Tell me it's Dylan Gabriel. Oh man, this is insane. This is all right. Well, wow. Oh, they're going to put the legendary wall that he has and put in the Hall of Fame. This is insane. Because this thing, I guess no. So Las Vegas has 2 picks left in the third, so it's not like he's out of it, right? He can still get picked in the third by one of those Las Vegas picks if it's not Cleveland.
Well, yeah, okay. So let's run this back. There's literal videos of him working out with Tom Brady, and you can't convince me there's a better coach quarterback combo than Pete Carroll, who is the smiley, upbeat guy. And say what you will about Shador, but he's an exuberant fellow. He's not bringing negative energy per se. He'll talk a little smack, but there's a lot of smiling going on. There's a lot of celebration. And so it does feel like a good fit. And then moreover, if you want the profile of a guy who does have a little wiggle, but is not going to be a guy you're going to run ever, but can, scramble from time to time and make a play, and then is just insane in completion percentage over expected, the Geno to Shador handoff would be pretty much one to one.
What do you guys think about the Patriots? Because Drake May's backup is Josh Dobbs, and that could be. I mean, they traded away Milton this offseason. It'd be unconventional.
I feel like that's not a Vrabel pick, though.
Yeah,
Vrabel also known to talk a level of smack that is borderline upsetting at times.
That's true. Although they just showed the Browns QB room. Rich Eisen looks like a villain from a Bond movie. I've up an Archon, I guess, compared to your ESPN, but he's in the black turtleneck sport coat look, which big fan of, by the way. Our friend Charles Davis is on there as well. Our friend CD. This is. They're milking this. They're milking this Browns pick on TV. I'm not sure they showed it for you guys yet on ESPN, but they are milking this Browns pick.
Yeah, we're getting the podium walk. The Browns have had the most confusing, interesting draft, I have to say. I mean, they got a lot of big name players that were on Dylan Gabriel.
No, it's not.
It is Dylan Gabriel.
No, it's not. No, my God, it's not.
Just four seconds of silence. Quinn, I'm going to give it to you on Dylan Gabriel's profile while he may be good, and then I'll give my generational fears of Dylan Gabriel. But, I mean, this is look, here's what I'll say to hand it over to you. He was by far the best guy at the Senior Bowl.
No, it wasn't even close. Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, I think the Senior Bowl really highlighted his arm strength because the offense, I think the similar concerns you had to Bo Nix last year in terms of dumping off and passes behind the line of scrimmage. He is really accurate in those short yardage situations, but I think my concern with Gabriel, unlike Nix, is his sack avoidance. Nix was able to extend plays and scrambling where Gabriel in the same offense struggled with that.
Yeah, which is weird. I mean, I guess especially coming from Mackenzie Milton when we would game plan for him, or it was Mackenzie Milton and then, yeah, it ended up being Dylan Gabriel right after. So, Milton was more of a run around, scramble it, figure it out guy, and then Dylan Gabriel ran a level of offense that was hard to figure out at UCF that we had to legitimately change our defense and put Dorian Williams on tight ends because his ability to get the ball out quick was like to a like. And I think he has that bid. And I think if we're thinking about the guys from the Sean McVay tree, and like kind of all the way down and the way these teams like to run, if you want a guy that can throw deep and you want a guy that can throw quick, Dylan Gabriel is the guy. It's just like flooring to me at this point. Like clearly the distribution. I mean, like there was a critical generational failure at this point. Like I don't think this has ever happened to this degree. Has it? Like Rodgers went in the late first round, right? Like Rodgers was slated to be the first pick and then just wasn't selected until 28.
Yeah, and even Will Levis was a big deal. Like he was mocked like top 5 in early second round when he was selected.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't. It's like it's getting to the point where like everyone was wrong. Like even the people who were like, yeah, he might go in the second round, were like way off.
I will say there are some people we know that were not wrong. There are a lot of scouts that we talked to that felt this way. Now, I didn't think that, this would end up happening because, again, when it comes to quarterback selections, there's so much more politics involved with quarterback selections, right? It's coach, owner, GM, all to be aligned. And the owner, it has a bit, and then also you have like the owner's thinking about ticket sales, about getting butts and seats, especially if you're coming from a team that doesn't do that regularly.
Yeah, so we're officially out of the top 100. Like Dylan Gabriel was not on the top 100 consensus big board.
Oh, he should have been, but that's their own problem.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like generally, like we're officially out. Like there's a real chance.
Back in, by the way.
Say it again.
The Falcons just traded in. Unclear yet if they have traded away another first round pick, but they have traded back in.
Time for.
But I'm sorry. Continue. We are out of the top 100. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like it's gotten to the point where the variance is like 150 draft slots. Like that's the difference of what teams versus the consensus was on Shedeur Sanders. Which, like to be abundantly clear, the performance was not. Like the dude was a good quarterback at the college level. He was immensely productive. He was in Heisman talks. Like they trade up for Xavier Watts, safety. So you mentioned a little earlier ago, I can't remember if it was Salty or Quinn, but that Xavier Watts, it was a little shocking that he was still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now he goes to the Falcons. It feels like the Falcons are just picking big school guys that played well, like productive in college.
I like Xavier Watts as a fit for Atlanta, given that his 96 percentile position versatility. I think Raheem Morris can do a lot with that, and I think the Jalen Walker, the first round, he was kind of a tweener hybrid player, and I think that might be more of what Morris likes is guys that he can move around in different spots.
Yeah, and you put him in. You put him in that Jesse Bates. You put him in with Jesse Bates, obviously as well. And they kind of have their guy, like it feels like they kind of have their guys at all three levels to a certain degree. Minnesota has also traded up.
Houston just traded up. Actually.
Oh yeah, Houston. Sorry. Minnesota.
Yeah, I like Watts a lot. It was a 100th percentile zone coverage grade in coverage score in 2023. Like a player that I thought he picked in the top, 55 60 picks. So for him to get him here at almost pick 100 is really good value in my opinion.
The Eagles were the ones that traded out of that, and I think Sam, you highlighted it earlier that like this is the point in time where Howie Roseman makes these small moves, trades backs, accumulate picks, so that in future years he can trade up to a spot. And then I think this is like one of those wrinkle in times where he traded back with a team that obviously fell in love with the player, so he can accumulate for the future.
Yeah, I mean, necessarily. I mean, I highlighted this with the quarterback position at the top, and it's not really came to light, but like this is the point where your tiers start getting pretty hefty. Like we're talking like 20, 30 guys that are, backup level guys, or backup borderline starter level guys. And so you can, if you're a smart team and you're comfortable with it and you don't get too locked in on any given one guy, you move back 10 picks and then all of a sudden you have a better pick next year, or, you add several more picks later on in the draft. And so it just feels like an easy place to win.
The draft curve starts to get super flat at this point, where
Yeah.
the surplus value just doesn't make sense, where you can start to accumulate those picks unless you have a guy you love that's still there.
All right, guys. So we have 4 picks left.
Or five
Vegas
picks
and Vegas.
Do we feel?
Will Shedeur be available on Saturday, or do we think this is where he goes?
I mean, I'm getting texts and it's like this. It's getting to the point of a collusion from people that are like in this industry saying that. I don't know. It's tough to know.
All I know is I see Kyle McCord trendy on Twitter, and I'm very, very nervous.
Oh my Christ. I mean, look, like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what to say at this point. Have we ever had a quarterback like I mean, Quinn, I know you've done a lot of, and consensus mock stuff only came recently, but like, there's never been anything close to a quarterback who was slated to go in the first round, and moreover at the combine, like pretty much everyone was saying he was going to go two, just like not being picked.
This is.
Let me pull it up, the quarterbacks drafted of the years.
Yeah, I mean Willis is the main one. There were just so many questions about Willis. That was a weird year. I just like felt like it was not the same, because I feel like once Willis started dropping, people were like, okay, he's like, it's just gonna be like this,
Well, but for me, it was like when Matt Corral got picked. Was Corral picked above Willis? Was that after Willis? He was picked above. Yeah, it was a weird year, man. That was a weird year.
It went Pickett at 20, Ritter at 74, Willis at 86, Corral at 94, Zappy 137.
Yeah. I was not a big Desert River fan coming out of, and I was still with PFF at that time, and I know they were
pro Desmond Ritter or anti?
They were actually, I'm sorry. It was a year after I left PFF, and they were. I know Trash was a big Ritter guy. Trash now the director of analytics at Notre Dame, killing it over there.
Doing a fantastic job.
Doing a phenomenal job.
As a Notre Dame,
I love
really doing great work.
He is
doing inspired work.
Doing the Lord's work, really.
Frankly, almost won the Penn State game, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Like they have single-handedly won the Penn State game, except for our friend Drew Aller just like throwing it to Jesus.
I think he was the reason they got to the national championship in a lot of ways, because of some margin calls in that playoff run.
I will say Notre Dame putting together an incredible personnel roster of Trash, Mike Martin and Matt Jensen is very impressive, and sometimes doesn't get talked about a lot because who does deep dives into college personnel groupings. But
and it's what's clear.
They're killing it at Notre Dame.
Yeah, what's clear too is we were talking about Xavier Watson. I know that Quinn brought up earlier, first in EPA allowed over the air, but the idea that Notre Dame certified had the best defensive backfield in the NCAA last year, no questions asked, is really crazy looking back to the Brian Kelly years. Even though in the Brian Kelly years, they had the best offensive line, once out of every 4 years. So it's just different strokes for different folks. I know people at LSU or people down in Louisiana, to much to their chagrin, LSU doesn't have a great defensive backfield. I know Zy Alexander transfer up from Southeastern, and Andre Sam, who's now in the NFL. Obviously, those are two NFL guys, but the defense has struggled in recent years. As the celebrity pick man strides up 98 and takes a deep breath before saying it.
Who is it going to be? Steve Wisniewski.
There's a pirate that looks like Jack Black on my screen right now. I love the Raiders. I don't know if DJ's watching, but we have DJ on our team, and he's a big Raiders fan. I just feel like it's so sad they moved out of Oakland. They had some of the best culture of any fan base, like a certified top 5 fan base while they were in Oakland, even though they were never really all that good.
I mean, I feel like the Raiders fan base in Vegas is still pretty good. Like that's one of the few moves where I've been like, oh, like this has still worked out pretty well fandom wise.
So with 98, Las Vegas goes Caleb Rogers, offensive tackle out of Texas Tech.
I thought they need more line help, so this is
I agree. I agree.
He's very athletic, Caleb Rogers, and so I think he needs to work a little bit more on the production, but I like that pick.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that's a good pick. This is it, right? This is 99. Like, it's now or never for sure, Sanders.
Caleb, I'll have to look at what his. Give me a second.
Yeah, look, take it down, look it up, guys. What an incredible day 2. I did not think this would be talking about.
This is I mean, it's
11 o'clock at night on day 2. Pick is in for 99.
Yeah. At what point? At what point does this become like an act of God? Like a.
Hell no. Wait. Real question: are they making Wisniewski go back and forth for the cards? They just give him 2 cards at once because that just seems fair.
Tomorrow, do we talk about which Sanders is drafted first, Shiloh or Shadir?
All right. Relax.
Shiloh is going to be look, as a former special teamer, I can say with great confidence, Shiloh will be a killer on special teams if he does make a team.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the pick. This is
Charles Grant, another tackle. So back-to-back tackles. I know I believe Mike Renner loved Charles Grant, if I'm not mistaken. This was a guy that people liked out of William and Mary, noted William and Mary alumni or alumnus, Sean Syed. I always love when these tackles come out of these small schools that are not super, like William and Mary is what, in like the Southern Conference or something like that?
Not anymore. They are now the Patriot League.
Patriot League, that's right.
As of like today.
Oh, great. Wasn't Brendan Marion? Was Brendan Marion at William and Mary?
Maybe.
He's the Brendan Marion. He's the.
Well, I know he was at UNLV, but I feel like he's at William and Mary like years ago.
I'm fortunate my knowledge of William and Mary.
He was
players is not super long.
He was at William and Mary in 2019, so probably not Charles Grant years, but
dude, they showed a video of Charles Grant just like absolutely owning a kid while wrestling. Just imagine being that kid he played, and now you're on national broadcast,
I did not really
half Nelsoned over.
Yeah.
So like the Raiders will have multiple options at tackle, which I think was the question round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 2 of those work out. I feel a little bit better about structurally, I feel a little bit better about the pick of Genty at 6. Now, Quinn, I mean, we've talked about positional value so much. It's not ideal.
Yeah, I think the Raiders are Delmar Glaze is the person they need to upgrade at. So if you throw 2 tackles at that, hopefully one of them hits. And then I think you have a better offensive line overall since you bring in Alex Kappa.
So like said, unsaid, when I was listening to Nate Tyson, Dane Brugler, and talk about Shedeur Sanders, the names they brought up were guys like Brock Purdy. And it made me think that like maybe a need, a hidden need for the 49ers would be quarterback. I think they're going to go ahead and extend Brock Purdy. I'm pretty sure they're going to reach a deal. I believe he's attending OTAs.
Like they should.
But they should draft Shedeur Sanders, or they should
extend Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
I think my summer project is going to be is surplus value at the quarterback position overrated? Because like guys like Jared Goff, are technically paid too much. But Jared Goff has been excellent. And so it's like, at what point is your quarterback not going to lead you to a Super Bowl by himself, but is just like properly compensated? Like Dak, for example, is a great example. Like I would have paid Dak $60 million 7 days and twice on Sundays, just because he can reach a level that you can't get normally.
Yeah, it's a floor conversation, right?
Yeah.
I think with Dak and Goff, it's more of a ceiling discussion, but like the not having that floor in place, I think is
yeah. So all that to say, the 49ers have drafted quarterbacks a ton again, a lot. Like I would be deeply moved by seeing, Shedeur Sanders in a Shanahan scheme. I think, frankly, that's the best way to go. I know you mentioned that beforehand, Quinn.
Yeah, I think, with Deebo Samuel traded out, like, could they be thinking backfilling too? I think is another option.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we're now in the hundreds. I think like it gets to the point where you're either picking a guy at a position that you deeply need because you have him at a good tier, or you're just picking the best guy and don't really care what position he's at, which obviously are the only two things you can do. But I think it's like a lot more targeted now. They're flashing their team needs as defensive tackle, offensive line, cornerback. I think there's a lot of good offensive linemen that are still available, really. Jared Wilson just came off the board, obviously. We didn't get to talk about Emory Jones, who, that LSU offensive line was a powerhouse for years and was the backbone of Garrett Nussmeier having a pretty good year last year and being in considerations for a top pick next year, and obviously Jay Daniels as well.
So the one thing I'm surprised, just looking at the big board, is I would have thought more running backs came off the board by now.
It's a great point.
We probably, with just how good this class is, I think tomorrow, like early rounds, you probably are going to see an insane run on running backs.
So the 49ers do go with cornerback Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky.
Yep.
Not a lot of Western Kentucky film watched by you. Ooh, Upton Stout. So they've been showing like these cool videos, and most of the guys are in like 90s style, bad boy tracksuits, like Bad Boy, like the record label. Upton Stout went bulletproof, unbuttoned, bulletproof vest and toque. Quite the look on the worldwide leader from Upton Stout. Blue chip grade in confidence for that cornerback.
So Upton Stout, and I didn't watch Upton Stout. Come on now. I really liked him in zone. I really liked him. It was a run defender. He's probably going to play in the slot, so him having to play against the run is probably going to be a thing that he has to do. Honestly, like overall, like SumerSports wise, like very impressive. Upton Stout again, play Western Kentucky. You're not playing the best of competition in Western Kentucky, but like he graded out very well. And from when I saw him, I thought he's solid. If he's 5'11" and not 5'8", he's not available here.
That's a good point.
So,
if
he's 5'11", not 5'8", he's possibly not going to Western Kentucky, but that's a different conversation.
I so regretfully had to do this. This is so shameful, Quinn, but I did have to play the Conference USA or Sun Belt game with Western Kentucky. And I believe they were actually independent at one point in the last 5 years.
Here's the deal. There's been so much movement between those conferences that's fair. I have forgotten. And I was the Conference USA scout for the Shrine game, and I have forgotten which teams are now in Conference USA because there's been so much movement, even since when I left only a handful of years ago.
All that I'll say is I'm glad Southern Miss is in the Sun Belt. We're getting into the zone, guys. Okay. Another pick. I mean, the Broncos are just trying to kill teams, basically. Sevion Jones out of LSU. I've talked about him a bit because I've done several hits in New Orleans. We're talking a guy who's like 6'5", 6'6", nearing 300 pounds. I think he clocked in at like 280 at the combine. And with the LSU guys, it's just tough because like their defense was just not successful and was the big downfall. And there's always what was I providing versus what was really going on. And he was solid in the pass game and the run game, more of a green grade, just above the 75th percentile. But both of those in pass rush and in run defense is where he sat for LSU. And, I just think this is a solid pick. I think you just try to get edge rushers that you like. And very notably, like Sean Payton never drafted LSU guys while he was at the Saints. I think the only one may have been Al Woods out of Elton, Louisiana, notably. But, I think they just want to kill teams. Like Vance Joseph is going to blitz you a bazillion times, and like good luck because they have studs everywhere.
Yeah. Before this last pick is in, because it looks like it is in, Sammy, do you want to let's give our last few things about the draft guide. Obviously, the draft guide is still free. It's still there on SumerSports.com. There's been a bunch of players added to your teams now that you got to take a look at. So go to SumerSports.com, get a look at the free draft guide. Vikings are selecting.
Only a couple more times as we go to this stream. Make sure to retweet, make sure to like, and make sure to reply who you think is going to be most impacted. And then the pick is in. We're announcing the pick. But, if you're a Vikings fan, this could be an unforgettable pick. Undrafted to unforgettable Jonathan Casillas. New video out Monday. Make sure you check into that. An unforgettable pick. Ty Felton, wide receiver, out of Maryland for the Vikings. A hidden need that me and Matt Collar of the Purple Insider podcast identified for this team was wide receiver. I think they're going to have a tough decision on the Jordan Addison extension. They go out and they get Ty Felton from Maryland, and I think they addressed that hidden need. And I thought perhaps they were going to try to do it in the first round. They ended up going Donovan Jackson, I believe, out of Ohio State. Instead, they had a guy who was a Yak badge guy. He was 19th in yards after catch plus minus. And then when we look at his pass catching superstore all around, he was pretty good too. Blue chip guy, 93rd percentile, 35 in the nation. So they clearly, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah had his guys crunching the numbers. They go grab Ty Felton, and they address that hidden need. Gentlemen, pick 102, Minnesota Vikings.
143 targets, Ty Felton last year, Maryland.
A target earner.
But another Maryland guy from Minnesota falling in the Stephon Diggs route here.
That's a good point. Didn't even think about that. 437 at the 40, tied 6th among wide receivers. So Stopsky, I get Titans 103 on the clock, round 4. So we'll be moving forward into day 3 tomorrow. Also want to promote, if you have SiriusXM or if you don't have SiriusXM, go ahead and subscribe because tomorrow we're bringing you from 9 a.m. Eastern time to 10 a.m. Eastern time a little recap of the last 2 days, a little pre-cap of the day 3 selections and who teams may want to address. There's been so much interesting stuff. I think I know what's going to be the leading topic, and I think I know who's going to be taking a big victory lap at the top, and that will be Lindsey Rhodes, who predicted as such that Shedeur Sanders may not be highly on draft boards. I don't know if anyone could have predicted that he wouldn't be this high on a draft board. And then we have Thomas Dimitroff breaking it down as well, in our SumerSports draft show on SiriusXM channel 88 NFL Radio. I invite everyone to tune in. Some takeaways. We've beaten the dead horse. Any last words on the Shedeur Sanders stuff before we move on to just the high level stuff that I heard from y'all as we were chatting through? Any last words on Shedeur Sanders?
This is like just such a testament of the draft process that he's gone through and or character concerns, because there's no analytical data out there that says he should still be on the board. And even from like an evaluation process, even the people that didn't love Shedeur Sanders didn't say he was this bad. No, we are now getting to the territory where like you're a QB3 and like you don't even make a roster by like your 3rd year territory of quarterback. This is insane. I've thrown out some questions to the people I know and just trying to get an idea of like what is happening. Like we heard some things leading into the draft where like he may have said some things about some teams, or like we know he's said some things like he's not, but he's not, for all the character concerns we've ever seen from players. Like this was a pretty minute one, at least from all the stuff that came out, and for him to sit on the board is incredible to me.
We're
Yeah,
outside
and more
of the range of consensus big board because most mock drafts only go in the first like 2 rounds anyways, and so we don't really have any data on like people mocking him this portion. It's mostly insider information.
Yeah, and so let's assume it was just the evaluation. Let's assume there's no character concerns. This would mean that people were way lower than we really expected on the quarterback position altogether, and probably viewed all these guys as career backups. We have Jalen Milroe off the board to the Seahawks. We have Dylan Gabriel off the board to the Browns. And we had Tyler Shuck off the board to the Saints. Am I missing anyone else? I don't think so. I think that was everyone, right? Yeah. And then obviously Dart to the Giants. And most of those teams have a quarterback situation. The Steelers notably still don't have a quarterback. The Browns do now. So that's one less. And if I'm trying to put it into context, this would infer, like the inference from this is that they had a bunch of these players graded very similarly to what like Spencer Rattler was last year, which I think is a little low. It does make me ask questions about what the Cam Ward valuation was for these teams that are passing on all these quarterbacks, and may indicate, in fact, that if there was this level of variance in the quarterbacks, that maybe the Cam Ward at 1 pick could have been an overdraft. I am not going to be the one to say that, but it could indicate that as well. There's a lot of questions. Like, I hope that I think a book could be written about this quarterback class, and hopefully it would sell because it has the name Sanders on it. And maybe that's the biggest problem here. Maybe just the name Sanders is the biggest problem here. But
actually, that's a great question, Sam. And that you mentioned that because there was a big talking point of like, is he only going in the first because his name is Sanders? Well, now is he not drafted because his name is Sanders? Like now I think it's almost been like turned on its head.
Yeah. And the interesting thing was that like it felt like everyone was asking if he was only going in the first round because his name was Sanders, which like when everyone's asking that question, it's almost like an over-evaluation. So, I mean, there's so many questions to ask. I hope, as Quinn said, there's going to be like a athletic article that comes out with 3,500 words and just like every sign. My general point, and back me, like, correct me if I'm wrong here, Quinn and Stopsky, but like, name aside, you had a very, very accurate quarterback. And the last quarterback that we saw this accurate was like Justin Fields and Mac Jones, who solidly went in the first round. And you had a guy who took a bunch of sacks, who Jaden Daniels took a bunch of sacks. So,
yeah, but Jaden's way more athletic.
Yeah. No. And that's why Jaden was the second pick. My point is like, there's nothing to indicate in the data that this wasn't a quarterback that should go off the board. Was there?
So I had my own quarterback grades on these guys, and I had Sanders as the 4th quarterback, in terms of draft grade. But even with that, I still thought like, this is still like a $30 million a year value player. Like he should go in the first round, or at least go in the top 50. Like that was like the floor for me was like, I thought Shadur, if he does sneak out of the first, still goes by 35. Like that's what I really thought about him.
Yeah. And to put that in context, everyone, like 30 million APY means that you were bad in the NFL, and then you had one really good year. So we're talking about Sam Darnold. We're talking about Geno Smith back in the day. We're talking about Baker Mayfield. Mm-hmm. That's the value, which, I mean, 100% makes sense. We talked about Geno Smith in terms of the completion percentage over expected. I talked about how the Baker profile made sense to me. Quinn, anything else in the data that could have indicated this?
Nothing that I can guess at. I think the only other thing that's maybe looming is the current free agent quarterbacks that are still pending decisions from teams as well. I think maybe they're weighing their options outside of that. I think that's the only thing that I can speak to that is a looming thing outside of this draft. But yeah. It's really hard to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, there's just real. I mean, there were like sourced, verified reports that are just way off. Apparently, like the Mike Tomlin had a great relationship with Shedeur Sanders. Clearly wrong. Clearly dead wrong.
What I said at the top of the show, I think GMs are getting really good at putting smoke screens out there. And you have a younger generation of GMs that have learned from that and don't put any tea leaves out there on who your guy is.
But also,
this is like the 2016 election of draft media.
Oh, okay. Well, although, all right, I actually did predict that, but that's a different story. But you can have a good relationship. Like Tomlin might still be able to share with Shedeur Sanders. Like it just doesn't mean that he's going to have him valued over the guys he's already picked. It's true. Listen, I have a great relationship with Eric Eager. He's not going to hire me as like his VP in analytics.
Yeah, okay.
That's not how that works.
Okay, yeah, okay. So moving on, I want to go high level to some themes, and the most predictive one I think that was said, and the most one that the one that caught my ear the most was the fact that not a lot of running backs have actually come off the board yet, and there have been more than normal, but we still have a big we thought it was going to be like hotcakes at one point. So
Yep.
Quinn, you were the one who posited that theme. What's your final analysis on that?
I mean, looking at some of these, like I think you brought up a really good point on these offensive clusters. There are big drop-offs, and I think we have seen more of the trend for offensive tackles of people taking those early because we're not going to see that later. I don't think we didn't see that at all with running backs. So maybe that tomorrow is just a out of the cannon, draft your running back because the guy you like is going to be taken.
It's a great point, and talking about the media kind of getting it wrong on that one. I think this one is still in play because I think they could go like hotcakes. I think teams have learned a lot about value, which I view as a victory for SumerSports. Another takeaway that I had, the only kind of rush that we really had was, there was a lot of edge rushers kind of taken between and defensive tackles kind of taken between 71 and 78 in round 3. And also Ezaraku Tuimoloa from Ohio State, Femi Oladejo. I think the edge rusher market feels like it's kind of tapped out at this point. Stopsky, what are your thoughts?
Let me bring up the big board real quick. I feel like there was still one guy left that I am forgetting.
Jack Sawyer, Fadil Diggs are 2.
Braden
Jack
Swinson.
Sawyer, Tyler Barron, Kevin Rucker, Braden Swinson. There's still some guys that are available I think could be good. But like all the top guys are gone. Right? Like none of these I'm talking about are going to end up being like elite players or anything. There's still some good receivers. I think there's some solid receivers still available. Like Tez Johnson, still available. Ricky White, Dante Thornton, some good linebackers. Stutzman's still available. Kaiser. I'm looking at if anybody else that I kind of like out here.
Who Paul?
Shedeur Sanders still available.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if you knew that or not.
And then the final item I want to hit. Oh wait, go ahead, Quinn. Sorry about that.
No, I was gonna say the one guy that I really like in this draft, and is Pooh Paul out of Ole Miss. Like he's a linebacker that can play coverage, past the rusher. He's kind of a do-it-all guy.
Yeah,
so I do like linebackers in day 3. Like you can still find like really good linebackers in day 3.
Yeah.
So main takeaways, running backs expect a lot tomorrow. Edge rusher kind of tapped out. Going to be some shots taken, obviously, but for the most part, tapped out. Linebacker seems like we could see several go. And then the final element I want to just tap in on like real quickly is wide receivers. We saw a lot of wide receivers go. We saw Kyle Williams go, Jalen Knowles, Savion Williams. That was expected. I did expect that. What I did not expect is that the Texans were going to double up at wide receiver. The Green Bay Packers were going to double up on wide receiver. And then obviously the Buccaneers have already doubled up on wide receiver. Is there anything to take away long-term from that, Quinn and Stopsky?
Pat, you need pass catchers, man. like you need pass catchers. Like you need like you don't want and I not to like slight Ricky James here, but like Richie James, but like you don't want to get to game 8 and your third option is Richie James. Like you need like you're a guy who's like really a return man. Like you need receiver depth in this league. Because receivers with with the hamstring injuries they get and like the lower body injuries they get just because of the constant wear and tear of running routes every day, and like you need guys where you're not you can't be just putting out special teams guys all the time. Like you need guys that like are legitimately can catch the ball.
So on that, I think one trend that I'm probably following from college football, this is the first extended college football playoff, which means the most amount of games these guys are playing in a given season, right? Like, do you think because of how we've seen soft tissue issues or tissue like injuries progress and stuff, that it's probably better to, if you need a position, take like multiple of them in a draft? I don't know if we've ever studied that before. Of like,
Yeah,
at least you're going to hit on one of them, knowing that these guys are playing more college football than they ever have.
Yeah, it's a great point.
I also think with receivers, like I'd rather have like for me when it comes to like we talk about running backs and the free agent market, they're kind of like shot, like you're not paying a lot for running backs. I feel the same way about receivers that aren't like dominant receivers. Like if they were just okay receivers, I'd rather just get a younger version of you in the draft. Yep. And like, I don't think there's a huge market out there for veteran receivers who were just okay, right? Like the Gabe Davis or the Tyler Lockett's of the world. Like, I just don't think that's a thing. So if you're carrying 5 or 6 receivers into the year, and you know that, or you have like some veterans that you feel like are kind of or be cap casualties pretty soon, this makes sense to just get younger there.
It's especially with like. I think this year in college football is the first year amongst freshmen that we saw more ready freshmen straight out of high school, because we're kind of getting a little bit of tail end out of COVID, that these guys are going to more year-round camps, playing 7-on-7 football. They're more prepared as they get into college. That I think that development into the NFL, that's like you probably can just like take more guys on a given basis, given the development there.
That's very true. No, from being a high school coach, from where I started 10 years ago to where I am now, the receivers that I coached recently this past year were so much more advanced in their football intelligence and like their technique for receiver stuff than the guys I coached at varsity, back in 2011. Like this is a totally different beast. Like these guys have hundreds of more reps under their belt by the time they're 17 years old.
So it's a good call out. The thing I will note, just in devil's advocate, is you look at the championship teams, and we have the Commanders, whose second wide receiver was De'Ami Brown. We have the Eagles, who the third wide receiver was Jahan Dotson. We got the Chiefs, who question mark, and the Bills, who question mark. So it is obviously 3 of those teams have some of the top quarterbacks in the league. And then obviously Jalen Hurts is a certified starting quarterback in this league. So obviously they have the luxury of that. But it's just interesting to me. Particularly the Packers is interesting to me. But you know what else is interesting to me? Day 3 of the draft, which is coming up. And, there's still time. If you want to rewatch either day 1 or day 2 stream, go ahead, retweet it, like it, reply to it. Tell us if you think a day 3 guy is going to be the most impactful player in the draft. Make sure you do all that, but tell us who you think is going to be the most impactful player in the draft, and you will get a chance to win 2 tickets to your favorite hometown team. Moreover, on Monday, we will have an excellent documentary that a lot of hard work has gone into, called From Undrafted to Unforgettable. It'll be a great story of players, and it'll be telling us a little bit about Jonathan Casillas. You can check that out on Monday across Sumer channels. Finally, Sumer Brain, SumerSports. You can ask it all kinds of questions as we move into the offseason, as we move into OTAs. You can also find the draft guide if you want some deep dive information about some of the guys that you have drafted. Gentlemen, 4 hours, 47 minutes, and 53 seconds. What a show we have put on. I wish I had the sound to clap, the yay sound effect. Any last words?
Yeah. I have a conspiracy theory or a conspiracy question. Did the NFL hold Sugar Sanders to day 3 to get the 2025 day 3 NFL draft be the highest day 3 viewed draft ever. Because
No.
you know that
It's like
tomorrow at noon will be the highest watched beginning of a day 3 in NFL draft history.
It's like it's the opposite of the frozen lottery ticket. It's like wait, no. The guy you thought was going to go number 1 is actually going to go number 60.
He's going to go Mr. Relevant.
He's going to go last. Quinn, any last thoughts?
No, this was fun, guys. Just talking ball with you, naming names for nearly 5 hours. It was a blast.
You know, guys like talking about dudes that play on a football field, and especially when they're going from college to pro, it's just even better. So he's Quinn McLean, data scientist at SumerSports, and he is also Matt Stopsky, super producer at SumerSports, and I am Sam Brookhouse, data scientist and analyst at SumerSports. This has been day 2 of the Sumer Draft Show. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you have an excellent weekend, and hope you have a better one than Shador Sanders.